for music, right? All I hear is talking, I don't see the words. All I hear is talking, I don't see the words. All I hear is talking, I don't see the words. All I hear is talking, I don't see the words. Woo. Black as a motherfucker, let him know. Cops ain't frame niggas, fool. We paper chasing, if not we catching zoos. Day to day, we take it, let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Lift the block from his knees, take it and let it grow. Get the block where it needs, leave him watching like woo. You know I'm on the river with a painless. Cold stove stepping, watching my lean shit. Building weapons and gold, you know the aim is. Living levels and smoke on the English. As long as we keep working while the game comes. If not, break it open, take sight. One thing for certain, where the game done. Yeah, we taking over where the lanes run. Watch us break it open, make it free. Watch us take them true, watch us take the streets. Paper pie and all, yeah, we taking this. Fuck the police and law, watch me bring the heat. Woo. Black as a motherfucker, let him know. Cops ain't frame, nigga, fool. We paper chasing, if not we catching zoos. Day to day, we take it, let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Lift the block from his knees, take it and let it grow. Get the block what it needs, leave him watching like woo. No matter where I go, I see the same shit. Cops kill another with the same clip. You know I see his movies, watching slave ships. We wonder why we struggle just to make it. Preachers giving sermons, but we don't see the work. Another body down, they gon' need a hearse. Cops playing games, take his body search. Play after the grizz, everybody heard woo. Watch us break it open, make it free. Watch us take them true, watch us take the streets. Paper pie and all, yeah, we taking these. Fuck the police and law, watch me bring the heat. Woo. Black as a motherfucker, let him know. Cops ain't frame niggas, fool. We paper chasing, if not we catching zoos. Day to day, we take it, let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Lift the block from his knees, take it and let it grow. Get a block what it needs, leave him watching like woo.
Nigga, you gave my mother's crack, nigga. What you thought you was gonna get? Gang. You put dope in on it, what you get? Gang. Look at a nigga like me running around. Creeping through your back door, pause. Look at a nigga like Wade out running around. Let's go. This is the reason why I am the way I am. It's poison, baby.
All that we know is this game. All that we know is this life. All that we ever did see. Nothing but strife. Yeah, we know we need change. Yeah, we know we ain't right. So all we got was these days. You know we got was these nights. All that we know is this game. All that we know is this life. All that we ever did see. Nothing but strife. Yeah, we know we need change. Yeah, we know we ain't right. So all we got was these days. You know we know it's these nights. The government's eating they steak while they sitting there feeding us nothing but lies. The people they stuck with their faith and they praying, but stuck with the sky. Why will we ever know change? How will we ever know cause? All that we know is this lane. All that we know is the laws. How will I grow? How will I ever see gain? How will I ever get paid? How will it stop? How when I'm talking, but all that they see is a slave? Why when I'm talking improvements ain't first? Why when I'm speaking my movements is words? Why when I'm teaching the real shit is curb? Why when you see me as curves? Let me divert, nothing but truth that I'm speaking. Shots go off at the beacon. All of my leaders been killed. Wonder why we stuck with figures that's preaching. All dirty cops at the precincts. All politicians that's leeching. Can't find no doubt for no treatment. This is the life with the demons. All that we know is this game. All that we know is this life. All that we ever did see. Nothing but strife. Yeah, we know we need change. Yeah, we know we ain't right. So all we got was these days. You know we got was these nights. All that we know is this game. All that we know is this life. All that we ever did see. Nothing but strife. Yeah, we know we need change. Yeah, we know we ain't right. So all we got was these days. You know we know it's these nights. All I ever knew was gang. All I ever knew was pain. Bobby Brown moving Ricky Bell. Call me poison, can you stand the rain? Helmet game supposed to change. All this Henny in my veins. How I'm supposed to feed my seed. Mind full of greed, do it for the game. Teachers lying where the school is found. You say you love me, then you shoot us down. Gave me cranks, label me a slave. Destroy my hood, put me in the grave. A lot of people, they don't wanna change. All my homies fell in love with gang. Without burst the enemy. When you see me, had that energy. I ain't going to no FEMA camp, turn Uncle Tom into a memory. If I rule the world, it be Tennessee. If I rule the world, it be Tennessee. All I know is getting paper, praying to the Savior. Had to get it right. All I know is pulling bangers. Baby mama had to give me life. All that we know is this game. All that we know is this life. All that we ever did see. Nothing but strife. Yeah, we know we need change. Yeah, we know we ain't right. So all we got was these days. And all we got was these nights. All that we know is this game. All that we know is this life. All that we ever did see. Nothing but strife. Yeah, we know we need change. Yeah, we know we ain't right. So all we got was these days. And all we know is these nights.
That's all y'all gave us, man. So we taking the rest. It's anarchy in the streets, nigga. Huh? That's all it is, nigga. Blood dripping. For the red, black, and green, nigga.
What's good, Black family? My bad. It was a typo in the title. Y'all can blame Damo for this title. I ain't know what to put in it, so, you know. Who knows? It might change up later on. Who cares? How y'all feeling? Black power for you. Black power for you. We know you want some white power here, so we ain't even gonna say nothing to you. But everybody else was goody. Shout out to the Black family. Everybody doing well. They get the stream, share the stream. Like Brother Chris says, share my stream. Share the stream. I actually wanted to talk about politics. But Taz was like, nah. And y'all know if Dav made the title, it'd have been like a thesis statement. Shout out my Uncle Dav, though. So, yeah, we getting to it. Nice long stream. Yo, I wanted to go through those videos, man. And Carmelo Anthony charged me. Now y'all put that in the chat. True story and wanted to talk about Marcus Garvey and him working with the KKK on this day or last couple of these days within the last couple of weeks. Oh shit! See, my bad, Dev. I wasn't talking shit, man.
What type of politics you was talking about?
I thought you saw in the chat. I wanted to. Did I put in the chat World War III and Iran, or was I thinking it and didn't write it?
Oh, yeah, it was kind of people started putting other links in. I wasn't sure what y'all was going with.
Yeah, I ain't know what Truth was talking about. He was putting links for sneakers and shit, open toe sandals or sneaker based. That shit he wears. I don't know. I don't know. But shout out to that. Nuke was goody. Daniel was goody. So yes.
Mm-hmm.
So Damo was supposed to introduce this topic. I ain't got no smoke for the FBAs no more, man. ABOs, ABOs. Look, if you want to be an Indian, man, go ahead and be an Indian, man. If you were more, I saw a video earlier where Sonetta had some more up there. I'm like, damn, dudes still sound like this in 2025?
Mm-hmm.
I was like, nah, man. Marley was goody. It's only a little bit of people. You talking about the names and the titles? Or the people in the stream? We just started up. You know how that go. Get popping.
Yeah, I'm still trying to straighten out my technical situation, laptop, computer, internet, all that. But I have been going back in my history bag though. I'm probably gonna be doing some geopolitics, Middle East, African colonization, uh, Republican, Democrat, neocon, neoliberal. Yeah, we definitely gonna have enough material.
Yeah, I heard you going on the Ottomans and shit. You was gonna get Sabio upset. You know, only Sabio could discuss the Ottomans.
Yeah, yeah. Go all the way back to the Berlin Conference in 1884. Shit, that's right up his alley. Yeah.
Yo, Marley, we literally just started the stream, bro.
I might have been on one, boy. Might be like, yo, what's going on here? It's supposed to go like this. Shout out to Molly, though.
So yeah, Hebrews, man. I ain't got no smoke for the Hebrews, man. This Damo, I had black people giving up on black power. I don't know. I don't even know what that looks like. I think it's a different conversation now, honestly. We maybe should put that has black power changed. Or maybe what George Macon was talking about, how to upgrade black power and Pan-Africanism.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Modernization.
yeah. I mean, different people gonna have their perspective based on how they view. That's why I was gonna try to see if we can try to put the international perspective because if we put a whole bunch of focus on what happened in the United States and just try to not pay attention or push the stuff that go on in other parts of the country, everything gonna seem random. This person just had this idea out of the clear blue sky. We don't know where he got that idea from. Because I'm finna show how the Iran Contra situation back in the 80s was one of the catalysts that funded the crack cocaine era in the 80s. I'm finna show that.
It's like the black word. He was upset with the word black. They want to be African. It's like, I don't know what's going on with us, man.
Yeah, they want to demonize black. Black is the color of the legal system, the judge's role. Black people don't have a good track record in court. Funerals, it's usually the black dress. It's just, they like to associate black with being bad, I guess. I don't know. Kind of hard to pinpoint it. Yeah, you late, Marty. Everybody else in the country been hot the whole weekend, yo. You're gonna have to adjust. Yeah, the reason why you don't see a lot of black people participating in a lot of these political discussions is because we can't really point to impactful military force. We don't have no navy. We ain't got no air force. We ain't got access to nuclear weapons. We're basically tagging along and trying to keep people out of our backyard.
What's going on?
Yo,
Done did it. What's up with it?
Man, out with the family, man. Out with the family in the trenches, washing our clothes
type shit.
in the hood. He said, "What's this?" Oh, yeah, it is one. It is. Yeah, it is one right there. Yep. Washing clothes where you can wash in Seattle. You can't drive for free. Ain't no drawing for free nowhere in Seattle. But yeah, I find that that's a nice little gimmick though. They charge you for washing and let you drive for free. It's a cool little gimmick to have.
They do that everywhere.
Don't get that nowhere in Seattle, shit. Hey, no one says, ain't nowhere. Have you ever been? I ain't never seen no free nothing this year. No free drawing.
Yeah, you gotta get out.
Gotta get out, huh?
It's
That's
a gimmick.
Yeah.
It's a gimmick though because they charge you $7 for it.
Yeah, exactly. They charge you $7 a wash, so it's definitely a gimmick.
Yeah, they might charge $5 for that. $2 to dry. So
Yeah,
keep it out.
Yeah.
As long as y'all get it done. That's
Get
what's
it
up
done,
with it?
exactly. When we get it done.
What's up with it, Miss Demi?
So yeah, y'all. This anti-black sentiment has to be addressed, man. I know this. I don't want to be African, and I get it, man. We just want to have our own identity and shit, but we ain't gotta. I don't know how that got caught up in Black Power, man. I thought Black Power was always first.
Yeah. So you feel like, hold on, you said anti-black sentiment. I'm trying to. That is what it is more. Oh, talking about the sentiment of not wanting to be like.
Yeah, anti-African is anti-black. Like the root of it.
Yeah, I would agree.
Is that, you know what I'm saying? The root of it is that, like, not one the Negro definition being of African descent, like that whole concept, you know, and then that chip on the shoulder that Africans have, seeing us have that perception of them is like crazy. And when you hear the sentiments from like the many of the people I got in the title, mad of them, they all agree. They don't fuck with Africans, ABOs, Hebrews, Moors, conservatives, FBAs, maybe Democrats.
Yeah, go and throw them politics in one box, same box.
Yeah, dudes will be conservatives before black now. Like, I'm a conservative over being black. Like, huh? How that even work?
Yeah, they lead with the conservative part. Yeah, that's true.
What's that?
Yo, Charm, what's goody?
Tom, it's in the house. What's up?
Oh man, I can't call it, man. It's, peeping that title. I ain't hopped up in a minute. I like that title though. You know what I'm saying? I don't think niggas gave up. I just think they I will say they kind of gave up because I was about to say they just don't have nothing to cling on to. You know what I'm saying? It ain't nothing so unique right now. You know what I'm saying? Like the last thing to cling on to was that niggas almost was clinging to was the Black Lives Matter. That was so long ago, if you will. You know what I'm saying? Uh, it just ain't too many people. Like for a long time, people will, I'd say since about 2005, 2000, around that time, like people start feeling like niggas that we don't need leaders, you know. And so the people who stepped up to be some sort of a leader or whatever, niggas dug into their background and found a way to chump them off, which made other people, not like them too, So, all niggas did some stuff that, that made people not want to rock out with them, like, for instance, I give an example, Boyce Watkins, you know. At one time, he was on a roll with black folk, feeling like financially he had an idea to help us. You know what I'm saying, in the economic space, and then he got kind of on a stuck up nigga type vibe. You know what I'm saying? Start rolling off of him, and can't stop fooling with him. You know, Tariq Nasheed at one time, you know what I'm saying, niggas started feeling like, especially with his on code talk, you know what I'm saying, like black people need to be on code and all this stuff, and then he found a way to start separating himself from other niggas too. You know, same thing with Dr. Umar Johnson. He had a cool idea for raising up black boys and black boys who never really had any type of real background, who never really had a father figure and stuff like that, and he found a way to get himself X'd out too. So, through all that, you talking about a lot of those cats was when they first started listening to that man, they was like 12, 13 years old. Now them cats like 32, 33 years old now, almost 40 years old now. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, man. I just think it need to be something a little more unique that need to be set off, around these times. We are resilient people, and I know people tired of hearing that broken record. You know what I'm saying? As far as our resilience and stuff like that, because we know how to make sugar out of shit. You know what I'm saying? Especially during tough times. But the sticking together part is crazy. You know what I'm saying? And that's a worldwide thing. Not a worldwide thing. Well, I mean worldwide, like as far as the black folk go. You know what I'm saying? Black folk in America and in Africa and Europe and stuff like that. Everybody on the same type of time as far as out for self. You know what I'm saying? Like if you go to Africa and try to set up shop, you're gonna find some niggas that's selling dope and scamming, just like, make you want to say I should have stayed in America. And you already know what's going on in America here. You go over in Europe, you're gonna find the same type shit. And the thing is, like that brotherly love, I ain't gonna be just preaching too much, man. But I was just intrigued off the title. You know what I'm saying? That brotherly love thing, man, is like, I don't know, man. Niggas just too hardcore right now, man, to feel like they need to soften their heart and show the next man some love, some real love, man. On a real tip, like because if you ain't the Hebrew don't like the Christian don't like the Muslim don't like the atheist, and so on and so forth. And it's like, nigga, where the love at? You know what I'm saying? Like, period. Because that love is what make all that stuff is what make the festival. When I was coming up, man, going to these black festivals, whether it was a funk fest, a jazz fest, or a poetry fest, you had all the people, Hebrew, all that. Everybody was showing each other love, sharing food, sharing knowledge, sharing trinkets and stuff. You know what I'm saying? Now, shit, man, it's all about if you with my squad or not. You know what I'm saying? Pick a side. You know, and shit, that's what got us in this space right now. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Well, we don't really know how to rock with each other. So I just think something unique needs to happen.
You right. I would actually agree with that. Long story short, I was basically in this same area where I'm at right now at this laundry, man. I pulled up and the sister, I asked her if she was hungry. I asked her if she was hungry. She was just kept asking, she said, are you one of these? She said, are you one of them peace brothers? I said, yeah, I mean, if that's what you want to call it. Yeah, I said, I love my people. She said, and she was just, like, basically, she like, you know what, go ahead and make me a plate. She said, matter of fact, make me 3 plates. And basically, she took a while for her. She was skeptical, like, like, what you to the food? And she seen the whole layout of food, how I had platters. She said, I could tell by I had plates and all that. She was like, I could tell by your whole layout that you ain't trying to do nothing, devious, And basically, but it's just let me know how we're so mistrustworthy of each other. Like a person can come want to give you something, and we questioning whether or not if it's free or what you do to it, and I don't owe you nothing for it. It's just it's right. We're mistrustworthy, man. And I'm in the hood right now. I'm over on Ashland. This is the trenches. So yeah, but yeah, it's just he's right though about that. We're just man, like in Chicago, let me know how just the poverty, like yes, rich black folks, but the poverty is different in Seattle. Like the black folks out here but they're also what's the word? They're very they're ingenious, like they're ingenuity. Like you see them hustling on the corner, like ain't nobody, so it's the
Yeah.
spirit. Like the black folks out here is different than the black folks in Chicago. They're definitely more together, even though as far as the means and opportunity may not be as prominent as in Seattle. But the black folks that I do see is that they are together out here, as opposed to Seattle, like which is it's a very small percentage. So you would think the smaller black folks would be together, but no, it's actually the opposite. Niggas is separate and they hate each other more out there. But yeah, my bad.
See,
Yeah,
young
so
blood,
you right
that's
though.
the
You
thing
right
right
though.
there. That's the thing right there. Is like, you know what I'm saying? Like with how people how that response is, you know what I'm saying? Like what
Mhm.
you do to the food. You know what I'm saying? Like
Yeah.
it's like at one time coming up, man, you know what I'm saying? You could pass the blunt to somebody. You know what I'm saying? Now you can't pass that blunt because nigga want to know, yeah, what's red? No, I don't
Yeah.
want to hear what's in it. You know what I'm saying? What you smoking? You know what I'm saying? No, I don't get high like that. You know what I'm saying? And then, the same thing with food. You know what I'm saying? People,
Hmm.
with us is like shit. You know, uh, uh, was that chicken cooked on the same stove as pork? If it was, then I can't eat it. Like, come on, man. You know what I'm saying? I just want to feed you. You know what I'm saying? We don't care for each other like we used to. You know, and like we see homeless people and treat homeless people like scum. And then some homeless people, some homeless, you can tell the ones who hungry and the ones who just out there. Cause the ones who out there gonna let you know they out there. I just want the money, man. No, I don't want no food. I want some money. I want to get a bill. I want to go get something to smoke. I want, you know what I'm saying? But the
Yeah.
ones who hungry, they gonna let you know, well, I don't want no money. Can you buy me a drink? Can you buy me a plate? You know what I'm saying? But we don't rock with each other like that. We treat them all the same,
Now,
homeless. You
see,
know what
I
I'm
actually,
saying? And
I
then
respectfully,
we,
my,
we
no,
got
I was
this
going
new
to quick.
thing.
I respectfully disagree with
Go
you
ahead.
because I realize the black folks out here, they're very appreciative. Because the sister who I fed over there, she told me I was trying to find out. I was like, where the home?
Not,
I was
not,
asking people. I went to the Walmart. It's not too far from me. She said,
yeah,
I was trying to find out where's the homeless population. Is it like an
oh,
area? And
not,
everybody was like, I don't know.
not
Sister
the
said,
people that's hungry, young blood. I ain't
no.
talking about them. I ain't talking
I'm
about the
just
ones who really hungry. I'm talking about the ones who want to get high. They don't give a damn about
listen,
if you,
brother.
you know what I'm saying.
Listen.
They
I
just
pulled up
want
to
that
a
money up
bando.
out.
I pulled up to a bando on 79th
Yeah,
and 79th and Marshfield. Nigga, man, them sisters
yeah,
and
yeah,
brothers, they was appreciative of the food I had. They wasn't saying no. They wanted everything I had. They was very grateful of me just coming down there
yeah,
and
yeah.
bringing them
Those the
food, bro.
ones
They was
who
hella
really
grateful.
want it.
And they didn't say
Yeah,
they
those
wanted,
the ones who really
they didn't
want
want the food. But I know what you mean, though. I know what you mean.
it.
You
Yeah,
do
yeah.
have
So
those
you,
ones out
yeah,
here.
but yeah, yeah, who don't want no food, they want that money up out your pocket so they can go get their fix. You know what I'm saying? And the
Yeah,
thing
you got
is,
that.
like when we put we'll put them all in the same pot without trying to differentiate. You know what I'm saying? See, love on one side, it'll have you in a space of where you want to differentiate, and even the ones who want to get high, you know what I'm saying? It's like you still like, shit, bro. You want to chop it up a little bit, see what your mind at, why you even own that in the first place. You know what I'm saying? What even drove you to the bottle? Niggas ain't got time to even talk to that brother or that sister. You know what I'm saying, about that kind of stuff. Really, we really on some mind your business kind of stuff. And then, you know, then we got this other thing about us. Like when I first met Q Butter, it was probably about maybe like 5-6 years ago. I think it was on either Solar Mind platform or Sinetta's platform. The brother was all about helping folk with their finances, you know, like not really into I still ain't never heard him still call nigga broke ass nigga now. But we got so many people in our space right now. If you ain't got as much as they got, that's what they say, broke ass nigga. You know what I'm saying? Like, so if he that broke and you that well off, if you that financially situated, help him. If you got love, show him how not to be a broke ass nigga. You know what I'm saying? But we ain't on that kind of time. You know what I'm saying? We so integrated to where it ain't funny. You know what I'm saying? We so integrated to where we separated without it. We segregated without the white man even doing anything. He ain't got to do nothing. You know what I'm saying? That's how separated we are. He ain't got to do nothing now. He ain't got to mask up and burn no cross
Yeah,
on our yard. We doing that our damn self.
but
We doing it to ourselves.
why though? Why are we? Why? It's because we've been. Why though? Why? I mean, you know, like it's the reason why all these community-based schools are shut down in Chicago. It's reasonings as to why, you know,
I think
you have.
the why is because why is because we've become so territorial and want to be in a position of king. You know what I'm saying? And there's so many things that if the kingmaker didn't make you king and you found a way to up your own status, that's the thing that kind of draw the line on respect. You know what I'm saying? Because at any given time you can say the kingmaker did, you know what I'm saying, the kingmaker didn't make me. You know what I'm saying? Nobody put me on, I put my own self on. And the next man want to do the same thing, kind of like the Master P effect. You know what I'm saying? Everybody want to be Master P. I did it independently. I didn't need no handout. I didn't need no help. You know, it's sad, man. You know, I think if anybody gonna come up, man, you can't come up by yourself. Master P he can say that, you know what I'm saying? But then when you look at the real foundation of it, he had his brothers, his homeboys, he had, you know what I'm saying? He ain't do it all by himself. No man, I don't think no man builds an empire by himself. But in our time right now, we all think that you can do it by yourself, you know. And with that mentality, it's gonna always cause a separation till we figure out you can't do it by yourself. You know what I'm saying? Like when Q Butter, when you talk about his school and donations and stuff like that, the man is real humble when he talk about that stuff. Why? Because he already know, you can hear it in his voice. He know he can't do this by himself. You know what I'm saying? So if you got something to spare. You know what I'm saying? Other than chumping the next one off, how rich you are. You know, but
Definitely.
you know,
Yeah.
I don't want to be doing too much preaching, man, because you know that's the Christian in me, and I don't want the Hebrews and Muslims to hop up here and start, you know what I'm saying, talking junk to me. So, but
No, you're
that
making a
title
lot
is
of
for
sense,
real though.
bro. Well, I'm with the group economics and everything, bro. But you know, one thing about it, you can't want more for
Chopping
a
up,
motherfucker
GQ.
they want for themselves. You know what I'm saying? Huh?
That's real.
Your
That's
mic,
real talk.
chopping up, GQ. You going under
Can you hear
the.
me now?
Yeah, it's still kind of
It's like
choppy.
it's plugging in. It's like the plug coming in and out of something.
Can you hear me now?
Nah, he moving around.
Can you hear me back? Can you hear
Yeah,
me
it's
better?
still the same, man.
Let me mute
Okay.
out. Probably it's
Yeah,
my
we see you in the car.
probably.
You moving around. That's all right.
How about now?
Send that link up, Q. Y'all, y'all done. I mean, yeah, Diddy actually was giving us a positive example. Something he just got through doing. You done with niggas ain't shit, charm, or how much further you gotta go?
Yep.
Oh damn,
I just
that's what it was sounding like. Niggas ain't shit. That was my fault. I ain't want to sound like that. 'Cause I think we are something, man. I think we more. You know what I'm saying? I just think we just need to share the something that we are with the next one. You know what I'm saying? But I think we more than shit. I think we a whole lot of sugar around here, man. You know what I'm saying? But we put the mask on so the next one won't think is that sweet like that. You know what I'm saying? But I
Can
think
y'all hear
you
me?
know what I'm
Can
saying.
y'all hear
We
me
ain't
better?
we
yeah, you better
yeah.
now,
I think we
TQ.
more than shit though.
I'll be comfortable. All that I'm comfortable, man. I mean, I'm you know, I hate it. Maybe it's, I don't know. Man, don't go to the
Yeah.
hood.
Well, you can't be
Yeah,
scared of your own people, man. You know what I'm saying? That don't even make no sense. You know what I'm saying? Being
that's a,
scared of your own people. That's
your
I
own
mean
people. That's hey man,
that's
like
kind of
that's
counterproductive. But you know, even Tom, you make a lot of sense, man. You know, I'm 100% with the group economics, man. Us helping each other out. You know, one thing about it though, you say, you know, if your brother doing bad and you doing good, show him how, you know, to get himself together. But the only thing about that, you can't want more for a motherfucker than they want for themselves. You know what I'm saying? That be the problem. A lot of times we want more for a person than they want for themselves.
I
You
do. I
know
want hell. I want all for my people. That's crazy. You say that, but I do. I do. I want. Yeah, I do. Yeah, but I want the me yearning, the me yearning for my people to have more is due to the it's just a systematic effort that has created the the sham the man. Let me calm down. I think, but yeah, just yeah. I understand what you mean, though, man. But because I understand that, but it's yeah. I am one, and I think that may be my Achilles heels. The sister was even
You know,
like
that'd be the problem with a lot of us. You know what I'm saying?
yeah.
We try,
But
you know, and it be counterproductive for ourselves. You know, we trying to pull you up so hard, you steady pulling back though. You know what I'm saying? You don't want to listen. You still doing dumb shit. You know what I'm saying? And now, you know, you wasting my
right,
time and
so
my money. Yeah. Go
but
ahead.
my thing is GQ like don't remove the cup. Leave the cup right there. Leave the cup and make sure the cup got some water in it. They get thirsty enough, they'll drink. They get thirsty, and they you know what I'm saying? They'll
You
drink from
can't
it.
make them
You know
drink.
what I'm saying? Nigga can
Yeah.
pop the
You
flavor
can lead
out of
them.
it.
You can lead them to
You can't
water,
make
but
them.
you can't
Yeah, you
make them
can't make
drink.
them drink.
Yeah,
Yeah, you can't at all, man. You know what I'm
that's
saying?
it.
That's why I say leave the cup on the table. You know, it's like a lot of times, you know, like when we feel like a person ain't drinking from the cup that we present, we just take the cup up. You know, like I heard Charleston White say one time that he was trying to give cats he was trying to feed them the knowledge and stuff, but they wouldn't drink from, you know what I'm saying, from how he was putting it down, putting it out or whatever. So he had to come with it from another way, you know. But I say with that way, they still don't they ain't picking it up that way. They feel like you know what I'm saying, you part of the reindeer game that they part of, you know. They still ain't picking it up. You know, if you put it down the right way, like the right way got to stay out there. You know what I'm saying? The right way got to stay out there, man. You know, without the smoke and mirrors. You know what I'm saying? It's the right way. You know what I'm saying? The other way, you still gonna have people say, "Man, that nigga talking all that shit, and he sitting there dressing like rappers." You know what I'm saying? He talking all that shit, and he sitting here with the guns and knives and stuff. You know, like feel like if he had the right way the one time, he should have stayed with that way. That way, you know what I'm saying? As he put it down, Nigga got hungry enough, thirsty enough, they'll pick it up, man. You know what I'm saying? You like you say, you can't want more for them than they want for themselves. It's just what you want for yourself. You know what I'm saying? If you want the next man next to you, who come in contact with you to be on a good vibe with you, then you know what I'm saying. You keep that good vibe out there. You know what I'm saying? Keep it out there. Keep it. You know what I'm saying? Keep the olive branch extended. Even if a nigga slap it away, man, fuck what the nigga show I'm talking about. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, keep slapping away. Somewhere in your life, you gonna know this a brother I can talk to. This a brother I can spill my beans to. Why? Cause he left the olive branch out there for me to spill the beans. He left the shoulder out there for me to lean on. You know what I'm saying? So you know, like niggas will keep walking away from the shoulder, whatever, and run to, where they feel like it's comfortable at, where it's cool at, or whatever, and it get kind of hot on this side where like a person don't want to be in that feel like they in the boiling water, or walking through the fire, of getting right, of how you say when you go through the furnace and like bronze, you coming out clean. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Like you burning all it get kind of painful. You know what I'm saying? It's a lot more easier being a buffoon. It's a lot easier being the coon. It's a lot easier being the, you know what I'm saying, the knucklehead. You know, because
I know one thing. Everywhere I
you can
went, this
hide
right here,
behind it.
this is a universal symbol. Everywhere I went, people, 19 Keys, hugging that horn, peace, brother. Everywhere I went, hey, hey, everywhere I went.
Where they were showing the peace, they were
I'm
throwing up
talking
the
about
peace
this
symbol or
headband
something.
I got on right here, all throughout Chicago. Hey, the people thought it was a fez. Like it was just, this is it's a commendable, it's a respectable symbol. Like it was nothing but it's all love, people. You know, in reference to these that I have on, like, but I found that interesting.
And
In my
those
city
brothers,
out here,
like those brothers,
city.
really the ones who supposed to. Those the ones who really supposed to exude the love. The ones who constantly talk about. Uh, the ones who constantly talk about. Uh, treaties and being down with Yahweh and love Allah and peace. Those are the ones who really supposed to exude that display. How we should rock out. Them boys, man. Most of these cats got so much hate in their heart, man. When they talk about whatever they into, it make you not even want to be with them. Like not even go to a class, not even go to church with them, not even go to the mosque with them. You know what I'm saying? Because they got so much hate when they talk. You know,
Mm.
when I started hearing them brothers start talking about linking up and being down with each other, then I want to sit and know what they reading from. Until then, it's like, you know what I'm saying. Your interpretation of life and history and all that is like real messed up. You know. I know. I mean, at the
You went,
same time, like
you one of them
white
peace
man did
brothers.
a number, but here we did a number. Yeah, I'm a peace brother.
No, I was like, if that's what
Yeah,
you want me to, yeah, I want him peace brother. I said, I'm not a naive brother. I'm not naive now. Just because I'm peace don't mean I'm stupid. I'm running around the motherfucker with my chicken with my head cut off. Nah, but yeah, I'll come in peace. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, I said, I'm coming in peace. Who want to hurt the man passing out food? Like, I mean,
yeah.
make it make sense. You know what I mean? Like, I mean,
You'll you'll be surprised. You'll be
that's why I
surprised.
say. That's why I
Soon as you
say I'm not
after you
naive.
after you
That's
feed
why I
them, you
say that I'm
better
not
skip
naive
cut.
though. That's what I mean by naivete. That's what I mean. I'm not naive at the same time. You feel me? And because of that,
Yeah,
you got to be strapped down like goddamn. But yeah, man.
yeah.
You
After
know,
you feed them, you the hell
defense,
alone. Like, bye.
offense,
Yeah, I'm fed,
defense,
dog.
offense. What is it
Mm-hmm.
called? No duty to retreat. Cause I don't know if Illinois have a stand your ground law, but I know most states
Right.
like Washington have a no duty to retreat. You feel me? Or yeah, but that's a whole nother conversation though. Legalese and all that. But yeah,
Damn, I miss it. Jamaica.
defense,
I,
offense.
I miss a Jamaican restaurant. Damn, they closed. The Jamaican spot is closed on, man.
Man,
No
what time they
roti for
close?
me
Oh,
tonight, man.
it's 8 o'clock down there though, right?
Yeah, man. But where I'm in the hood, so you know they
Yeah,
they
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 close a
probably
little
done got the
early.
hell away
We close about 7.
from these dumb ass nigga that yeah, cause niggas be acting stupid. Yeah, man. Damn. Man, you know how they say black folk can't have shit, cause other black folk gonna fuck it up. It just happened to be one of them type situations, man. You know they got good food though. They got good food, man. You know.
Yeah, man.
What's
What's
Try
going
up?
on,
not to
D-Flip?
What's up
try
here?
not to have
Good
those kind of
market.
sentiments, man. I try not to have those kind of sentiments, man. And,
What?
I'm the you can't black folks can't have shit because other black folks gonna fuck it up. I ain't worried about no nigga fucking it up. I'm worried about that cracker fucking it
But I,
Right, right.
I understand that. I
It
understand
used
that,
to
but
be
we
a
can't.
thing. It used to be a thing.
That's why I say distinguishing nigga between a black. I mean, see, now we going back into the nigga and I just don't, Chris Rock, what he say? Black people, what he said, you got black people, and you got niggas, or
Yeah.
basically distinguishing between the type of mentality though. See, the nigga is a mentality. That's what it goes back to. That's based off my research and my studies and what I get from my scholars. The nigga is a mentality, you feel me? And there is a distinction between the average day black person and the typical nigga, so to speak. You feel me? We can't. Like, we have to talk about that. We can't
I
act
got it.
like my
I got it.
first like my first line of defense is against self. Are we lying like Dennis the police? I mean, because between ages of 18 and 36, it's a leading cause of death for black men. So I understand that the police is also an eye in my eyes too. You feel me? And I would rather shoot a stop, man. Like, we don't lie
Yeah,
right there.
yeah,
What
yeah.
he
But
say, man? My op is
it,
a cop. You feel me? But nah, man.
hey, I got to quote Wale,
But
man.
we
I'm
can't.
I'm a nigga from a long line of niggas. You know. But nah, man. I feel where you coming from.
Yeah.
Yeah. You gotta distinguish. It's just assholes in every race. You know what I'm saying? No matter
Of
what it
course,
is,
we
it's
know
just
that.
all
We know that. But we're talking about
yeah,
self right now. We know it. I'm not getting away
yeah,
from that. We know that. But I'm saying, like, as far
yeah.
as it
We got
pertains to,
assholes too, man. Yeah, we got a lot of assholes.
we can't act like there's not going to be somebody who not somebody, but there's weeds that need to be uprooted in this and yeah, but we can't shy away from that. Like,
Hey,
there is weeds that need to be uprooted and exterminated. You feel me?
hey, young guy, I can't stand that
Weeds of
motherfucker Charleston White, but since Charm bring him up, I'ma just say it. That motherfucker had one of the coldest quotes to me though. He said every time a nigga leave his house and grab his pistol, all he think about is killing another nigga. He said even if he grabbing his guns only for protection, he said I hope I don't gotta kill one of these niggas. He said if a motherfucker go to sleep and dream about killing a white motherfucker, he wake up in a cold sweat.
mm.
And
Uh-uh.
I like that quote. You know what I'm saying? That's how
And
mentality
that's
is.
why I like to say brother. I like to say God. I don't really like saying nigga, bro, because it's I ain't gonna lie, bro. I
I don't know
literally
no motherfuckers
I really
think
don't,
like
bro. I
that,
don't
yo.
like just going around calling people nigga,
I
bro.
mean, that
Especially
mean he hang around a bunch of
on
bitch
some like
ass niggas or
dang.
some shit. I don't know who the fuck he be hanging
Hey,
around.
Man, for the most part, man, when the nigga
that's
grab
some
his
real
pistol,
shit right there,
the
Dale.
the, the YNs,
Way better
all right,
response
when the
than that.
YNs, when the young niggas grabbing their guns to go out with they ops, the fuck, they going out to kill another nigga, and when a motherfucker grabbing his pistol, that's a concealed carry holder. He leaving out, he grabbing his gun. He saying, "I hope I don't have to kill one of these little stupid ass niggas."
Mm-hmm.
Motherfucker ain't thinking about killing no cracker when they grab their gun and go outside. That's just the truth, bro. That is the truth. That is the truth.
At,
Motherfuckers don't be thinking
Always
about it like
use his
that.
at one
offense.
time we felt invaded by the
Yeah,
Crockett.
at
Now
one
we
time we
don't feel that
was, yeah.
invasion no more.
No, now I hope I don't have to kill one of these dumbass niggas out here. You know what I'm saying? That's just how motherfuckers be, man. That's real though.
Peace.
I
So,
feel you
Yeah,
though,
yeah.
Dan. We hate to feel like that. Hate, you know what I'm saying? We hate to even think that it's that way. But if you think about it, man, for the most part, that's how the shit is, man. Motherfuckers ain't thinking about chopping up no Mexican and no Arab or no cracker, no none. They just a nigga. They come try to tell me about a nigga down the street doing this and that, and I'm gonna make him do this. I'm gonna make him do that. This just not too long ago. I told that nigga, I say, man, why is you fucking with him and the Arab down the street making $20,000 a motherfucking day? They got a gas station, a motherfucking phone store, and a liquor store. And you talking about what this nigga can't do on the block? This nigga ain't even making $80 a day on this motherfucker. I say, man, if you don't leave him alone, man, what the fuck is wrong? Yeah, you right, Juice, man, you right, man. Yeah, y'all, you know what I'm saying? Praying on the weak, praying on the motherfucker that look like you. You probably can to the motherfucker down the line if you did some genealogy. You wanna tell him he can't serve on the block. He's making $80. Arab 2 blocks away. This motherfucker doing 20,000 a day. You ain't went and told him he can't serve on your fucking block. The fuck is wrong with you?
we need to be coming together. We need to be coming together, devising a plan to uproot and or to usurp this goddamn Arab out of our community. That's what the hell we need to be doing.
Exactly. Come on. Then you come tell him, you come talking to the wrong motherfucker about it.
Who
Oh man,
who
I'm
the hell is
still that
Baba?
nigga.
Who is Baba?
He
Because I ain't see Baba so many Babas in Chicago last time I
the
was there. Who the fuck is
The
Baba
Arab
selling all
taking
these
on
goddamn puff, selling chicken and
pizza puffs and
Baba every pizza puffs
motherfucking
and
what they call them, Philly cheese steaks and all that
yeah,
shit.
selling. Yeah, I'm like everywhere I go, I see
Ain't nothing
Baba.
but Arab.
Baba's.
I don't even go to JJ Fish no more because the Arabs took over that. It used to be all black owned. Now the Arabs got all the JJ Fish restaurants. I don't need no Arab cooking my chicken and fish. If a nigga can't cook my chicken and fish, I just don't need no chicken and fish. I cook it at home. I'm not going to no motherfucking Arab to get no chicken and fish. I don't be and there be stay a crowd of niggas in that motherfucker. Nigga, y'all going to the Arab for chicken and fish? We can't have nothing.
Now I ain't gonna lie, now, son. My black card might be on the table. JJ's is different, bro. I don't know. I only been the only time I saw JJ's fish was in Atlanta, and that shit was hitting. So before I know, I was like, why this shit Arabs and
Yeah,
Asians?
JJ's a little different. Yeah,
No,
JJ.
my
Well,
ass.
see, the
You can go
JJ's
right
on
to
Western
Harold.
Chapel
Cause hold on, cause guess what?
they got Africans and Mexicans in there.
Atlanta got a Harold's chicken. I know for a fact they got two on right across from each other in Atlanta. It's two Harold's chicken. You go right to Harold. That's black on. It's better than Baba. I mean, better than JJ's to me. And Chicago full of Harold's chicken. Now, why the fuck would I go to? I can go to Harold's. Why would I go to the Arabs and JJ? Now, JJ's used to be black owned, and they probably still got the black man recipe who started it. So that's why the chicken good. But I don't need them to fry my
Then
chicken. I'm going
JJ come from Chicago.
Yes, it did.
Then JJ come, but
Yes,
yeah,
yes,
that's what I thought when they came down to Atlanta. They was crowning themselves this Chicago style.
right. That's exactly what it is.
So I mean,
It's
I
like an
don't know the
imitation
nigga.
Harold. You know, Harold's chicken. Harold's was first, and then JJ's was like a spinoff from Harold's. You know what I'm saying? JJ's was like a spinoff from Harold's. So then that's when they came with the JJ's.
Them nigga
But it
came
was
down
black.
here
But it
and
was
just set
black
up
on.
shop.
But it was black on. Then the Arabs took over the franchise. They bought the franchise out. So now all the JJ's is Arabs. Ain't no black owned JJ's no more. But just go to the original. It's Harold's. JJ's ain't do nothing come off of Harold's, and all the Harold's still black owned. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. But
Yeah,
yeah,
damn.
motherfuckers don't even have that type of thought to like, man, let me go to the black restaurant. Fuck, I'm gonna go to the Arabs. They still pile their ass up and they go to them Arabs. But hey, not me. Fuck them. Like I say, I don't need no Arab cook my chicken and my fish. Niggas is legendary for frying chicken and frying fish. Goddamn it. But yeah, man, the little young boy will come down here talking about, man, dude down there, man, Juice, I'm gonna tell him, man, you don't sit your stupid ass down somewhere. You don't tell that man he can't what the fuck he can't do on the block. You don't own shit on this motherfucker. You living with your mama down the street, nigga.
But you see how you was
Right.
just like you,
Just want to call
but you see how you was able just to redirect his mind based off of just
Yeah.
that, you know,
Drop
based off the verbiage, you know, and show him how nigga that's counterproductive. Not nigga, but brother, that's counterproductive.
just by dropping that seed, you know what I'm saying? That's all you got to let them know. If you don't speak of it, I could have been a bozo. Yeah, man, tell that nigga don't be over there doing that. And hey, dude, get out.
That's counterproductive, man. We need to figure out how we gonna. One thing I'm seeing it's a lot of opportunity to have your own business because it's a lot of vacant abodes, vacant estates, whatever you want to call it. It's a lot of vacant property up here. You know, so
You see all the
yeah,
storefronts up here and shit. You know what I'm saying? Get it. Like all the motherfucker got to do, get one of them storefronts and pack it from top to bottom like the Arabs do. Put everything in there, motherfucker need.
they got a monopoly on the hood.
Yeah.
Well, I think if we do polygamy right, I think we can grow up a nation quickly. But we doing it all wrong.
You right about that?
you said polygamy.
Yes.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
right
But
about
see,
that?
the thing about doing polygamy is the influx of children. You know what I'm saying? And being able to take care of them when the economics ain't right there for that to happen like that. You know what I'm saying? For a man to have multiple wives, knowing in today's time, these women want things. You know what I'm saying? Can't get it twisted like these women about to be living on some type of farm planting tomatoes and sunflowers and shit. Nah, they want things. You know what I'm saying? They want to look
Yes, I'm
nice.
saying
They
if we
want to
do it
have nice
right.
things in it.
Yeah, unfortunately, I know that's unfortunate because if we can go by the genetics and the bloodline and everything of one particular man, I mean, we could build things up quickly if we do it right and by the laws, the polygamy laws, But it's just we can't act
The
right. So
old heads damn near had it down packed. You know, they didn't even label it polygamy, but they had two or three households and shit. You know what I'm saying? And everybody was in cooperation. All my stepmamas, like, well, shit, both of my stepmamas, they took care of me like I was their own motherfucking kids. Every time I was around them,
exactly, yeah.
it wasn't no that's such and such baby. And no, my mom used to drop me off at my stepmama house and come back get it when she felt like it.
Right. Just for your sake. See, that's the thing. For your sake, for the kids' sake, for the future sake. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Wasn't all that petty shit.
So are y'all able to find some other examples of that? But I think y'all trying to bring some anecdotal situations in to make it seem like what's already being practiced. It's not
Well,
being productive.
that's old school, Dev. That's not happening. That shit ain't
Right.
very sell. That ain't flying these days. But yeah, 70s and the 80s. Even back in the day, it wasn't shit for Paw to have a couple other families and everybody together, and it ain't no big deal. You go over your stepmama house, she treat you like your own and shit. You know what I'm saying? Like her own. And you grow up with your brothers and sisters, they come over to your crib, everything cool. They ain't fighting and cutting ties and riding over there, fucking with each other. They cool. When they get around each other, they cool. You know what I'm saying? But not nowadays. Not
Yeah,
likely.
not nowadays.
Yeah,
Especially now with this internet and people ego and embarrassed cause such about you letting that fly girl, he over there, he got babies over there. Girl, you stupid, you crazy.
Scratch. We're gonna have to scratch that one, huh?
I'm saying the younger generation see some results, I don't think that we don't need to talk about it. They'll just
Say
say,
it again.
you know, we do it like this. You know, we can look at this for an example and shit. But like I said, most of the time, I just hear
So
people
so
discussing something that ain't never been put into action. They don't have a history of Black people putting it into practice in the past and doing it. I don't know. Young people patience is probably the same as the young people patience back in the Jim Crow era. Though. Like young people, it may seem like they was patient and put up with a lot of shit, but some young people they didn't sit around and listen to motherfuckers talk for a long time, though. There's some motherfuckers that actually got down in the motherfucking street or maybe listen for a little bit, then they actually get out in the street and move shit. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes it may went through. Sometimes they had obstacles, but I don't know. It's kind of hard to say. These group of people over here on the West Coast, these people east of the Mississippi River, these people in the Midwest. I don't know if I ever seen all the Black communities in the United States, let alone across the diaspora, be in tune. If the dynamics of the overall opposition ain't never been the same. How Black people gonna be the
Thank
same
you.
if
Yeah, I got about some more.
political and economic and social dynamics? It's always going to be volatile up and down.
so to the sister that was talking about the polygamy. Are you a sister wife?
No, I'm not. No, I'm just trying to find a
Gotcha.
solution to raise up to raise because see, you know, it all boils down to see we don't want to talk about the bloodline. We don't want to talk about the blood. See, we don't want if we can we're so diversified and
Yeah, that
we
matters.
cross it matters, because
Yeah, it
if
matters.
we teach our young ones like, hey, if you come from a good if your family comes from a good gene stock, you should
What that
find
mean?
another.
How do you know somebody's stock is good or not?
Well, see, it has to go down
Good
like in
question.
years. That's what I'm just saying. It has to start from a long time ago in order to keep that up. You know what I'm saying? But uh, just like if you look at yourself, I mean, you can just say, hey, what kind of person you are, and if you know you do us Black people know our blood type? Let's start from there. Do we know our blood type?
But then if you
Anybody?
don't know your what if you're a child
Yeah,
that
old
don't know your
positive.
mama and daddy?
Yeah, that's based on the
Like
Anglo-Saxon
if you don't know your
modern science.
grandparents.
I mean, you still can get your blood type. I mean, it's just A,
Yeah, I'm
B.
O positive. Yeah,
Ooh, God,
that's still
ooh,
based
right
on
there.
the
Ooh.
Anglo-Saxon modern science. They don't have nothing to do with
Yeah.
Africa though.
Yeah, but what about actually knowing your actual parents though? Knowing your mama side of the family, knowing your
Right,
daddy
that helps
side of the
too.
family,
Yeah,
knowing your mama and your daddy.
exactly. That
So
helps
we
too.
you
Believe
talk
me.
about
Oh,
yeah,
go ahead.
cause that deals with a child's psyche. You know what I'm saying? Like
Exactly.
a mama can say all day you act like your daddy to the son or the daughter. You know what I'm
Hmm.
saying? Likewise, the dad, if the children grow up with the dad can be like you act like your mom, the son or the daughter. You know what I'm saying? But if they don't know them people, then you know that's the trippy
Then
part
you gotta
right
look
there.
into
You know what
yourself.
I'm saying?
Yeah, then you gotta
Because
look into yourself. Hmm.
yeah, and
Yeah,
then
then
when
you gotta look into
you
yourself.
become a whole new you become a whole new vibe. So I don't know, man.
But look at the
I
tribes in
think the
Africa. Some tribes in Africa
what
don't
talking
allow you to
about
marry other
way back
tribes.
then.
Mm.
You mean you talking about from hundreds of years ago, or you talking about today time?
Well, let's say 100 years ago, just start from the past. Yeah.
because today time shit, them folk kick it like us. You know what I'm saying? They them children out of wedlock, and you know what I'm saying? Just they kick it like us. You know, you know, there's a lot of fatherless homes and stuff. You know what I'm saying? They kick it like us. You know. Yeah, I'm about to go get me some Chinese food. Forget that junk, man.
Man, that was fucked up.
I'm about to eat some.
But you don't want to eat from
Yeah,
JJ.
man. Nah, that ain't me.
He said,
That's
fuck it, the
GQ.
Jamaican place ain't
That's
open,
GQ
I'm
not want
going
to eat
to.
from JJ.
Oh,
That's
Yeah, that was GQ. I eat from JJ. That's GQ. You know,
No,
I
GQ ain't
think
getting
it
no.
was
No,
either you
GQ
out
ain't
there.
buying no chicken and fish from JJ. Hell no.
he was looking for a Jamaican
You
restaurant. He
hear what
said,
I'm
damn,
saying?
I'm going from Jamaica to Shanghai.
From Jamaica to China.
You're
From
right.
Kingston to Hong Kong. Goddamn.
That's fucked up.
Yeah, man.
I know what the fuck did the Chinese people put in that food to make black motherfuckers keep coming back, man? Nasty ass shit, man.
I don't know. Niggas love them some Chinese food, boy.
Hey,
NSG, yeah.
yeah,
Egg
they,
food
Squirrel.
hung
they
like a
put onions
Squirrel
in
motherfucker.
meat.
everything, man.
They use squirrel.
They put that onions in there. The onion got a good flavor on
No, that's that what's it called? What it's called? Damn.
it. MSG.
Nah, I want to tell you what them Chinese motherfuckers get us with. What nigga always want to come get that Chinese food. Nani Poo, what you doing over here, girl? Hey, babe, what's that bean in them the Chinese food when you be making them egg rolls? Yeah,
Damn, you
bean
gotta
sprout.
make a Chinese food in the kitchen, man?
Hell yeah, wifey make that shit at the crib. We ain't fuck with them chinks. We make our own Chinese food. Egg rolls, rice, everything. It's the bean sprout. She said the bean sprout.
Yeah, that too. Yeah, that's addictive too.
Yeah, that motherfucking
Yeah,
bean
that's
sprout.
addictive too.
See, that'd be a nice
Yeah,
business
that's
to
what I'm
start,
about
having a
to do
black
right now.
Chinese restaurant. Having a black Chinese restaurant. Shit, that's
Shit,
what's up.
wifey make that shit just like the Chinese. Tell you wouldn't if I gave it to you, you would think a chink made that shit for you. I promise. You ain't doing nothing but soy sauce and that motherfucker. That bean sprout. Gotta have that bean sprout. That's what you really get that authentic Chinese flavor. Like, oh, okay, you taste that bean sprout today, you think you done went to Chinatown. Yeah. Move, girl. No. You heavy. No, I'm not. Yes, you is. I'm only 1 year old. Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna let my phone charge, man, and I'm gonna get back with y'all in probably about 20, 30 minutes, man.
All right, son.
All right, church.
That
All right, one. I don't do this shit, man. I hate this.
some left turns
Link
don't
up
need to
to
be
the
made.
car shit.
You need to finna go in there and order that chopped rat. You get the chopped rat special with extra soy sauce, extra sweet and sour.
It's just don't. So what the hell happened to Black Power, man? I ain't gonna lie. Unless it's Pan, I don't hear Black Power unless it's from Pan Africans no more, and barely Pan Africans. Is that over with? Is it done?
Nope.
better not be.
Just a selective few, but hell no, it ain't over with. Can't be over with. Can't let it be over with, Q.
Mm-hmm.
My grandmama's 70s party a couple weeks ago, I was a Black Panther. Goddamn. I had everybody there talking about Black Power.
Somewhere between capitalism and entertainment.
Yeah.
True story and said Black Power got DEI. I'm gonna say pause after.
That motherfucking truth is hell, man.
So,
The truth always say pop culture is a weapon. So what you say, Dale? Somewhere between entertainment and capitalism?
Capitalism. I think it's identityism. Identityism.
Mm. Break it down. Go further. Pause.
Oh, motherfuckers searching for identities. Down the way saying Black
Looking
Power.
looking for an identity. Don't know who the fuck they is.
Yep.
Yeah, that could be a hindrance. It definitely could be a hindrance to Black Power. I must say so myself.
So what is power? So what would you say? What denotes power? What is, like, what is power? I'm just saying, like, on a basic level. We ain't gotta, use big old. What is power exactly? Like what?
I wasn't really taught to look at it that way, and I don't teach it out. I would say the power is short for empowerment, and that's the act of doing for yourself. So it's just, being empowered is like, being able to tie your shoes. A kid being able to tie their shoes is empowered. You don't got to ask mommy and daddy to do no more.
Facts. Facts. And that's really what it means. That's really what you, that's really what I mean as far as, like, on a simplified level. Power is simply just the ability to do, the ability to act, that's simple. Like,
that's when white people responded with it. It's like Black people saying Black Power isn't about trying to overpower y'all. No, it's about showing that we want to be empowered. We want to do for ourselves, and we don't want y'all to impede on the fact that we want to do for ourselves.
I was ready to hit something.
yeah, the young people they gotta know, if you can't show them what it look like, they gonna be able to come up with different examples that may not actually turn out. So you saying tie your shoes, they're gonna be like, shit, as long as I got an iPhone, shit, I got power.
Nah, they understand it. Like, for me, when I teach it, the connection between responsibility and like, I can get graphic. You know what I'm saying? Like, depending on who you are, like, yo, you want to be a grown man walking around with some titties in your mouth? You want mommy to feed you every day? You want mommy to wipe your ass?
Yeah.
You need a mommy to wipe your ass.
Yeah.
That's how your community. You want your community to look like that?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Conversation start drying up when you're talking about political power on your own block, let alone federal, national, state. You ain't even talking about citywide. Just you got how much political power you got on your own block. Do other people recognize you when you be in the street, when you be in the grocery store, or at the gas station, or at the Quick Mart, or just walking through the park? Can they say, that's a good woman, or that's a good man, that's a good person? He provides this. We were able to have access to this. It don't have to be no fantastic economical burst. You don't have to win the lottery, because a lot of examples that we try to flip and make it automatically seem like no matter what, if you had this influx of money, it's gonna be automatic success and they're gonna do all the right things with all the money that they get at one time. And we just have too many examples of it going drastically the other way.
But that's why I always state the empowerment part first, because the result of empowerment as a community in today's time is business. You know what I mean? You're going to be able to take care of yourself. You're going to be thriving. You know, that's responsibility. Like empowerment and responsibility go hand in hand. You can't be responsible if you don't take care of yourself. Take care of your like taking care, take care of, and responsibility. You know what I mean? That's the definition. And you can't do that, you know what I mean, without empowerment.
Yeah.
But once you're empowered, now you have this responsibility.
Yeah, I think the responsibility part, a lot of people try to deflect on the accountability part of it, the liability.
Well, a lot of people, like I would say, are acclimated to not thinking about Black people being empowered.
Yeah.
Black people doing for themselves.
Oh, my bad.
It was interesting. We driving around and we driving past Dr. Jerome Anthony, and you know he's a black man, but it literally looked like a house on Husted. Basically it was very that's what's up to see a black man, like I could clearly tell that have his own practice in the hood, but also I was gonna say I also seen the urgent care. It's a black urgent care out here in Chicago. I want to say it's on Stony. Yeah, I think it's on Stony Island. It's on something in Stony Island. But it was like a black owned and operated urgent care. I need to go back over there and get that for content.
It's a whole black owned hospital right here in Roseland, right? Roseland Hospital was black owned.
That's hospital I was born in.
Yeah, it's owned by Africans, but it's black owned.
You heard what she said, GQ?
Huh?
You heard what she said?
What she say?
I was born in
I didn't hear.
That's crazy.
What she say, bro?
Huh?
What did she say?
Say it again?
No, I didn't hear what she said.
Oh, my sister said she was born at Roseland Hospital.
Oh, she was born in Roseland. Okay. Well, it probably wasn't black owned then. They only had it for about 15 years.
So Logic said, I'm not certain we can do it by ourselves because of the system, nor do I think we need to. I think that would be, so to argue that one.
When he say by ourselves, what does he mean it?
So I would say that.
So during Reconstruction, did we do it by ourselves or did we not? I mean, what happened? What was that?
I don't even think we need to go back that far. Even if you look at what Taz put up in that debate, like all data, if we don't get into entrepreneurship and ownership, we won't. Like Taz just clicked the link. I just said Taz put that up and he just clicked the link. I was like, yeah, he did. That's one piece of data. Entrepreneurship is one of the main tools to attack the economic wealth gap. You know what I'm saying? And that's going to take independent approach to it. Black people finding solutions and coming over businesses. Yeah, by ourselves, doing self. Like that's
doing for self. And I don't understand, when they say that, I be wondering, I know what you're saying, that we don't gotta go back that far, but I'm saying it wasn't a time where we did it absolutely by ourselves, turned swamps and shit into thriving, booming towns and shit, by ourselves, really, literally, or did we have some help and I'm just not aware of it? I don't know.
No, we did work ourselves, but let's be real though, fam. That there was a need for cohesiveness at that time. but ain't no
Right.
cohesiveness. Ain't even no need for it. Motherfucker, you don't want to fuck with niggas. You can go lay up in the white community, and the white communities are let them at
Yeah,
some point.
necessity. When you said need for, I always speak about that necessity, man. That necessity is a motherfucker, man. But you keep a nigga comfortable, like you said, no need for it. I could be comfortable over here doing this, then it is what it is. Give them buttermilk biscuits and they content, you know. But you did
That
say we
shit's
did
so.
that by ourselves, though, right, Ted?
Yeah, hell yeah.
Okay. All right. I'm just trying
Yeah,
to
we
make
did a
sure.
lot
Because when I hear
of
people
own.
say that, it throw me off. Like, wait a minute, we got a whole documented history of shit we did all by ourselves, made all these nice towns, and I ain't even talking about Black Wall Street. I'm talking about Mount Bayou. I'm talking about motherfucking all the other towns in Oklahoma that we turned swampland into booming, had our own hospitals, our own motherfucking newspaper, our own motherfucking everything I own, But when I hear people, oh, we got it, we need some help, we can't do it, we need the Mexicans, we need the white folk, we need. Why? The fuck do we need them? For what? Like, we did it by ourselves.
I think people say that because everybody's here, and some people just have a. I was talking about it yesterday, fam. Some people have a doctrine that's anti-white. It ain't pro-black, but a lot of us receive anybody that's anti-white as pro-black. See what I'm saying? Everybody that's anti-white ain't pro-black. Some motherfuckers just don't like white people, but they can give a fuck about us too. And I do think one of the problems we have as far as being like a pro-black community is people don't have to be pro-black. All they gotta be is anti-white.
Right. That's a fact. I heard niggas say it like shit. I don't like white folks and I ain't too fond of niggas. So,
Yeah, that type shit.
motherfuckers just don't like nobody.
Like. All right, so yeah, the interpretation of not like.
Right. Deals with feelings and emotions, I guess, That's why I always say when the God race stop feeling and start thinking, it's only one way for us. Shit, that's up. And it's gonna be a turn up.
I'm just wondering if we too far from that though, man. Motherfuckers. I was talking about this shit earlier, man. Motherfuckers going viral playing with shit that used to get motherfuckers beat the fuck up. That nigga shit. You know what I'm saying? The Mexican going viral for saying nigga. You got the white boy going viral for saying nigga, all these rappers and shit. Like that shit has become acceptable amongst black people now. I'm saying, I don't know how you engage when the issue has become your own people.
Fact. Yeah, man, that divisiveness. That's why I always say, man, for those Willie Lynch letters not to be real, them motherfuckers is.
They not real.
No, they not real, nephew.
Nah, that's ain't real. Yeah.
Nephew say they not real. You heard them. No, they not real, man. But hey, shit, you'll think so, wouldn't you?
They taught us different in school. I just learned about them. That's why.
In school?
Mm-hmm.
They taught you about the Willie Lynch letters in school.
Mm-hmm.
Get the fuck out of here.
Mm-hmm.
What school? What class?
It was my English class. Our teacher African, so. But.
And taught you about the Willie Lynch letters.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, God damn. Y'all heard that?
Yeah, that is, for me, that is like wow. It's it kind of just goes back to again the false teachings of the public school system.
Man.
So you mean to tell me the way to debunk the Willie Lynch letter is also with English. Those words that were in the Willie Lynch letter did not even fucking exist in 1712. So to use that in an English class is almost double the insult because a lot of those words were not even in the English language in 1712.
Mm-hmm.
Did he say his teacher was African?
I don't know. I didn't hear
Oh, I thought.
Yeah, my phone started ringing, but
Oh,
he hear you, Taz, and he'll junior. He'll be a senior next year, so you need to hear this now.
did he
But
say his teacher was African?
Chicago Public
Yeah,
School
you
is
got the speakers up, Miss Demi. That's coming from you. Yeah.
Chicago Public School is suspect anyway. Hold on one second.
Let me pull it up. I ain't looked at that motherfucker in a minute. That fucking fake ass shit. Let me see. Pull this fake ass shit up. And you know the scary part of even saying is real or supporting it or even acknowledging in it what's in it is real. The problem with that is you're giving credit to something that is obviously not real in 100. And by that I just simply mean if people are watching the community do things like this and then write it down as some fucking prophecy, we're giving credence to people playing with our intellect.
But how is that different from Southern Baptist Christianity?
I would say is the difference. It would be the belief system that comes with the church paradigm. For some reason, it seems to work as a deterrent in our community at times. Like I don't think the Willie Lynch letter worked as a deterrent. It didn't move people away from the behavior. You know what I'm saying? It didn't change anything. It was just some introduced to say, see, this is why y'all act like that. You were trained to act like that. The white man taught you to act like that. You know what I'm saying? That's the role of the Willie Lynch letter. And again, it's, you know what I'm saying, it's elevating the white man to now a fucking you know what I'm saying, he Nostradamus now. You know what I'm saying? He was able to predict the next 300 years. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think you got to be careful saying that type of shit versus, again, the church, because, again, I ain't a fan of it, but we could see a benefit in people believing in chasing God. I don't see no benefit in chasing that Willie Lynch letter, supporting it, nothing. I don't see no benefit in it.
That was a hell of
That
a
shit was
breakdown, Taz. That was a hell of a breakdown. Gotta get that man credit for that. That was a move right there. Too. Ain't no benefit in chasing it. Yeah, I never knew that they was teaching that shit. You know, he go to an all black school. You know what I'm saying? And yeah.
Trying to find the motherfucker. I ain't looked at it in so long, but it's once I see it, I'll be able to explain exactly the verbiage I'm talking about that does not relate to the time period that they claim that it was written in. I'm just looking for a copy of it so I can read it.
And it like 3-4 lines that's off.
Yeah, yes, a few of them.
There's a couple of those old things, and the indentation. I think the way they indented. There's a bunch of things that it was off. I think. You said the school is using that. I said the school is using that.
Yeah, my nephew said they taught him that this year in school in English class. His teacher taught him that they was teaching the class that the Willie Lynch letter. So
that's crazy.
Yeah, that's wild. Because when he heard us say that, you know, when he heard me say it wasn't real, he instantly like, that's not real.
Man, American school system crazy, bro. That is.
Chicago public school is so suspect, bro. This motherfucker's torn.
But I mean, he might be using it as a tool to, you know what I mean? So, you know.
Yeah, I mean, because it again, it's like I can understand why it would be used as a teaching tool. But I think, again, when you say English class, though, bruh, again, because it's the English language that gives you the ability to debunk it, that's like
Wow. You know what I'm saying? It's like a double smack to the face.
I guess they could just be reading it to read it. They could be doing response. You gotta see what the teacher had them do.
Okay, so here's one reference right here that was off. It says, I caught a whiff of a dead slave hanging from a tree a couple miles back. That wasn't the way that they dealt with slaves in 1712. So that's ridiculous. That was the first of the ridiculous things in the Willie Lynch letter. It says you not only losing valuable stock by hangings, you have uprising, slaves running away. Your crops are sometimes left in the fields too long for maximum profit. You suffer fires. Your animals are killed. Gentlemen, you know what your problems are. You are not needed to elaborate. So I do think some of that was like it was laid out in a way where the history that was already happening and taught was used to write this Willie Lynch letter that goes on to say it will help you control your slaves for at least 300 years. But we're not acknowledging that would have been off because we weren't slaves for even 300 years after this, right? So it's like a lot of credit given to this is false. Unless, of course, again, we're saying we're still slaves or we're slaves up until 2012. What else is in here? Let me see. The old slave versus the young slave, light skin versus dark skin, male versus female. I'm arguing that they saw all of that in the 60s, 50s, 40s. That was something easy to put on paper. It's not really some prediction that was made. It wasn't something that was amazing to say because it's something that happens really in all communities in terms of like ageism and the youth not listening to the older people and whatnot is not uncommon. So again, I think we gave too much credit to that. You know what I'm saying? It just is what it is. We got to stop looking at it as if it's just us. Hell, these damn Asian kids ain't listening to the older people that raised them no more. And that's just, again, it's just white. You know what I'm saying? The older versus the younger is not a black thing, but we took that, we ran with it. Let me see. Okay. First of all, we need a black nigger man, a pregnant nigger woman, with a baby. Second, I would use the breaking a horse. That's what I'm saying. Some of that shit it just sound fucked up. We latched on to it because of how it sounds.
Yeah, 'cause they kept publishing it in the final call. That's how niggas kept latching on. Well,
You know,
who took responsibility for writing that shit?
Nobody. They found it in the library. They said, right?
Yeah, they found it in the library. You know, he introduced it to the black community though. In the 1995, the march, the Million Man March.
Okay.
Farrakhan read it.
Yair.
Yeah, it had been in the final call way before the Million Man March though.
Yeah, that's where it started at. He was the one pushing it.
Yeah.
And then this self-fueling, self-propelled. Yeah, bro, that like now I challenge anybody to find me something to do with fueling in 1712. That was not a real fueling was not a concept in 1712. You understand what I'm saying? That wasn't a word that what it means. We know what it means now. There was no such thing as self-fueling in 1712, bro. And I did this with the etymology of these words and whatnot and their usage. There was no such thing as self-propelled.
Yeah, nephew. About the self-fueling. Wasn't even a word back then. Yeah.
So yeah, that's my only pushback for the Willie Lynch letter. Is just that you can see in it our community, but I feel like they wrote it while watching our community. This wasn't some grand prediction. You know what I'm saying? Like, and again, if we saying that, then what are we saying about that white man? Ain't we giving him that? You know what I'm saying? That ability to say, I made y'all, I created y'all. I don't like that. You got to be careful with
it. Yeah. Well, I can
And
dig it.
even lynchings weren't even used as a word to define what that was until the 1830s.
Mhm.
It's just, we got to talk about it. We got to talk about our issues and whatnot, but we don't need fake shit or extra help from, a community that obviously wants to hide their history. And like I say, it kind of puts it back on us to say, yeah, see, somebody trains you to be that way and you've never changed. Nah, we don't need that level of influence in the Black community. We can change ourselves.
That's a fact.
Afro-Asiatic, you can hit the link, fam. You can come up here and challenge this shit. Because I'll pull my video out and shit on your remedial ass. This ain't no Asia shit, nigga. Fucking wanna be samurai ass, nigga. This the real deal now. You know motherfucking well to shut the fuck up when I'm talking and stay in the chat. But if you think you want to try, I'll your lame ass up here, nigga. Fucking go against me on shit. You know I can't do with that.
Oh shit!
I
Peace to
have.
my nigga Afro. What Afro saying that the shit was real?
Yeah, he down there cheerleading for the motherfucking Willie Lynch letter. It's about slave codes were written in. Nigga, get up here and say that shit. Let's talk about it, nigga. Sit down in there in that motherfucking chat playing with me, nigga. Trying to debate me from the chat. The hell?
Yeah, we trying to teach the youth, man. Trying to teach my nephew. They didn't got him up there in English class in this little bullshit ass school and told him Willie Lynch letter's real. We got to. He ain't even know. He ain't even know. So much misinformation out there, man.
Jesus is real though.
We ain't gonna even get it. I ain't gonna even take him into them waters.
Yeah, black folks in the South wasn't really around people that was being taught, why Islamic ideologies like Midwest, the Northeast corner, East Coast, Mid Atlantic rather.
Yeah, they laugh at that shit in the South, man. They already, they think that shit so. They think that shit the devil. In the South, you start talking that Islamic shit down there in the Bible Belt. You know, talk about you the devil.
9/11.
Southern Baptist churches, they ain't hearing none of that shit.
Nah, hell nah.
Mm-hmm.
All right, fam. I get up with you when when you ain't busy. We talk about it one day.
Yo, Dama, you're not allowed to put no more topics in the chat, man. I knew I should have went with mother. You about to switch this shit to World War VII, bro.
Really.
The politics. Yeah, Trump did it.
But I mean,
no cap, though.
Go ahead.
No cap, that Moorish shit hit the Caribbean, son. Yo, son, I'm up there bugging, son. Yo, son. Yo, Dot looking at me while Sizzler's talking, and they got this Moorish dude that's up there, and I'm like, hold on, what just happened right now? I'm like, Sizzler's a Moor? I'm like, hold on. I'm like, wait.
Out up in that motherfucker.
Yo, so I'm sitting there, but yo, son, I'm bugging, son. Like, nah, son. Nah, bruh. Yo, son. Fucking Moorish shit in the Caribbean. That shit don't make no sense, boy. Niggas talking about we the original Maroons. I'm like, hold on. What do you think a Maroon is? I'm like, oh, this shit getting funky right now. Oh my goodness, no. Y'all not ABO more Maroons in the Caribbean? Nah, son, stop playing. No, you can't. No, shit, crazy, bro.
Well, shit, Q, they was marooned out there on the island, wasn't
Yeah, but they're trying to make Maroons ABOs.
they? Right, it will make maroon the Moors.
Yeah, and we was always here. So, hold on, what happened? What? Wait. Hold on, why? Oh, wait. No.
You said that identityism, that shit is a real issue, man.
Identity is that shit's crazy.
Nobody don't know who the hell they is around that motherfucker. I'll just go with the gods, man. I'm with the 5%ers, bro. We the gods, the god race, brother. We're gonna be all anything. You got all these different titles. Hey, God is good with me.
Crazy, boy. Anything but African.
African gods.
They're like, look, man. As long as that shit ain't fit, I'm good, man. I don't want no kind of African nothing. Y'all black power niggas is too close to Africans, man. You mean FBA power? FBA, that don't even resonate.
That a bitch. The FBA nigga told me he was foundational Mexican American.
Yeah.
Oh, like I said, foundational Mexican Americans, man. I said, what the fuck is really going on around here?
Hell no, we ain't no Moors Israel reborn. Hell nah. Now, shout out to the brothers that, whatever, but, I thought that was an American phenomenon.
Yeah, peace to all the bays and the L's and the L bays.
Taz is a Moor.
Hell yeah, straight up out the Moorish Science Temple. Dr. Drew, excuse me, not Dr. The noble Drew Ali. That's who I'm following. That's who my daddy is. Y'all want to follow these Nasheed niggas. Now I'm following the real OG, the prophet, nigga.
Yo. That's funny as shit.
All right, man. Let me throw this at your nephew right quick. Damn, Paul, that was crazy. Let me show him this right quick though. Do me a favor, Q, share my screen, buddy. We can close this out for now till Afro Ray to try something. So the first word in there.
Hey, Taz, hold 1 second. He parking. He a new driver. I got him driving the truck. I'll let him park right quick.
Yeah.
So give him 1 second. Look at him. He over here. He think he owns something. Driving the big truck. See if he can park this thing.
Remember, you gotta jam the pedal to the right.
What you say, Cuba?
Jam the pedal to the right and then push the shifter at the same time. You want to drive in second.
And that's your principle. That's the principle right there. You know what I mean? You tell misinformation.
Don't worry about the red light.
He's just as bad as the English teacher with the Willie Leslie.
When you see the red light, that just means get angry.
All right, straighten it up a little bit. Don't pull it back. And you can turn it over some. Come over closer to the curse.
I went to the Stevie Wonder driving school, man. I'm good at driving.
There you go. He got his license. He went to driving school.
Got plastic.
What you mean?
To cover my window.
Oh, I don't know. I'm gonna see.
You better get him off the camera. He like 7 years old, bro.
17, man. He look like he's 7.
No,
That's 7.
am I in there?
Yeah, you in there straight in the front of.
You gotta be down south, man. You can't be behind the wheel in the second grade. That's me. I'm the
I
only motherfucker in
Just
grade
pull straight
school.
back now, sure.
I tell my
I
kids
don't know what
never,
he's doing. No, he
You said
done got nervous. I done put him on camera. He's freaking out.
nah.
He been doing good all this time.
cause he's like 9 years old.
I'm 17.
All right, Taz. School the young brother.
Okay, so the first word we going to is foolproof. Foolproof was not a word that would have been used in 1712. You don't see its earliest usage till 1902. So if a word like that is there, I'm again, we asking how a word that wasn't used during this time period yet appears in the Willie Lynch letter. Not, you know what I'm saying? He has it, I'm sure. They just learned about it, so that'll give him a chance to look at it and juxtapose it to what I'm saying. So again, this wasn't a word that was used. Foolproof wasn't used until another 200 years later. So again, that word again, we're just challenging where these words were used at, and if they were even in the English language or lexicon at that time. Self-generating is also in the Willie Lynch letter. Now this one says it back to the mid 1700s, but that would still be too late for the Willie Lynch letter because again, it's 1712 is what they're claiming. So if the earliest usage is 1745, that word wouldn't fit either. And again, these are words that are actually in the Willie Lynch letter itself. The last one we're going to do is refueling. There was no concept of refueling. Again, this is a word from 1811. And again, this is way after 1712. It's 100 years later. So I'm saying when you start seeing words that were not in the dictionary, they had no meaning at that time. They just don't fit the letter. You won't find nothing else written from that same time period with that language in it. So that's where I challenge the Willie Lynch letter with. It's just the words in it don't fit the time period it was written in.
You understand what he's saying?
Yeah.
What did he say?
He was basically saying the word they was using was even made up in the 1712.
So therefore,
But hold on, but it's documented that it's a hoax, though, right?
No. We know it and we talk about it, but gonna find, you know what I'm saying, like a real conversation. I think it's a few people wrote books and shit, but you know what I'm saying, it's still not a consensus yet, if you know what I mean.
Well, no, I would say it's a consensus, but it's people who still fuck with it. Cause I haven't heard any anybody any authority say that it's real or attempt to. So,
Or attempt to argue.
but yeah,
right.
but carry on. I was just asking. Carry on.
That was. I just wanted to show him what those of us that contested.
I don't know what nowhere is documented that it's fake.
Yeah, it ain't.
You said you don't know where it's documented that it's fake.
Well, matter of fact, then again, you might be right, Domo, because when you Google it, it tell you that it's fake.
Nah, he just said it. There is no documentation to saying it was an actual letter. Like nobody. I'm just speaking on the South. Like coming up in the South, there was nobody really took it serious. We knew that it was some sort of scheme. So we thought the people that was in the NOI was aware. We had no idea that they was trying to push it as being real. Like I never even caught on to that until the 2000s. Like I'm way late in the game in terms of you actually thought this was an actual letter that was written. So
nigga, I tried to bring it up to make a point in one of my African American studies classes, and niggas laughed at me. And hold on, not even niggas, my niggas, like my debate partners. We was all in this class together, and they had the professor before, and this was my first time having her. So as soon as I brought it up to make a point, the niggas just busted out laughing like, but he don't know yet. He don't know.
Died on it though. That's crazy.
Bro, they laughed at me in class, nigga. I'm talking, and look, and I'm supposed to be one of the smart niggas. And she didn't even have to say nothing, nigga. Everybody else in class was just like, nigga, you late.
That's fucked up. Die on the Willie Lynch letter crowd, though. That's fucked up.
Yeah, bro. And again, it was my niggas that laughed. They ain't even warn me or nothing. They just laughed at a nigga. But what I will say is that don't change the fact that type of mentality shaped how like the politics of the plantation. So it's like the reason why the letter is convincing is because it accurately depicts like things that we know historically to have taken place.
I'm gonna grab that book. I ain't got that, Joe.
That's
I'm
kind
gonna
of like
grab
what
it.
Taz said, though. It was more or less. It wasn't prophetic or nothing like that. It was more or less just taking a snapshot of what was really going on at the time, and then they just threw it in the letter when it was wrote in probably the 1950s or 60s or something. When it
No,
was
I think that
actually
shit came
But
out
real
in
quick, let me
it
shout
was
out
like the 60s or the 70s.
right
yo,
when it was
Cornell,
actually when it was actually written.
yo, good looks
Hey
Cornell,
guys,
$20
I
cash
just
app,
thought
bro.
I'd mention to you that I met the professor who said he actually wrote the letter.
Mm.
Hold on, Wale. Go ahead, Q.
Now, Cornell, I was just saying, good looks on the $20 cash app and the new membership. Appreciate you, bro. Everybody, we still raising funds, man.
Black Power, Cornell.
Beautiful.
Yeah, I was in the back last night. Well, that was yesterday afternoon. I was in the back while Meet was talking, but I was in the car, so I had a chop connection. I don't know if you saw me back there.
You got mad feedback, Wale.
Okay.
But yeah,
I was just making a point, but you said to stop, so I thought maybe I'd make the point about the letter thing, and then I'm done.
Well, you know, a lot of real like historical people though, Wale. That's amazing that you met the actual professor that wrote it, bro. Like you always come through with direct knowledge of historical incidents in Black history. It reminds me of, you know, the Jesse Jackson thing that you just gave that nigga. You know what I'm saying? You be right there, man, in the moments.
I'm telling you, the brother's an international spy, man. He on the run right now.
At the University in North Carolina, what's it called, Charlotte? I think that's what they call it there. I know it's in North Carolina. I met him there.
That one in Chapel Hill in Charlotte. Yeah, got you. Or you talking about Chapel Hill?
I'm pretty sure his name is Dr. Ashanti.
Mm-hmm.
I just thought it was interesting when you guys were saying about it being, you know, I don't know what you mean, but, you know, not written by somebody, a pseudonym. It was written under a pseudonym, I think is what you really mean. It's written by...
It was written in a way in which it's supposed to be from 1712. So if it was an actual letter written in the 70s and it was acknowledged as that, I don't think it would be a big deal. But it's written as a letter from 1712, which is kind of given a like I said, gives the impression that white men were able to predict Black behavior for the next 200, 300 years. You know what I'm saying? It's a way of elevating white people to, you know what I'm saying, a status of having, you know, created us and they were able to predict our behaviors and whatnot. And it's just not true. Because the story ain't said to be written by a Black man. It was allegedly written by a white man named Charles Lynch or William Lynch. Maybe Charles Lynch was the politician. I think maybe William Lynch was the alleged person that wrote it in 1712.
Now, but the dude that Wale talking about, they got a bunch of shit saying that he wrote that he
Yeah, that's the one that they saying wrote it. But that, I'm reminding Wale though that he wouldn't have wrote it in 1712 though.
Oh no! This dude said he wrote it in 1970s.
Right. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Dr. Quimby Ashanti dropped the bomb as I prepared to sign books.
Let me see that.
But remember,
yeah,
it's written in the language of 1712. He does not ever claim to be the author within the Willie Lynch letter. This is after the fact. So they claim we don't.
Oh yeah, we agree. We agree.
Now he said they wrote it. I'm the right. He said he waited for a crowd to line up for me to sign a new novel. It was the biggest news of the year. Thought of it as I begged him to tell me the rest of the story. Shanti lives in Durham, North Carolina. Is a mastermind of the biggest hoax since the claim that Microsoft had purchased the Roman Catholic Church. The Willie Lynch matter is mentioned in the movie Great Debaters. The notions of the Zedek being popular after the Nation of Islam, Louis Farrakhan quoted parts of it during his speech at the Million Man's March in 1995. Farrakhan, blah, blah, blah. The later purported to be a verbatim account, blah, 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 blah. Ashanti claims that he wrote the letter in 1970 as a way to present his theory related to the current division inherent in the Black community. The document was assumed to be an authentic account of the slavery during the 18th century and was used by members of the academy, ministries, and activists to draw attention to ongoing implications of slavery. Malcolm X used the same process of thought, message of the grassroots, blah, blah, blah. Asante is an author of at least 10 books that focus on the importance of Afrocentric culture and the education of African beliefs. His book, Psychotechnology of Brainwashing, examines what he calls the system of white supremacy, niggerization's process. So I got to find that. Psychotechnology of Brainwashing examines what he calls the system of white supremacy's niggerization process. I got to go find that right now. That sounds like some shit I was right.
Nah, what's the name? Been on that. Cornel West. Cornel West talk about the niggerization of America.
I never heard of this. Wally just said, I was like, before I said anything, I'm like, anytime, Wally, you got my respect. Before you say anything, I look it up. You see, you earned that, Wally. I just don't jump out the window. I say, let me go look over Wally, because Wally would be the motherfucker like, y'all smoked a whole blunt with son at the airport. It was crazy. It was a random shootout. I took a left turn. I dropped my weed. I looked up. Some was right there next to my car. We smoked the blunt, and I introduced him with his first wife, and I never seen him again. Wally got them type of stories.
That's funny though. Yeah, that's Kwabena. Him and I used to rap for about a year. Every Sunday, every weekend, we would rap for about 2 hours every Sunday. He was building one of those books when we were talking. That's beautiful, man. Thank you for checking. I appreciate it.
Yeah, that's random. Never heard of this dude. Y'all ever heard of this dude?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He's definitely known to have claimed to wrote it. And again, that's why that's why we're here. Making sure GQ nephew don't fall into the trap of believing that it was written in 1712.
Oh yeah, exactly. That's how. Yeah, GQ, your nephew see it, so yeah, we got, because I never even heard of this dude. But yeah, that's pretty much hoax.
Yeah, I didn't remember.
Now hold on, was it a hoax, or was it just people kind of ran with it the wrong way? Because a hoax is like the nigga tried to pass it off as authentic.
I don't know. I think if we was to go and start breaking it down and analyzing the way he's wording it, it don't sound like it was meant to be a hoax. It was taken and ran with on some quack shit. That's what I call pro quack shit. Just lie, make up shit, and call that some black power shit. That's some quack shit. And so I think that's what probably happened to us. Some nigga, them Black Liberation Army niggas, that somebody got a hold to that shit. You know what I'm saying?
They said the Nation of Islam.
Well, hold on, Q. That's what I was just about to say, nigga. With the NOI running with it, it's some bullshit.
The NOI, that you ran with that shit and flipped it, nigga.
The same niggas that said, "Don't you want your hair to match your eyebrows?"
Yo, shut up, man. Damn, son. Damn, son.
Hey, yo.
That fucked me up. Yeah, the same niggas that Scientologists these days.
There's more to the NOI than just that, man. Damn, son, that hurts. I was like, I couldn't even respond to that shit. Like, damn, I expect Psycho to say some shit like that. I was like, damn, son. Fuck.
That's what I'm saying. Black people in the northeast corner and in the Midwest, y'all were being not obliterated, but I mean, in the South, we ain't see these motherfuckers.
Yeah, y'all got them all the
Well,
way straightened out.
There's a lot
you,
of
you,
shit
you
y'all
ain't
ain't
see.
seen in the South, man. Cars, big
But we
houses,
I mean, we
ambulances,
cool.
Right.
Yeah.
Look, indoor
refrigerators.
plumbing like a motherfucker. Like, what are we talking
We
about?
didn't need. Yeah, we didn't need highways and shit.
Yeah,
Well,
y'all
we
niggas ain't
had
got no
trails and shit.
lights,
Hey,
no
right.
rails.
Tell him, Dad. What's a back road? When all the roads is back roads.
That's what
All
All
of
the
them
I'm
is back
motherfuckers.
roads, nigga.
saying. I got a million niggas
Combo, it
running
depends on where
around.
you trying to get back to.
Yeah, a million niggas running around trying to get to the same goddamn place at the same time and shit. Man, fuck that.
Yo, Dev, you ain't even loyal, so you like a northeast. I mean,
I
you a
got
Midwest
grandfathered
country.
in. I'm grandfathered in, man.
Nah,
Shit.
you gotta pick a side, man. Because one week you in
Nah.
Chicago,
I got over 20 years on both sides, so it's cool, man.
nigga,
I
you
got
like
grandfathered in.
75 years old, bro.
That's me and Dale. We got the same story, goddamn
20
it.
years, man.
Nah, GQ. Don't
The
try to
South
ride my
Yeah,
and
nigga
you
wave.
Chicago.
don't be caping for the South, though,
Don't try
son.
to ride
What?
my nigga
Yeah,
wave,
you don't be
GQ.
caping for the South like that,
No,
GQ.
shit, nigga, that's
Dev,
just my
Dev,
wave. I ain't riding this
you
wave.
say Dev with the wrong way, Dev gonna curse you out.
I'm just a country ass Chicago nigga. Shit.
You don't
Hey,
respond to
but you know what? And that's what's always fucked me up about Chicago niggas. Cause Chicago ain't the country, nigga.
Right.
Chicago, that nigga, the biggest city in the Midwest.
But I grew
And
up
these
in
niggas say,
Mississippi, nigga. That's why I'm a
I was
country
gonna say
ass
these
Chicago
niggas sound like they from the field, nigga. Chicago niggas sound like they from the field.
Because everybody up
Shit.
here from the South. Everybody up here from
Yeah, they
Mississippi,
is from the
Alabama,
field.
Louisiana.
Yeah, they is from the
You gonna
field,
ask
though.
me
Straight from the
if my
field.
wife is white or black? Nigga, you crazy? Nigga, you sound crazy, nigga.
Nah, you do look like the type of nigga that fuck with a white girl, Diddy.
Damn.
Hey,
Man.
GQ,
Yeah, never.
Yes, sir.
GQ, you over in Chicago, right? And you
Yes,
sound
sir.
just like
Come on, hold on. Say it again. Say it again.
He won't even fuck with a black bitch that's fucked a white
So
man.
yeah, if you're a black woman, if you have history with a white man, you have no chance with me.
Oh, word. Okay, respect, Diddy. My fault.
Yeah, I was trying to come
Nah.
up with a joke. I was like, fuck it, wait, that's
Hey, what
Hey,
you was saying,
right.
Wale?
I was like, yeah, that's
DNT
you
never
know,
seen
you
it
got
living.
it.
DNT, you ever seen it live in color?
They check that shit fast.
Cause it live in
Nah,
color.
that nigga ain't never seen Don't Be a Menace.
Yeah. Who did it first? Was it Don't Be a Menace or Living Color? Who did it first? With some with the beanie on
It probably was in Living Color. To be for real, it's probably in Living Color. It's the same niggas. It's the Wayans. Don't Be a Menace with the Wayans.
Living Color
Yep.
first, right?
Same shit. Same shit for real. What you was saying, Wale?
Oh, I was asking you in Chicago. You sound just like my cousin who lives in Chicago.
Oh, okay, yeah. I'm in the shot.
Yeah, he in there. You
Well,
should know him. I mean, because y'all got similar ideas.
I may.
His big thing is follow the money. He be at these community meetings and stuff in Chicago. He's always been active in community activities in Chicago.
Yeah.
His name is OB. You ever heard of OB? You know OB?
No, not right offhand.
Yo,
His
DNT,
name
you
is.
seen this before?
But then OB is
Me,
about
they trying to
education.
Oswald Bates.
I told you this is all right.
Nah, I'm
They see
saying
this,
this is why.
and they
I'm
recognize
saying,
God when they see
no, I'm
this.
saying sometimes this won't be people that recognize this one and be like, you one of them. You might be one of them brothers that wear that shit.
From young to old, I mean, no, from it's not just old. It's from I'm talking about from my age to
That's
young
crazy.
people,
That's
young black kids
crazy,
walking
Q.
out of prep school. 19 keys, 19 keys. So this
Nah,
respect.
what
Gotta give
movie was
respect.
it? What movie
Hey,
was it?
hold on. And they call you 19 Keys, nigga.
But out of respect, though, it's respect.
Nah,
Because
but
if you don't know about 19 keys, that's because you don't know. But the youngins know about 19. He was just out here in the trenches.
Hold on. What
He was
movie
just out here in the
Bro,
was it?
trenches. Yeah,
19
they know
Keys
about
is a
19 keys.
pseudo.
He was just out
19
here in the
Keys
trenches
is
with him.
pseudo.
So it's recognition, it's
19,
respect. It's like
19 Keys
it's
is
not making fun of me.
pseudo.
It's not mockery. It's not them demeaning me. It's respect. Like, okay, I see you.
Yes. Hold on. But again, 19
I need one
keys
of those. Hey,
is
where can I get one? Hey,
pseudo.
where you buy that at? I need one. You know that type of
Right.
Nah, but
19 keys is pseudo.
I'm staying out. You feel me? I'm gonna stand out, not in. You feel me?
You missing the point.
You know, I told you I got the Patrick Ewings on out here.
My man.
And recognize y'all New York. Shame on you, New York cats for shaming the Patrick Ewing because they love the Patrick Ewings out here.
Missing the whole
Maybe where I go, that's where you get the Patrick Ewings from, man.
Yo, can he hear? Yo,
Go ahead, my back, you.
Nah, I was saying when you said the white girl shit. You said they asked you if you had a white girl. They got the episode where son got the dashiki on with the head wrap, and he got the white girl at the end of the shit. That's why I was saying that's the funny part.
Yeah,
right.
That don't fit me though.
No. I'm saying the joke is the niggas that wear that attire be fucking around with the milk of magnesia.
Yeah, but see, that's the thing. I don't fit that. I don't fit that paradigm.
Nah,
young guy said don't even.
You fit the look though. No, you fit the look. You don't fit the paradigm, but you fit the look. That's what I'm saying. You may not fit the paradigm, but you fit the look. You always got to question niggas like that.
Young guy said don't even play with him like that. Hey,
yo, Pure Black. Hold up, Pure Black.
Man, ain't my nigga in Oregon?
Yo, Did we gotta ask you how you wearing sneakers from Tethers, man?
And again,
my neighbor walked up on young guy.
This is a joke, but how you wearing sneakers from Tethers? How you wearing sneakers from Tethers, man? You gotta have FBA sneakers on.
Patrick Ewing is a Tether.
Yeah, Patrick Ewing, go to the FBAs, he will be a Tether.
My neighbor walked up on young guy and immediately started spitting the Fadi high. Am I bullshitting young guy? Started talking Arabic like a motherfucker. I'm like, man, he ain't with that shit. And this was a brother, my neighbor that's in the Nation of Islam. He walked up on young guy and started speaking Arabic to him.
Damn, Psycho. How y'all bring Psycho out of the dark dungeon quick out of there? We gonna do it. Shame on you, New Jersey motherfuckers, for selling us. You sold out. You sold us New Jersey next. Don't be mad.
Like, she really, I don't know what's wrong with her.
No, because Marcella, she got.
Yeah, we did Patrick Ewing dirty though. Don't get me mad. I'm not even a fan no more of anything because of that shit. Yo, random. Y'all saw that the fight with Charleston White and the white boy?
Yeah, nigga.
That shit had me rolling.
Embarrassing, bro.
That shit had me rolling. Charleston White won. That's even the worst part, son.
I mean, but like niggas knew Charleston White was gonna win. Nigga, this is who these. You know what I'm saying? Let me watch the rhetoric, but yeah, these the little.
He got one good eye, bro, and he's like 60, bro. That shit crazy.
And he beat that nigga ass.
He did.
I mean, most of the fight, them niggas was hugging. Most of the fight, niggas was holding each other. But when he caught him with a couple, after he started tagging him, bing, bing, like
yeah.
that nigga quit. That nigga quit.
He definitely quit over the unk. He caught it with an unk 1-2. The drunk unk 1-2. Yeah, he fought the Island Boys, and that's just fucking hilarious, man. The internet ain't shit.
Yeah, and y'all see Trump cussed out Israel and Iran because after that nigga talking about they had a ceasefire, them niggas was shooting.
Yeah, I recorded that shit. That was funny as hell. I ain't gonna lie.
Was hot. That nigga was hot.
Trump ain't with that bullshit.
Nigga, he the reason why the bullshit happening. What are you talking about?
Oh shit, here you go.
I was in one of them conversations just today.
Hold on,
where the guy was going deep in on crack. Okay.
Let me say this real quick, Wale. It came out that you know how Trump was saying that they completely demolished after they reviewed all the data and shit, it was like, nah, we didn't. We really didn't. They still got all that shit.
Yeah, they ain't hit shit.
That shit
I'm
still
kind of glad.
functioning.
I'm just glad there wasn't no human casualties, so that kind of temper Iran a little bit. They ain't got no real reason to go crazy.
Them niggas shot a Trump is the troll, bro.
Yeah, he blew up.
That nigga blew up a random mountain and told niggas, see,
this type of shit we do. See how quick we was in and out before y'all even knew it. That was a threat.
We handled it. Next time we won't miss.
So next one will be in your head.
This shit is hilarious. This shit is a shit show.
That motherfucker Donald J, man. You ain't gonna never have. Y'all better enjoy this. You ain't gonna never have another president like this, man, where you can really enjoy politics.
This shit is a shit show.
All the presidents after this gonna be boring in a motherfucker. Trying to be all diplomatic and shit.
Donald Trump says he's the last president. So.
Oh shit! God damn.
He said the people's going to say that he needs more than 8 years for his agendas.
Ain't nobody gonna say that. Not even his supporters. Ain't nobody with that shit.
Bet.
Nobody ain't gonna be with that shit. No, you ain't. No, we. You know, even MAGA motherfuckers know, goddamn it, these motherfuckers don't need more than 2 terms.
So why Black Power or the Black community not using this for an opportunity to step in the political arena? It's a political arena. Bar has been lowered in terms of.
That's racist than a motherfucker there for you to say that, man. Don't talk about black people like the bar got to be lowered for us to get in it. Come on, man. God, man.
Political arena?
Yeah. I think it's fear. It's fear.
Gotta hit him with the dev. Gotta hit Dev with the dev. Arena?
Lord?
Political?
Yes. Lord. Even if you got a motherfucking jacket, you can be motherfucking president, goddamn it.
Most political pundits say the reason that Trump was elected was because before him, a nigga was elected. So a nigga got elected before Trump lowered the bar.
Damn. Racism. That's black on black racism right there.
I mean, we don't have to wait till some cracker lower bar for us to enjoy. We're the reason he even was voted in.
I don't know, man. I think everybody was tired of same old politicians, lifelong politicians. American people wanted something different, man, and they got it. They definitely got it.
Go and ask any actual political pundit about Trump's first run, and they will tell you without hesitation it was the people massed behind him in opposition to that nigga.
That's a fact. While ain't no question, because he said it. I mean, shit.
And you will still cheerlead that nigga. You will still cheerlead that nigga. Foundationally, Hold on, but listen to what I'm saying though.
All right,
listen to what I'm saying though. GQ. Like foundationally, this is where niggas will always lose, right? Regardless of how. Great point, Wale. Because regardless of how bad Hillary Clinton is, how bad Democrats are, whatever, literally, Donald Trump's momentum literally stemmed from anti-black hatred. That's the foundation of it. Regardless of how much niggas fuck with Obama, niggas can sit around and talk about whether or not he black all they want to. These crackers are saying he a nigga. Period. And to recognize that all of his movement and his momentum is literally based in anti-black racism, to still cheerlead any aspect of that is wild.
I understand your point, though, Mo. Can I talk now? You through?
Tell him
Now you know
about the
when you gotta
Venezuelans.
ask.
No.
Now you
Tell him about the
know when you gotta
Venezuelans, bro.
ask.
Tell him about the Venezuelans.
I'm gonna tell y'all. Me and Zed was just talking about this, right? So 10 years ago, I started at my job. It was all niggas temps. We all got jobs, everything. To right now, it's all Venezuelans. Like they giving them
What the
all the
fuck that got to
resources.
do with what I just said?
No, I don't know
What
what
did
it.
that have
I'm
to
just
do with
No,
what
explaining
I
what
just
we
let
was
let them
talking
get
about.
that off
Spontaneous.
real
This is
quick,
me.
though, Mo. I'm gonna respond. I'm gonna respond to what you said, though,
Okay,
Mo.
my fault then. If you talking about something
Yeah,
else, then.
Hey, hold on.
we
Let me
let them
finish
get
real
it off.
quick, right? So
I hold on. Let me respond. Let me respond to what he
Let
said,
him, hold on,
little bro. Before you.
let him finish though. He ain't
I did.
finished.
hold on. Let me finish
I
real
did
quick.
just
My
cut
bad.
in. I did just cut
All right,
in.
go ahead. Go
All
ahead.
right,
Yeah,
okay.
go ahead,
Look,
finish.
not only that, they giving these guys food stamps. They not paying taxes. They giving them apartments, and we got veterans on the side of the street with signs. Black people, you feel what I'm saying? And they came up here just to get their vote, and they put them all in good places. Now the mayor right now is fighting with Trump to stop them from deporting the people.
That's it. Leave it at that. We're gonna leave it at that. Mic drop. Go ahead, y'all. Y'all
Okay,
got it. Mic drop. Because they
that's a
say the
mic
community
drop.
don't work. The community consensus don't
The
mean nothing, though.
same
Remember,
rhetoric,
the
right? The
community
same
consensus
rhetoric.
means nothing in Damo's
Go
eyes.
ahead, GQ.
Remember
Go
that.
ahead,
Remember,
GQ.
the
Go ahead, GQ.
community consensus means nothing in
Go
Damo's eyes.
ahead.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, GQ. Go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
All right. Black Power. Hey, but nah, you right. You right. Don't understand where you come from as far as
Educate my
because
sister.
he said
Consensus
that. He
means
said
opinion,
he
right?
literally said, if he could be the president, I could be the president. You know what I'm saying? When Obama became the president. So that's where the shit started at when he made that statement. And I thought it was jokingly. Then, goddamn it, in 2016 he announced his candidacy. But when you say that, my thing is, it's like, what's the alternative? And I understand where you're coming from. Is his momentum come from the anti-blackness and everything else? You know what I'm saying? I get it. You know what I'm saying? But
But GQ,
my
when you ask the
whole thing is neither. Like I always say. I jokingly, say shit about Trump. Trump the man. Trump. You know what I'm saying? But it's just like I always say, man, the wolf and the fox. You know what I'm saying? So I don't think we have a good
but those are if
option.
we gonna fall between any dichotomy, right?
I
It
don't think we
shouldn't.
have a good option. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but see, that's the thing though. Whether or not we have, like, I think whether or not we believe we have good options is based on what we understand about our options.
Right.
If we think that the only approach to political discourse is Democrat or Republican, then no, your options are trash. You're done. If
Right.
if you operate from that paradigm, you're never going to have something that's like a decision that you're going to be happy with. It's never going to happen,
Right.
right? And so, but that doesn't mean that those are the only choices.
Okay.
And what we have to understand is that we create the choices. We have the ability to determine who matters and who don't. But when we give up that ability, when we abdicate that ability to popular media, to the people who control the media, to the people who we see on TV, and we let them tell us how to think, what to believe, who to listen to, you know what I'm saying, what talking points to run with, then no, we don't have any other choice. But until niggas start thinking outside of the same conversations that go on over and over and over again, then we're only going to be stuck in this same repetitive complaint.
Right.
But we got to think about it. We have to think politics differently.
So that's why that's kind of like why I went with the more or less. My original, speech for the election was boycott the motherfucker. You know that. Like, it was neither one is any good for us. But that's why I lean more towards even in 2016 the non-political guy. You know what I'm saying? Not the motherfucker that ain't been in the politics. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah, I mean, you can, like, that's one way to do it, right? Or you can just fuck with somebody who think about politics differently, because I'm sure there are black, especially in places like Chicago, right? There are black people in Chicago that if niggas just invested in them and not be worried about whether or not black politicians is gonna sell out, not be worried about, but just saying this is the person that we gonna get behind. We gonna
Oh,
advocate for you to run for office. We
no
gonna get up and
question,
we
bro.
gonna
That's what
volunteer
we
on your behalf.
and that's
But
what we do, bro. That's what I do
but
personally.
hold
I
on, but
do
see
that.
that's the difference though. So then there are other options. If we
Yeah.
recognize
On
that
the
it's
local
other
level,
people
definitely.
that
On the
we,
local level.
but I think that's where it matters more, because then once you get their name popping on the local level, then they can build a national profile. And then once they're able to build our statewide profile, then once you're able to build the statewide profile, you can build the national profile. You can have niggas from other countries, other cities. Like think about people like Stacey Abrams and you know what I'm saying, and Keisha Lance Bottoms. Like these types of political names that niggas like black people around the country know about. Now, what if we knew more about those names, right? What if we knew about more niggas that had the aptitude to run for office and be an effective voice for the people of this community? And it's not 19, and it's not somebody like 19 Keys. You know what I'm saying? Like somebody who actually has both the cultural relevance, the cultural knowledge, and the institutional knowledge to be able to kind of transition the needs and demands of a people. We are in that political era where there's opportunities for us to reshape what these things look like. But instead of us watching this white on white violence with Democrats and Republicans, we're joining in. We're joining in as if we have a side.
Yeah, that's real. That's more than what Dev was speaking to. You know, us taking this opportunity to get into the arena. You know, but yeah, I'm with you, bro.
But getting into the arena, thinking about it differently though. That's why, like in my last couple debates, and then in a lot of times, which y'all gonna hear me talk about, is like reclaiming shit. Shout out Nikki in the chat was the only person to point that out. I thought that was funny because I wondered if anybody else was gonna catch it. Because like I was talking about reclaiming nigga, and I was talking about reclaiming DEI. I'd be going back and forth about with truth about reclaiming woke and reclaiming conscious, because like when we allow the popular culture to shape our framing of our shit, nigga, it's our shit. They shouldn't be the ones that to be able to dictate to us the shit that we gave to the world. And that's also true when we think about how we need to go about politics. We don't need to be Democrats to give a fuck about racism. We don't need to be conservatives to give a fuck about smaller government. You know what I'm saying? Like those things that
Yeah, that's why we gotta do for self. You know what I'm saying? That's what that's why the economics is so important. But we have to we basically just gotta do for self, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but what's getting in the way of doing for self?
Problem is even the best intentions, like when we got a black politician with the best intentions in the world for his people, and he get into that system, and he get indoctrinated, and he get and they get that corporate money behind him, and get the big wigs in their party, because it's definitely a party system, 2-party system. You know what I'm saying?
But that's the point though. Vote they ass out. We elected you in. We can vote you out of that motherfucker.
That's a fact, and I strongly agree.
That's what. So as many complaints as we have, is like, oh, when they get in the office, cool. We on your ass though. You get in the office and start doing that sucker played out shit. We get.
That's why we're about to vote. That's why we're about to vote our fucking mayor out. You know what I'm saying? Because he came in saying one thing, it was all gravy, great best intentions, but he got into the party. He started pushing the party line. You know what I'm saying? And the big wigs in the Democratic Party, they get in their ear once they get hold to them, man. They tell them but
I think niggas can say fuck ICE and it not be considered party line. That's what I'm saying. We can't, because I say fuck ICE and I say fuck Democrats.
And they have a bag behind them. You know what I'm saying? So they got actually bag men for their parties. You know what I'm saying? The party got a bag man that is going, okay, we're gonna support you on this next election. This is what we need you to do. You need to wop. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna make we can damn near ensure you get in, because we got these television stations, we got these media outlets, and we got this money to put behind you. Boom. So then,
but that's what I'm saying. We can't be complaining about. We can't be talking about nigga defending capitalism, and we ain't creating the type of economic basis to be able to support our own type of candidates. Shit, it's enough niggas with bags to be able to start putting money in niggas' pockets to run for office.
Man, you preaching to the motherfucking choir, Domo, right here. With me.
I'm
You
just
preaching to the choir with me, but yeah, for everybody else, yeah, I hope y'all hear this shit. Cause I say the same thing, even though we don't be seeing eye to eye on a lot of shit. Hey, that's my premise too. Shit, we let us do it. We can do it. Group economics. Let's have our own fun, so we can dictate homegrown politicians. You know what I'm saying? That's what we need, bro. You know what I'm saying? Ain't no
Okay,
question.
okay, GQ, I'll send you my cousin's phone number because that's exactly what he says all the time. I'll just put it in the back chat. You talk to him at your will or wish or whatever. It don't matter. He told me to go ahead and give, let people know.
You ain't put it in there yet, have you?
Hey, but hold on. This is where I'm about to fuck up the conversation. And
Not
these
yet.
Mexicans got y'all distracted, nigga. These Mexicans got niggas distracted.
Man, them motherfuckers ain't got nobody
These
distracted
Mexicans
for real.
got you niggas distracted, nigga.
It's a talking point, you know what I'm saying? But no, not for real, real. It's always
no.
it's been fuck
Because
them,
now the
and it's always
conversation is that
it's been fuck them, and it's always been fuck them. You know what I'm saying? I ain't, and I'm in Chicago, so like I say, it's different everywhere, but here, this city, anecdotal experience or not, you know what I'm saying?
So let me ask you
don't.
this about the immigrant population, like the Mexican population. Has there been any spike in the immigrant population, like since Abbott sent the motherfuckers there, or was it just that large influx and y'all still dealing with the repercussions of that? Where you at, GQ?
You might have went out.
Yeah,
Did he
man,
drop off?
motherfucker steady calling my.
So I guess Democrats.
Hold on, what was the question again? Domo, I'm
Fuck
back.
out of here, bro. Get the fuck out of here.
Motherfucker just phone bomb me, bro. Motherfucker just phone bomb me. Like, just called me back to back. Every time I end, he kept calling me like he was my bitch or something, bro. I don't know. Go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
I was asking you, so in terms of the immigration population, right? Like, so you got that big influx from Abbott. Has there been exponential growth in the immigration population, or are y'all still dealing with the fallout from what Abbott did in the first place?
No, it started with Abbott. No, it's been exponential growth since Abbott. Yeah, it started with him, but once they figured out, okay, Chicago the place to be, and then once Abbott's brought the busloads full, and they got cell phones and shit.
That's what I'm saying. I don't believe. I don't know. I'm gonna have to look into that.
They got. Well, look into it. That ain't no question. Ain't no question about that.
Because you got to think about it. To get, I'm gonna look into it. Because you got to understand though, Chicago isn't like in terms of like migrant populations. Shit, like all of the places that they could find more opportunity before they get to Chicago. Why would they fucking stop in Chicago? Or why would they go all the way up north without having the means to be able to get up that far?
Because of the concessions that Chicago made for them. Free housing, paying $1,500 a head to house immigrants, the state giving all kind of food vouchers. Even when they first got here, before they even passed the bill to house them in apartments, buildings, and homes, they were letting them stay in the police stations and abandoned schools that Rahm Emanuel closed down. It was so many.
So my question is, what would you have preferred that they did after Abbott dropped them off? What would you have preferred that the government did?
Well, let's start with I preferred them turn the buses around before they even was able, and I really believe Mayor Daley would have did that. Sad to say, the cracker would have probably turned the motherfuckers around, but I would have preferred, and Lori Lightfoot was the mayor when Abbott dropped the bomb. That wasn't even under Brandon Johnson, the current mayor.
Yeah.
But she accepted them, and it started with her, and then Brandon Johnson, even though he campaigned to not let any more buses come in and not to not let the city be overran with immigrants. Once he got in office, it was the opposite, and they made all the concessions for
Hold
them.
on. He accepted more buses?
He accepted more buses after he got in, and gave
So
asylum to.
who's still busting them?
They were still, they when he got in, they were still bringing busloads of immigrants here. Yeah, they were still bringing them. They definitely was,
I
because
don't believe
I
that
remember
shit.
when he first became the mayor, and they had sent a few buses up here, and they transferred them from
I'm gonna
that
have to
bus
look into
into
that.
a CTA bus, which became like temporary housing for them, a transportation bus, so
And
they
when
could
was
be
this?
warm
So
because it
where
was
did the bus
cold.
come
It was
from?
in the wintertime. And
Where did the bus come from? It
they
came from
definitely sent some
Texas?
more buses. And like I say, they have they have cell phones and shit. They have so once they get here and get situated and let their people know, okay, this where it's at, this where we at. They doing X, Y, and Z for us. They make it everything cool. And so then therefore they let the more and more came to follow. Someone with family members or whatever, but it's definitely still been an influx. You know what I'm saying? Yellow.
Yeah,
Hey,
hold on. I'm
GQ.
on the I'm on the other screen.
Yellow.
Hold on.
No, GQ, I put the number in the back if you care.
Yeah, hold on. I'm just checking something out real quick, GQ.
Now the weather.
I remember reading that the most buses that was dropped off these illegal aliens was in New York. It was like 40,000 of them at the time. And I don't know why New York, but that's what I read.
I'm trying to figure out how that motherfucker got ran out of goddamn Albany behind some sex scandal.
Mm.
You
Just pop back up
So
in New York City like ain't shit happened.
how much of what I said did y'all catch, man? Because I don't know what the fuck going on.
We heard all of you, GQ.
Okay.
Everything
Okay.
came
Cool.
through. He said
Okay.
you trying to look something up on his phone. Domo.
Okay. Yeah, but like I say, they got they telling their people, come on, man, it's sweet up here, man. They got free housing, we getting food, we living a life. They had the police stations crowded up. They cutting hair all in the police station parking lots and shit.
Hey, hold on.
Living.
But when you say the last buses was dropped in Chicago?
I think right after Brandon Johnson became the mayor. Right after. Let
And
me see
that
when he.
was
Okay. Can you look it up? Cause I'm on this damn cell phone. Can you? Or you need me to? Let me see.
no.
I
I'm
can't.
gonna look it up. I got you. I'm gonna look it up.
I think he called these I think two buses, maybe more. Because I remember that he getting a lot of pushback for him saying that he wasn't finna deal with it, but as soon as he got in, he had to deal with it. Like he had to he transferred them from the charter buses they came on and put them on the CTA bus and parked it over there by Canal Street, and they was living off the bus. Shit. The last couple bus loads.
Mm.
Yeah, the last bus loads was in January of last year.
See, yeah, I said it was winter time, That's why they had to put them on there so they could stay warm and shit. So they had like
But the
warming
city was
buses.
actually refusing the buses though, bro. They
Yeah, they
said
supposed to.
because
Go
they
ahead.
was refusing the buses, they dropped them off. They had to take them to Wilmette. That sound familiar?
Yeah, Wilmette. Yeah.
Yeah. Because the city, they wouldn't allow them to bring them to the city, so they was taking them to Wilmette. And I think they turned them all the way around.
Domo, the Wilmette is like equivalent to goddamn Laguana Beach, nigga.
Equivalent to what there?
Well, out,
Oh, that's
out where he, yeah.
Laguna. Yeah. That's Orange County. Yeah.
Yeah.
Nah, but
So
yeah, I get you.
Yeah.
But he accepted a couple of buses. I know because I remember specifically it was on the news and everything. He was getting pushed back. Even on the news, they were talking shit about him. Like, yeah, after Brandon Johnson saying he wouldn't accept any more buses, now we got him on a CTA bus to keep him warm. They whoop-de-whoop, they 2 busloads. They
Yeah,
came in.
y'all ain't never gonna make me shame a nigga who's showing humanity, bro. At the end of the day.
No, I know that. I know that, Domo. I know that. I ain't. That's not my intention. I'm just telling you. You asked me. I'm just telling you.
So
Yeah,
that's
no,
what
I
I'm
got
saying.
you.
What is it? The Brandon Johnson. What's his? I guess his points lost for that one thing. I mean, he's been in office on several different other issues. So
Yeah, he couple years now. I mean, he got about what two up under his belt. Yeah, bro. I mean, to be honest with you, yeah, he lost a lot of points, man. You've been
I'm
seeing
gonna
them
say
town.
that I'm gonna
You've been
say
seeing
this,
them
GQ.
town halls, Dev. You've been seeing them town halls. You've been seeing them sisters.
If y'all give up on that nigga to because of immigration, how y'all feel about the immigration issue? Y'all niggas are voting with the voting habits of poor white voters. If y'all
That's
give up
not
on that nigga,
true, man. You
if
can't
y'all give up
say
on
that,
that,
Domo. Don't
yes, I
do that,
can. I'm
bro.
standing on it. I'm
That's
standing
our
on it.
issue, bro. It's not just they. I know
Standing
you
on it.
you say that's white supremacist talking point. That's white folks. No, that replacement theory. That's us too, bro. Who the
No,
fuck
it's
they going?
not,
Who
bro.
the fuck they
No,
gonna
it's
replace
fucking,
before they
bro.
replace
The
us? You
great
think
replacement
they
theory,
gonna replace?
bro.
You think they gonna
Oh
replace some
my.
crackers in America, bro?
Okay, hold on. My GQ. Like, let's be for real here. The great
I'm
replacement
trying.
theory is specific. Niggas are included in the great replacement theory.
Okay.
Niggas, like we are a threat in that context. What are you talking about?
Okay,
The great
I got you
replacement theory
I got
has
you on the
nothing to do with black people.
on the initial replacement theory or whatever, when they
Oh
brought it
my
forth.
god.
Let's bring it to now, bro. Who is being replaced by immigrants in
Ain't no,
the
bro.
road
Black
boots,
people are not being replaced,
in the
my nigga.
jobs?
Bro, black people are not being
Bro,
replaced.
who
Corporations.
got you think who got to fight for that job with the immigrant? Crack or
But that's not
for
the
real, bro.
hold on, no,
Bro.
GQ. Here's the thing.
Hello,
Black people are.
is that me?
Yeah. Can y'all hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we
yeah,
can hear you,
both of
bro.
y'all
We can
trying
hear
to
you.
get it out.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So black people, the issue with employment isn't fucking migrants. It's corporations. It's U.S. labor laws. It's right to work laws.
You always say that, bro.
It's union laws. It's all so like literally migrants have nothing to do with it because they're incentivized by the corporations that say that I'm willing to avoid e-verify. I'm willing to avoid all the like no W-2. I'm not gonna give you no benefits, no nothing. I'm paying you completely under the table. I'm gonna pay you less than minimum wage. How the hell are you being replaced? And niggas are willingly saying, I'm not doing that shit, but you trying to pay me pennies to work me to death? I'm not doing that.
Of course, we don't want to work under a living wage. But
Yes,
I'm saying, when they
but
don't
that's
have to
okay.
pay the
But
living
they
wage,
are.
they don't have to pay
But
the
they
living
are.
wage when an immigrant is available.
Yeah, but they are making the immigrants available.
Okay.
If they were willing to pay niggas a livable wage, then it wouldn't be about the immigrants. The immigrants are only relevant because they are taking advantage of migrant labor. It's
Okay, so that's
their
the initial.
incentive for
That's the
profit.
initial.
It's their incentive for profit that makes the migrant labor population what it is. They wouldn't come here if they would just give niggas the jobs and pay
I do
niggas the
not
livable wage.
I do not disagree with you, bro. I do not disagree with you. But who are they using to replace us
We're
at them
not, but
jobs?
we're not being replaced. You're not willing
You
to do
don't want
that
to say the
job.
word replace, but you're being replaced at
No,
the job for lower
no,
wages. So they
you're
can
not. You're
pay an
not
immigrant
being
lower wages.
No, you could hold on. No, you do know that you could take that wage. You could tell
Oh, fuck
them,
no.
okay.
I don't know that.
Oh, exactly. So you're not being replaced.
Or I can actively campaign for the people that's causing me not to be able to get that wage, not to be here, so I can get that wage. Because somebody
No,
got
but
to do
it's
the
the
job, and they're gonna have to pay a
corporations.
motherfucker because they were paying. Because prior to the immigrant coming, they was paying a nigga to do the job at a livable wage.
No, they wasn't,
Of
bro.
course, yes,
Bro,
the
see, that's
fuck
what I'm
they
saying.
were.
That's what I'm saying. All the statistics, bro. Black people have been in have been in an employment and a wage deficit since we got off the plantation. Black people have never been paid. Black people have always been paid.
Domo.
No,
That widens the deficit.
Okay, but hold on. But if the deficit is already there, that means that that the migrant population that isn't unique. That means that it's the system of labor. Why are you so? Because here's the thing. Why are y'all niggas so willing to ignore the impact of the people who control labor just to point the finger at poor migrants? Fuck the billionaires.
I'm not. I
Fuck the
agree with you.
corporations.
I
My
agree
problem
with
is
what you
so
said,
I'm
bro.
gonna vote a
Hold
nigga out. I'm gonna vote a nigga
I'm
out
not
because of the
ignoring that.
migrants.
I'm not gonna ignore that.
Fuck employment. Fuck
I'm not
bringing
gonna ignore that,
business
bro.
to the fuck
I'm
black
not
employees. All
ignoring
of that.
that
I'm gonna
because
just
I
say the
agree with
migrants.
you on that
But you
point.
downplay it.
I agree
You
with you on that
downplay
point.
it.
But
You down.
I'm not
But here's the
downplaying it,
thing.
bro.
What's the bigger issue?
If you can literally see niggas working at warehouses, at fucking factories, making $22 an hour,
And then they shut down the factories.
Hold on.
They shut
Then
down the
you literally
warehouses.
see, bro, relax. Let me get it out. Don't do that. Now, then you literally see those same people not being able to work no more because they paying an immigrant $10 an hour. Then what the fuck, bro? You seeing it with your own eyes.
They're exploiting migrant labor. They're exploiting desperate people, GQ.
But there's not a talking. It's not a
so
talking
why are you
point.
not? So
really
why is
happening.
it so? Okay, you're saying GQ. You saying they are right? You recognize they're exploiting.
So what's the better alternative? You tell me instead of us campaigning for illegal immigrants not to be in our city, what's the better alternative? Boycott the factories?
Okay. Corporations. What's y'all minimum wage? Like, with shit like that, those types of things. It's all of these things. It's all these other issues, like access to opportunity, access to economic growth, leveling up, upward mobility, policies geared towards economic policies geared towards upward mobility.
We fighting for all of those things, bro.
Right, but what I'm saying is, if you saying you're willing to vote,
you cutting us off at the knees when you taking the economic base.
No, you're not. No, you're not.
Yeah,
no, you're not.
If you literally got black men not working, and we fighting for these upward mobilities and these better education, better this, better that, but we don't have the funding to do it because the niggas can't go to work because the migrant in there. Then you cutting us off before we can even.
No, you don't even bro. It's called allocations. You allocate funds for certain things. There are things that are allocated towards migrants, or towards helping migrant populations. There are, and so when we're talking about, but no, bro, that's what I'm saying. Like that.
That's what fucked us up, bro.
At the end of the day,
we allocated $300 million to house immigrants. Now the city, goddamn, is in debt. Now they froze city hiring for.
Well, I guarantee you that there was a plethora of other reasons why the city is in debt that doesn't involve the migrants. I guarantee you.
You know what? And that's what most of them try to. That's the wool they try to pull over your eyes when you
No,
literally
I know.
see.
But see,
When
that's what
you
I'm saying.
literally see where the money
And this
went,
is what I mean.
you can
And this is
follow
what
the
I mean.
money. You can follow the money and see where
Okay,
it
you
went.
can. Okay, you can follow that money. I'm willing to say that you can, right? But I'm also willing to say that the economic picture of why the city in Chicago is in debt, I guarantee you that it's not because of the migrants.
Why when we were not in debt prior to housing the migrants with $300 million? Prior to that, we was not in
GQ.
debt.
Okay. Can you pull that information up?
Man, goddamn, I got a good.
Can you? Because
I'm gonna have to get to my computer and provide you some links, bro.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Please do.
Man, we didn't went through this before. I didn't did that before.
Hey, yes, and the last time I cooked you.
I
cooked you.
No, the hell
Yes.
you did. In your mind, you always cooking, though, Mo. You're not cooking.
No. GQ. When you showed that article, when we was talking about the tariffs, because the last time we was talking about the tariffs. You showed an article that was talking about all the great investment that Donald Trump was bringing in, and then I read that artitle, and at the bottom of the article, it literally said, "But Donald Trump's recent moves on tariffs could
You cooked that time. You cooked that time. But what about when? Hold on. What about when I showed you where the money went for you argued with me? We did spend that money on housing migrants. And I showed you how much we spent on housing migrants and how much we was in debt and where our fiscal year ended before housing the motherfucking migrants. We were in the black, bro. We weren't strong economically, like we had a whole bunch of excess money, but we was not in debt. And then after we housed these migrants, we spent $300 million, bro. Now the number that we are in debt right now in Chicago is $300 million. Exact number that we spent on housing migrants is the exact number that we're in debt. And now they try to say it came from police overtime, mismanagement of funds by the mayor. Go ahead,
bro. My fault. Go ahead. No, go ahead.
He even getting flack. Brandon, they trying to pinpoint. Oh, they going digging into his finances. Where the money went? Oh, he got his cousin them contractor company got $2 million for this. They're trying to put it on that. They got all these different reasons, but nothing. But we literally spent $300 million on housing fucking immigrants. Where is that? And it came from Chicago. It didn't come from the feds. It didn't come from. It was all Chicago, the city, not the state. The city of Chicago spent that money on housing immigrants, and that's what we in debt now. And we standing in the middle of a hiring freeze right now. You know what I'm saying? They just ended this month in June. They just ended housing, the city paying for housing for immigrants. It just ended this month.
Okay, so here's the thing. But you're saying that there are reports that are identifying mismanagement of funds, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
So I'm gonna take a look at that.
Bullshit. Yeah. I call bullshit though. I call bullshit. And
so I'm gonna look at the evidence.
Even if it was, bro. Even if it was, bro, it was nothing heavy. It was okay. You talking about $1 million or some bull? It wasn't nowhere near $200-300 million, and we in debt. How you gonna say that's mismanagement for come from police overtime? Ain't that much goddamn police overtime?
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. But the reason where you lose,
they try to clean it up for them, bro. And I don't understand why. I'm trying to figure out, like, what is the reason for it? Like, why do they cave so hard for them? And I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about my city, this city. Like, what is the end goal? Is it a bigger tax base? Is it a bigger tax base that we looking for?
No,
once they
bro. Humanity. The xenophobia. The reason why you so confused is because you've adopted the xenophobia of white people. You don't recognize that immigration policy is a human rights issue.
Hold on. Fuck that. I ain't gonna accept that. If I've adopted any xenophobia, I adopted it from black people. I did not adopt it from no crackers. Fuck that. I'm not going with that, though.
I agree
all
with
black people got their xenophobia. Hold on, look, all black people got their xenophobia from white people because nigga.
Come on, man. You
We
won't give us enough credit that we can't have our
Right.
own fucking xenophobia. We got to get it
this
from
isn't a
Everything
good
ain't
somebody.
white.
idea. Being
Like black
xenophobic doesn't
people
deserve
do have
credit.
an opinion, and
Being xenophobic does not deserve credit, nigga. Fuck is you
I,
talking about? Yo,
that's
I
my
think you're
point.
above
But
Yes, it does.
that's just the
GQ.
point. That's just the
GQ.
point. I
I think
understand
niggas
where you're
are
coming from.
above xenophobia. I think niggas
Being
are above
xenophobic,
xenophobia.
now being
Yeah.
xenophobic does not deserve credit. But I would like to have enough credit to say if I am going to be labeled xenophobic, that I got it from niggas. I ain't get it from no cracker. Come on, bro.
No, you ain't getting that
you
credit.
can
Nigga, if
go
you
to
gonna be
other
xenophobic,
cultures.
you're
You
not
can go
getting
to
that
other
credit, nigga.
continents and see
If
xenophobia.
you gonna be
Nah.
xenophobic, you would
Xenophobia
not
is
getting that,
simply
nigga.
a term. Like white
Shit.
people don't own xenophobia. It goes on all
God
around the
damn.
world.
Come on, man. The white people do not. Who said that?
It goes all
It
around. It
don't.
goes on all
Who
around the
see when
world.
niggas start talking about who owns shit, then we talking like children.
Mm.
We talking about socialization.
Yeah,
We're
all black
socialized
No,
folks
in
no,
a
no, no.
get.
We
we're
talk
socialized in
the
a
term
we're socialized in a
xenophobia, and
Eurocentric society.
xenophobia doesn't belong to white people.
Nobody's
That's
talking about
your.
what belongs to anybody.
Hmm?
Like
You
that's what
are
I'm
though,
saying. That's a
because when you're
no. I'm
saying
not.
that when we
I never use
become
the word belong.
xenophobic, we're
I never
doing it
use the word
because of
belong.
white
I
people.
never use the word belong. I
Now
never
listen,
use the word
I
belong.
understand that. Let me tell you
I
what
Here
said
you
go
did
I
another
said
say.
motherfucker that
learn.
don't listen.
I
What you
said they
did,
learned. I said they learned. White people
I
don't
don't
have
agree
to
with
be
that.
the okay. I know you. It don't matter, but you
I
still
listen
said it
though,
was
Dale.
wrong.
Hey, Dale, you can't say that because I
I mean,
listen, bro.
I respect my people enough to at least
Nah, I
have an
think y'all
opinion.
on a delay though. But yeah, he gonna show you. He gonna show you how the motherfucker keep talking without giving a fuck what you're saying though. But yeah, all black folks get xenophobia from white people, yo. Yeah, what
Nah,
y'all
that's
talking about?
crazy.
That's what. But
Man,
hold on.
hell
You know,
no,
But we
Dale.
Indian
That's
understand.
niggas
not.
Hold
don't.
on, nah.
That's not
But hold
fucking
on. But let's be
true,
for real.
man.
Let's be for real. Hold on. Let's be for real. We get our understanding of race from white people. We get how we understand nationality from white people. We get how we understand ethnicity from white people. We are socialized in a Eurocentric white nationalist society. That means that how we initially understand everything is from the perspective of whiteness. This is why George Yancey, one of my favorite philosophers, talks about the ontology and the epistemology of whiteness. That the way that we come to understand the world is from the framing that is given to us by the white society. As we grow and as we mature, we detach from certain things, and it's certain things that we hold on to. And so things like racism, things like anti-blackness are uniquely taught to us through the socialization of America. This is like sociology 101. Like the dominant the narrative of the dominant society towards difference is taught to other groups within that society. I could get into why the pluralism I was talking about in my debate becomes so important in that context, but the debate is done and I ain't talking about that no more. But but at the end of the day, the reason why we call ourselves black is because of Eurocentrism. Did we create our own meaning after the fact? Yes. But when we look at other black people and be like, man, see, look at how them niggas act. That's because of the respectability politics that have been framed by whiteness.
I
Like, what
understand
are we
where you're
talking
coming
about?
from. No, I understand that part of where you're coming from. I'm listening. I do understand that. That makes sense. That's not way off the rails or no crazy shit.
Damn, that was a
That
mistake.
makes sense. But
Get the
nigga, you ain't
Q.
stopped debating since that debate started. Goddamn it, you know, still debating.
Shut the fuck up.
That was my fault, Goo.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
but you're right. You know, yeah,
What did I
we've
do?
been socialized by these motherfuckers. Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, yeah, we get all the stupid shit from the from their ass.
No, I mean, and so when I say we get certain shit from white people, I'm not saying it from the perspective of like we so dumb we brainwashed into doing what white. Like that's not it. It makes sense, right? Like anti-blackness makes sense when you live in a society who pushes and preaches and talks about and shows you images of demeaning blackness. You know what I'm saying? Like it's like, of course you're gonna look at that and be like, well, shit, I don't want to get treated like that. And
Yeah.
if that's how they treating, you know what I'm saying, the people that look like that or act like that or whatever, I ain't trying to deal with that. It makes so it's not that I'm saying
It's all anti-blackness because the relationship we have with them from slavery and from Jim Crow, that they, you know, like they don't
yes.
want us here. You know what I'm saying? They don't, They don't want us to have no upward mobility. You know, they scared. They living in fear from that shit, and they know, they know we gonna buck. You know, they scared that we will buck on their ass because of how they treated us then. And, they know the relationship that we have. So that's why they bring in immigrants and every motherfucking thing else, because they know that we gonna
Alright,
keep making
nigga.
you
Alright, bro.
third class. We're gonna make you third class motherfucking citizens. We're gonna keep you niggas at the bottom because we.
Show me when a Mexican nigga get elected president.
They ain't got to bring in immigrants to do
Talk
that
to me
shit.
when an elected nigga get, because that's what I'm saying. I think we ignore the fact that it's natural for the most of our immigration to come from a population that's south of our border.
Closest to us.
Yeah, immigration is a natural part of dealing with nations, and it's like
Anybody. It's like anybody but them, and I'm not even talking about Mexicans or Venezuela. It's the same like with the European immigrants and every fucking body else, man. They want to put everybody above us, man. You know what I'm saying? That's the way the system's set up, man. That's the way they try to, that's the way they do it. And they give you a token here and there. They give you the first this, first that, first black Supreme Court justice, the first black president, first black, you know what I'm saying? But they, show me and I don't know FBA shit, but when you gonna let a nigga in the White House that has a direct that's a direct descendant of a slave? You know what I'm saying?
okay, we gotta get behind it. We gotta get behind that nigga. Like we got behind Obama.
Yeah.
We gotta get behind that nigga.
Because
we can't keep talking shit about black politicians.
Right.
We can't keep doing that. Because if every conversation about black politicians is that they sellouts, then we're never gonna get behind any of them.
That ain't me though. I ain't gonna never do that, bro, because I support black politicians, especially as I'm in Chicago, man, and we got the black mayor. We just had a black female mayor. You know what I'm saying? And we had 4 black mayors when this last election, 4 blacks running for mayor. You know what I'm saying? And so, I'm always gonna stand behind that. If my choice is a nigga, I don't give a fuck really where he from or a cracker. I'm gonna go with the nigga. You know what I'm saying? I'm going with him. You know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna do that, bro. But that's just how they play the game with us, man. They play the game like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I mean when they put a direct descendant of slave in the White House, I'm gonna say, goddamn it, ID, we on to something. We cooking. We cooking.
Shit. Man, nigga like me though, I'm standing on it. Obama was a black nigga. That nigga was a black.
Yeah, he definitely had a black wife. I give him that over old girls. I still say the problem with Kamala was America wasn't ready for a mixed race, a mixed couple in the goddamn White House. That was a bad aesthetic for the.
Say it again, GQ. I agree with you wholeheartedly, nigga. Because that kind of gave me some apprehension. If Kamala had a nigga that was married to a nigga, I probably would have went way harder for her than I did. I mean, I feel like I cut for her, but if she had a nigga,
and it definitely would have been way harder to go against her.
Yes.
If she had a nigga from Los Angeles,
from Oakland. If she was married to a nigga from Oakland.
From Oakland, yeah. You know what I'm saying? It'd have been super hard to go against. And oh Lord, don't let them have any kind of ties to the Black Panthers. Oh Lord. Geez.
Oh boy, it would have been up, nigga. All of that when she Jamaican and all, nigga, when nobody gave a fuck.
Ain't nobody trying to hear none of that shit, nigga. Shut the fuck up. Because the talk would have been, as soon as she get in there, he gonna be running shit.
Right, 100%, bro. 100%. That nigga would be the most influential first man or whatever he called.
Yeah, I'm telling you, bro. Telling you, man.
That was a joke. She dropped the ball with that one.
Yeah, that was a bad aesthetic. That's a bad aesthetic, man.
Terrible.
You know, white folks didn't want their children to see no shit like that, man.
Yeah, because I don't think they recognize like what it means. Like even if y'all saying she a foreigner, for her to marry a nigga, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
Cause that definitely, we know how it is with foreigners marrying niggas. Like I know personally, shit. It took me years, nigga, for my mother-in-law to fuck with me.
Yeah,
Like no
took a
bullshit,
lot of
bro.
took a lot of hard work.
Nigga, nah, it took my son. That's what it took.
Oh, okay, yeah. No deny, there's
Yeah,
no denying nothing now. We have created the lineage.
yeah. He here. He looking like his daddy. So when you hugging and kissing on him, you know what that is.
Yeah, real shit.
You know what I mean? So that would have been huge. Was she Indian? And
Mm.
Indians definitely don't be marrying your
Mm-mm.
niggas.
Exactly, exactly.
So,
And let her have got one from
uh,
Oakland, nigga. Oh Lord.
yeah, missed opportunity like a motherfucker.
Stand down, everybody stand down.
Because his family would have got famous. You know what I'm
Real.
saying? Like the next day,
Yep.
they would have found his sister Instagram.
Yep.
It
Everything.
would have been up, yeah. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Real talk,
But
man.
they failed. They failed. Now we dealing with this. This bitch ass nigga. Well,
Yeah, man. Yeah, but for the most part though, like it's still fuck it. You know what I'm saying? They here. If they don't never go nowhere, the motherfuckers here now. You know what I'm saying? I ain't tripping. Fuck it. I'm gonna keep doing my thing. I'm support and preach to my brothers and keep doing their thing, man. We got to keep fighting. We got to fight a little harder now. Shit. You got to
yeah.
got to show your worth, know your worth, and show your worth. Shit.
Yeah, just a little bit.
Simple as
But
that.
I mean, I still, was how most people was like, well, with him getting elected, we really get to see what black people will finally wake up and see, and it's like, well, yeah, I guess we still got that. Shit. Niggas is still, is y'all gonna stop making excuses for this nigga eventually?
I got to keep going. I got to keep going and make for great conversation. You got to everybody.
Nah.
It can't be a kumbaya. We all say, nah, motherfucker. Look, this
Nah, we got ties for that, bro. We got ties for that.
is.
Shit.
I don't. Yeah, man. But yeah, man. Shit, we just gotta do. Hey, we gotta be better to each other, man. I agree with you. On a humanist part, but it's for us. We gotta be better with each other, man. We gotta treat each other better and help each other. Do better with each other, man. Like we used to.
Nah,
Like we used to
100%.
when the great migration from the south and we came up here just like they do. They got a blueprint, you know what I'm saying? Because when we came up here from the south in the late 50s and 60s, you know what I'm saying? We looked out for each other, man. Everybody made sure everybody was straight, you know what I'm saying? Out of necessity, but we did it, you know what I'm saying? So that's what we got to try to get back to if possible. I don't know if it is or not, but yeah.
Nah, but that's why I always say, bro, black people gotta have compassion for black people.
That's for
And
damn sure, man.
right now we don't be having a lot.
Yeah.
We don't be having a lot.
They push back to me. They push back on me when they talking about the YNs, and I took them our children. Them they ours. No, they ain't. They
Yeah.
ain't mine. Yes, the fuck they is. Shit, them was our children, man. What happened to the village mentality, man? If you Pan African, goddamn, it take a village.
Yeah, you talking to that nigga Willie. Willie one of them. That ain't my kids ass niggas.
He is too.
Where you get that shit from? See?
You said
See the
it.
slander? I never said no
Bro,
stupid
Will, you
shit like that.
GQ.
Don't put fucking
you,
smut on my name. I ain't never say no shit like that.
Willie,
Bro, when we was talking about
go ahead.
I
Because I
I think
subscribe to
told
we was
that.
talking
They
about
all our
school.
babies. I subscribe to that.
All right, you didn't flip flop, Willie. Okay, then you ain't
Nah,
said
I'm just saying that Mexican babies ain't our babies. I stand on that. But I
it.
give a fuck about our babies. Don't do that.
Yeah, them ain't our babies. Shit. With all these black babies, them our babies. Man. No matter how much of an asshole
You
they
said
are.
why not focus on the billionaires and the wealth disparity? Like, so now you're gonna say, all right, well, we want you to just hire these black people and give them better wages. And you know what the fuck is gonna happen? They're gonna move the plant to fucking Peru. They're gonna move the plant to Mexico. So we can't just go out here thinking we're gonna ask for anything and get it. You in a subjective position when you asking for shit anyway.
So the name of the book is The American Directory of Certified Uncle Toms by James B. Lowe.
God damn. Hold on, let me put that in my notes there. What the fuck
Yeah,
did you just...
I
Hold
put
on,
his
hold
link
on.
in the back.
Let me get my notepad. Hold on, man. You don't have to repeat that. American
Mm-hmm.
American Projectory?
Directory. It's a directory
Directory. Oh, the
from A to,
American Directory.
from A to Z. Yeah, you
Okay.
go in
Damn.
alphabetical order.
Of certified Uncle Tom?
Yeah, got to be certified. You just can't say, "Oh, he a Tom." No, it's got to be proof, some track record, receipts by James B. Lowe. It's a
That sound
2002
like
publication.
one of them pseudonyms. James B. Lowe.
Yeah,
Okay. James B. Lowe.
yeah, just like the hardware store.
Yeah. James B. Lowe. All right, I got that locked. I have to check these niggas out. They certified. Got the certified motherfucker. Domo name ain't in this.
I think we got a.
Niggas a fool.
I'm gonna put a download from Twitter in the link in the chat. That should work. All right, there you go in the chat. Oh yeah, the other one is Toms, Coons, Mulattoes, Mammies, and Bucks: An Interpretive History of Black in American Films by Donald Bogle. That's a more recent publication. Might be able to get a discount on Amazon. I'm gonna put a. I don't know if they got a download for this. You might be able to find one though. Yeah, but that's a down south term. The link might have took them out. Yeah, everybody gonna be looking too, and but yeah, it's always a volatile conversation when it comes to politics. A lot of people don't live around other people that's black. They don't go to school with black folks. They don't work around black folks. You just heard Tom said he since the Jamaican store wasn't open, he was gonna go to Chinese to the Asians for his dinner. So I don't even want to eat black folks meals. But I seen a comment in the chat earlier about repeating what white folks considered successful and admirable, like American hero. Like you don't have to do nothing to be a hero or be considered a hero. There ain't no qualifications. They be hanging around a lot of people that don't have no ambition. I don't know how you expect to change your position if you hanging around a bunch of people that don't want to change. That don't make no sense. If you want to learn how to be an engineer, how are you gonna be hanging around people that don't have nothing to do with engineering? You hanging around a bunch of people who just want to hang out and lay up. You want to get into politics. You don't be around nobody that involved in politics. I hope that download link can knock them all the way off. What's the rest of the title? Yeah, because one of them FBA dudes he can't come on the panel no more. But the ABOs and the Hebrews and the Moors, yeah, they've been kind of light. I got mad tabs up. I don't know what happened to everybody getting kicked off at the same time. Link is pinned. Y'all want to come up? What's the Indian dude got the mayor Mandani Zoran? Ain't that the dude that got ran down on by ICE? 43-36. What's the? Oh, that's 81. No, I'm looking at Zoran Mandani, the former governor Andy Cuomo, Brad Lander, and Adrian Adams. Is she related to Eric? So this supposed to be just. I thought he black now. I thought he was East Indian. Let me put a name in the chat so y'all tell me what it is. They said Cuomo conceded already. All right. All right. So are y'all saying that dude black? Mom Donnie? Yeah, niggas fighting over the mic 5 minutes ago. Now everybody gone. Yeah, you might be talking about another race. I don't see nobody named John. I'm trying to see. Yeah. Yeah, I'm trying to see. Is there any other news other than Iran, Middle East situation? No, I was scrolling through while they was talking. When he said Israel and Iran don't know what the fuck they doing, I was like, okay, I'm good now. I don't need to see no more reports. That's my update. Yeah, I'm going back to my science and education news. Nah, I don't know if that Adrian woman is related to Eric. But he said he was kind of like, I guess, going, he didn't really have a bad name before them court cases came out. So former branch presidents, bishops, and stake presidency members from Haiti join in establishing Zion in Springfield, Ohio. Is this the church article? Yeah, this is a church article. My bad. Yeah. My bad, yo. I thought there was something else. Well, I ain't seen no Elon Musk news in the last couple of weeks. Deep. That's good. University of Cincinnati commits to DEI rollback. The University of Cincinnati President Neville Pinto explained how the school would be adapting to the new requirements set by Governor Mike DeWine. Effective June 25th, the closure of Central Equity and Inclusion Office, the closure of all 4 identity centers, the relocation of the Center for Student Involvement to the space currently occupied by Ethnic Programs and Services, the LGBTQ Center, and the Women's Center, renaming the African American Culture and Resource Center to the Cultural Center. Shout out to the Bearcats, I guess. That's crazy. That's all I see for right now. The Middle East and the New York mayor's race. Damn. They doing cash app scams down there in the ATL. This might be a bullshit story. What is the Black Communities Project 2025 document? Talking about the Indian dude walked around New York, Joe? Oh, you saw that Cash App Atlanta store, Shatur? Let me see. Somebody said LA mayor was a Black Panther. Karen Bass' husband named Jesus. Mm. Oh, they only have one daughter. Though. San Diego State, California State. Uh, shit, she grew up in Venice. She went no damn Black Panther. 71. She watched civil rights on TV. Yeah, she spent a lot of time around a lot of Cubans. Yeah, I did see the RFK files released today. Since Tulsi Gabbard's name been since she been thrown under the bus. Well, her parents might have been. Yeah, I thought that was BS. She wasn't no damn Black Panther. Yeah, just because you black and then you from Oakland, that don't automatically make you militant or related to being associated with the Black Panthers. Yeah, we don't need to come up with no Project 2025. Can you show me where trying to behave like white folks uh, turned out to be beneficial for black folks as a collective? You naming all these damn white folks. That I just gave you the American Directory of Certified Coon. Unless you came in late. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna have to get back upstairs so I can eat too. Yeah, we don't need people like you naming in the chat to represent black folks. Right. See that. Damn, this motherfucker got a damn Kanika Jenkins video. That shit crazy. I'm gonna be eating very, very shortly, whether somebody come up or not. Ain't be no damn nasty ass Dominoes. All right, peace out. Yeah, it's almost midnight, I guess. Motherfuckers getting the last of the tacos. Taco Tuesday. I mean, them mugs all fell out at the same time.
Yeah, it was too much hollering and stuff for me, man. I just had to blank out. I can only take so much of that kind of just over the top stuff.
Nah, they both passionate about what they're talking about. So.
Oh yeah, I could dig that part. But you know, at some point we have to be able to differentiate between the adolescents and the adults. Yes? Yes.
Nah, that ain't what you heard didn't have nothing to do with being adolescent though.
According to who?
People been talking all the time. Adults have always spoken more words longer periods of time than younger folks. The reason why young people uh, run their mouth because they see grown people run their mouth.
Mm-hmm. If you say so.
Most things that you see younger people do, that you seeing older people do it.
Okay. That's beautiful.
Are you painting you doing an interior paint with the roller paint, Joe? That's what's up. Remodeling.
That's what I want to do. Paint the place up. Oh damn, I didn't get it. I was out there cutting the doggone trees down and trying to get them ready so I can move the logs over and all that stuff.
Cut the
And
trees down with what?
a chainsaw.
Oh.
Got it down pretty good.
Then what you do with when after you cut it down?
I take the bigger pieces and pile them up for firewood, and the smaller pieces I take them out for brush and stuff like that.
You got a wood burning stove?
No, I burn outside. I don't burn inside. Nothing I burn inside. Just the regular stove inside. That's a gas thing, butane. To me, butane is a lot cheaper. Up to individuals, but yeah.
So
but I don't have. I'm sorry.
Apparently, they had oil in the Middle East way back in medieval times because uh, that was the way that they used, I guess, those oil lamps.
Oh, okay. They use that kind of oil.
Yeah, look it up.
I know in England they weren't using that oil, that kind of oil back in the day, type of thing. They were using the belly of a whale or something like that, the fat from a whale or something like that. But it wasn't what you just mentioned. Have you heard or seen the oil flats in on Trinidad? I think that's worth looking at. I mean, Google and see an image of that. I think that's interesting. It's a little island, yet it has a sea of oil. Tar, it might be called tar. Tar oil, something. Anyway, it's they making money off of it as a resource. And you could just see it when you go up there. You could just see it. You ain't got to dig for it. It's funny.
Yeah, so they're saying that the argan lamp dates back to the 1780.
1580.
No, it said 1780.
1780. And you say argon?
Yeah,
What's that?
ARGAND.
Oh, argon. What is that?
That's a lamp that was created by argon lamp. That was
It's a
Amy
type of
Argon. My bad. God, like he's
okay.
no, he from France. No, he from Geneva.
You just talking about the wick one. It's the wick. Oh, and a circular wick. I get you. Okay. We used to use those in our heater in Florida. Circular wick versus a straight wick.
Yeah.
That's just a type. But yeah, he was using oil. But what type of oil would
Out the ground.
Hmm?
And oil coming from out the ground.
Okay,
This is in Arabia. You know, Saudi Arabia, that's not the name of the country. The name of the actual land is Arabia. Saudi is the name of the family, of the royal family, the Saudis.
You know what I was
we just say Saudi Arabia to put it together. But it's Arabia. Which happens to be ruled by the family named Saudi.
So the Saud. When I first was learning Arabic, Saud means black or dark. I mean, excuse me. Saud means dark, or maybe black. It depends how you want to use it. Like in, so I thought, and then I met the nephew of the prince. I think it was the nephew of the prince or the nephew of the king when I was over there in Saudi. I was in Riyadh. I spent 2 weeks in Riyadh, man. It was beautiful. I had fun, but I had to cut my visit short. I was supposed to be there for 2 months or whatever, 6 months, whatever. I don't even remember now. But my son was born, and I came right back home. They say my wife had went to the hospital to birth my son, and they sent me straight back home, which was fine with everybody. But yeah, Saudi was fine, man. Like I said, I met the nephew of the prince or the king. I don't know. It was difficult to follow. You know, we spoke in broken Arabic English, but he
Yeah.
was good. Yeah, he was good. I had just finished my courses in Arabic, so I was good at that time. And I didn't learn religious Arabic like most of the guys I know in America. They know religious Arabic, I call it, because you know they be doing Allah and all that stuff. All you know, it's mostly religious talk. But the Arabic I learned was just everyday talk Arabic. You know what I mean? Well, really, it was military Arabic, not even everyday talk. Military Arabic. But that was interesting, yeah, man. And they really cut off hands and stuff, man. They don't be joking. Every week, somebody getting something cut off. I was surprised how many Koreans were there. There's a lot of Koreans in my Filipinos and Koreans. I was surprised because I didn't expect it, and there they were, you know, doing jobs like driving, mostly truck driving, some construction, stuff like that. And Deb, you like Mercedes Benz?
All right.
I never saw so many Mercedes Benz on the side of the road, man. Because I was going to Al Jabal from Riyadh. I think that's north of Riyadh. And the truck broke down. So we had to take a ride, you know, we hitchhiked back. And the Korean guy gave us a ride. And on the way back, I was asking him, I said, why do I see all these Mercedes Benz alongside the road? They covered in dust, all kind of stuff. He cracked up. He said they're so rich. If they run out of gas or anything happen, they just walk away from the car. They don't even need it no more. They just get another one. He said the Saudis don't do no work, no labor, no physical labor, period. Physical labor.
Just like America. That's how they built. That's how they built the Suez Canal. It was a French company that actually funded supplies.
Oh, that's over by Egypt, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Mm-hmm. I found the French to be interesting.
Yeah, they got a lot of history.
Yeah. My favorite student, I would say at this time, because he still considers himself my student. He's born and raised in France. His mother was French. His mother is French. His father was from Mali, in West Africa. it was interesting speaking with him, right? Because he came to visit me. Period. He had come over before when we first met, and when he first saw me, he got so excited because he spoke a lot of French. He didn't speak much English, but we got him to translate because he was traveling with two other guys, a Jewish guy and an Indian guy, and the Jewish guy spoke French as well, and they helped translate. And he said he had seen me a couple of weeks before they made the trip in his dream. Yeah. He also said that in France, when they want to insult a colored guy, they don't call him a nigger, they call him an aborigine. Aborigine. That's the insult, he said. Had me cracking up. Oh, and the other guy too that comes on this panel sometime, Akili Niggas, he said in his home, I think is the Congo. He said that's also an insult in the Congo to be called Aboriginal. That's what the cracker, when he wants to insult the people, calls them Aboriginal.
Yeah, I don't recall people from Africa using the word Aboriginal for nothing because everybody was already from there with no sense in using it.
But because the cracker not from there, he used that term for the people who are from there, Aboriginal. And but the way they received it, like the way we receive it, a lot of people here receive nigger. When a cracker say nigger, they get offended. And the same way over there, when a cracker say Aboriginal, they get offended. So the cracker has learned that offends niggas, so that's how he uses it, to offend them and make them seem like they're not as sophisticated. I think that's the matter of the so-called nigger, as far as people are disgruntled about that terminology, is they seem to say that it's not. It means not sophisticated. If not just downright uncivilized. Downright uncivilized. I like that one. I found out in the 13th century there was a fight they called the Civil War. In the 13th, I think the 1200s, and it was a fight over around France area because they had different names then. I think it may have been even Normandy in the house. And then by then, and in those times too, they were using houses: the House of Orange, the House of Orange. What's a house? I forget the different one. But even the King of England and them, there's a particular house they're in. They got their names of the different monarchy houses. The House of York, I forget what they are. Windsor, maybe the House of Windsor. Maybe so. But like you were saying about Saudi, they had names like that. They ruled that part of the territory, and it would be their name, like it's Saudi. So what you doing, the chat or something, man? Because I heard it go like, I didn't even know what had happened. I said, wow, what just happened? I heard you saying something, but I didn't catch up on it. Now here
They was they
that.
was they was talking about politics, and when I put the Coon Book's name in, they all dropped off. But
So,
they didn't teach this in school. But Franklin Roosevelt got on a plane before he passed away, before the end of the World War II,
mhm,
and he went over to meet with the king in Arabia.
mhm.
And the actual date might have been around Valentine's Day, 1945. You know where Bitter Lake, Egypt is?
Say that again. I'm sorry. What?
Bitter Lake.
In Egypt?
Yes.
No, I don't know of that one.
It's over there by Dhahran and Rita, like you said, on the eastern part of Egypt.
Yeah, I just
Anyway,
don't know that.
yeah, it may be a small lake. But you will see a picture. They got a picture, photo of him meeting with him. Uh, they actually met and invited him on the USS Quincy. Anyway, that was the beginning stages, and for the plans for their quest to take down the British Empire and the French Empire.
Uh-huh. A chance for who to do that?
United States.
Oh, really? Interesting.
Yeah, we had all these new machines.
What year
They
are you talking?
1945.
Okay, I hear you.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So we
Just right
had,
after World War II, around World War II timing.
yeah, it's still
Yeah,
going on.
yeah. Well, the French resistance and all that stuff. I watched the movies about it and stuff. I read about it a little bit. The U.S. and French were allies at the time, I thought. Now you're talking about bringing down the regime, kind of threw me off. I was like, okay.
Yeah, the U.S. Has always presented this my friend, this my ally. Uh, but the ally is just what it is. You my friend as long as we are, or as long as I am, would benefit. So just because you're
Mm-hmm.
ally on February 14th, that don't guarantee you're gonna be my ally on February 21st,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
or
I agree.
even at the same time. The U.S. Was funding the Iran-Iraq war.
Back in 45?
No, in the 80s,
Oh, yeah, definitely.
the CIA
That's
was giving Saddam Hussein supplies for weapons, including chemical weapons, anthrax, and all that.
ooh.
And
Experimental.
they were uh, also supplying the Iranians with old equipment. They were giving Iraq a discount, but they was overcharging the Iranians.
Okay.
And the money they was getting from Iran from that war was being laundered through Israel for weapons like the AK-47,
Mm.
and Jimmy Carter used it to. Ronald Reagan used it to give those weapons to the Contranistas to fight against the Sandinistas in Nicaragua
Mm-hmm.
in exchange for cocaine, which
Mm-hmm.
was provided in America.
Mm-hmm.
The Israelis had the hookup on the AK-47. Anyway,
Mm-hmm.
I brought up the Franklin Roosevelt situation because that was when Franklin Roosevelt made a deal with the royal family, the Saudi family,
Mm-hmm.
to provide the United States with an unlimited supply of oil forever to the end of time, no matter what.
Long as
And
they root in the joint, they
no,
good.
no, in exchange for uh, unconditional security of the Saudi royal family,
There
whether
you
it be
go.
internal, domestic, or foreign
Mm-hmm.
or external.
There
So if
you
they
go.
want to overthrow the government, they'll
Mm-hmm.
provide all that. If they get invaded, they'll provide all that. So the royal family gave them Air Force Base, and that's the one you see in Dahran,
Mm-hmm.
Dahran. You know what I said, right?
Oh yeah, I know. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I went there. I didn't live on the base, but I went to the base.
So the United States has had an unlimited supply of oil from the Middle East for, starting in February of 1945. They have never had to worry about paying for
What you saying? Unlimited free?
it. Yeah, free.
Interesting.
Yes.
You sure OPEC didn't change that? Okay, I don't
Yes.
know.
That's how they who you think OPEC how you think they got into position to do that? You think OPEC just came off the street and did that?
Well, of course not.
Okay
You
then.
think?
So that's why Roosevelt went to the royal family. He didn't go to no president or no prime minister or no army general. He met with the king.
Well, that's how they play the game over there. I mean, in most of these places, really. That other stuff about politicians and stuff, that's mostly broke off of this colonialism and stuff. Most people had kings and stuff like that. So that's how you get the Shah of Iran. He's a religious king. No, he was a regular king, wasn't he? Something like that. The Shah, he wasn't religious. The Ayatollah is religious, but the Shah was royal family, I think, and they needed somebody with that kind of clout, to put up in there.
Yeah, you gotta specify which Shah you talking about, because Reza Shah was that was the father of the person that America, the CIA, put in. That was his dad.
Okay. That's what I mean. Some of those guys got titles. They're not really politicians in that sense. They got titles.
Yeah,
At this,
Ayatollah Khomeini, he came from Iraq. Actually, he got his philosophies and stuff when he was in Iraq. So
oh, okay.
he was in exile before he went to Iran.
Yeah, they move around, but the whole situation goes. You know how the whole situation goes. Just like they came into the Americas and pit the Indians against each other. You fight this one, you fight that one. They started, it takes about 60, 80 years to do these things. So they started so many years ago. Okay, fine. And then they work their way up. Then they insert a colony like, like Virginia over here and Israel over there. Just insert, just kind of, they just want a little place to lay their head. They're not trying to take over. Then they take over. They didn't took, Israel didn't just take Palestine. It took parts of Jordan, Syria, and Lebanon.
Yeah.
It'll have the whole Middle East in a few minutes because now they're taking Iran. They already got the balls of Qatar and EAU and Saudi. You know what I mean? In a couple of more generations, they'll be running the joint. And like you said, forever. They making treaties, forever treaties. Yeah, no, not no 2 or 3 years, forever treaties. That's why I like the Willie Lynch thing, man, because the guy told the truth. You set it up the way it goes like this, and you can keep almost any people. It's not just niggas like niggas so dumb, la-di-da. But any people, when you can do these things and set the society up to support those things as though they are normal, every generation will accept it. Every generation born into it will accept it, with almost no exceptions. A couple of guys like Malcolm X, a couple of guys like this guy, that guy. That's it. Everybody else will fall right in line. 95% of the people fall right in line. Everybody knows that. It's not like, okay, it's not true. Or somebody else really wasn't really. It don't matter. The premise is accurate. Not the premise necessarily, the principle is accurate. And that's what the whole thing matters. Not who wrote it or when. Is that important? That's not important.
So the king's name is King Ibn Saud. IBN. 3 letters.
That means son of.
Yes.
Those 3 letters there, Ibn Saud, means son of Saud.
Yes. So if you try to look up text on it, they'll tell you it's for 80 years, 100 years, but it's forever.
See, that's what. Okay, hold on. Tap. Say something. That's what the laws of Virginia was saying about slavery. Once a month, that's what they told, what's that boy named? Dred Scott. That's what they told him in that Supreme Court decision. This is perpetuity. They even use those words. So when people see me talk about, they did, they wrote the word perpetuity. They wrote it in, you know what that means? That means forever and ever, amen. And they meant that. They wrote it in their laws and books and statutes and stuff. And then we pretend like it ain't so. But you recognize as soon as some nigga do this or do that, it's like $1 million or something. And we were doing a lot more 100 years ago than we're doing now. But now, that man, look, I'm so excited. you know, but we were doing a lot more than that 100 years ago. So we actually going degrading. We're actually degrading on that, on the fact that we are totally dependent and totally driven without any cohesiveness toward our own determinations. Our own determinations. We have individual determinations. I'm not talking about that part. Individual determinations, and then those are limited, as we well know. But I hear people speak about it. However, being as far as our group uh, cohesiveness and equitability, yeah, the use of our energy in a manner that benefits us as a people, necessarily in control. So I talked to the guy I gave GQ the phone number for. He said, okay, cool. He's good with that. GQ calling, they good in Chicago. It's a Chicago connection. Oh, and I was out today. I see that your boy Sizzler does a performance here on the 26th of next month. Let's talk about the legal loophole of asylum seeking asylum. Wow. Asylum seeking. Them boys different. Somebody different? Is that why Iraq was burning the oil fields? I don't know about Iraq, man. I don't know much about it. Like Dev was going deep into Iraq and Iran and all that stuff. I didn't go to Desert Storm. I saw somebody ask me that. No, I was there around that time when we were booting up to go to Desert Storm, and the guy actually that was a funny thing because I meant it too, and that's why I left the military. I told the guy, let's say, listen, if you get whoever gives me a gun and tells me to shoot somebody, the person that gives me the gun is the first person I will shoot. And they say, oh, dude, we can't have you up in here. I say, you can't have me up in here telling me to kill somebody, dude. That ain't going to work for me. They're not my enemy. Must be meditation time. Huh? Let's see. Let's see. I didn't know either. What's this obsession with debate? Is that because of that guy on House of Consciousness? Everybody thinks everything should be a debate. Isn't there such a thing called conversation or, something other than debate? I see a lot of this debate consciousness. Well, what's the argument? I'm like, damn, ain't nobody arguing, man. We're trying to actually make something happen. Chaz, you still around? That's cute. I used to make bedtime stories. My family, we made them and sold them. Bedtime stories. That was beautiful. Shit, that was about 40 years ago. Anyway, I saw you put that in there, yeah. So what happened? Deity them left. That was too much bickering. It's bickering. That's too much bickering for me. I don't like all that bickering. Well, anyway.
I thought y'all was talking about asylum. Only want to come up when somebody arguing. Only want to talk when somebody say something that you disagree with. But I sure hear a lot of this. We need to come together. What kind of people y'all be hanging around? Seem to be seeing a lot of black people don't want to be around each other.
I had reheated the last of my dinner, and I'm just
Yeah,
finishing
I'm
it
trying
off.
to do the same shit. Yeah, I heard. Been on fucking chat for 4 hours straight. Shit. Everybody just fall off. Same fucking time. I'll be right back though. Giving them a chance to talk earlier. Needs to be around the people that want to discuss different topics.
Yeah, yeah. I was just something crossed my mind, and I said, you know what? Wow, how do you handle that? A
Handle what?
guy a guy on the Pan African make black heavy black this and that, heavy black this and that, college educated, all that stuff, maybe even teaching college. I don't know. And then he's all blackety black. You can't get much blacker. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But he's married to an Indian. What do you do with that? I mean, an Indian from India, now. I ain't talking about North American native.
Yeah, East Indian.
Yeah, I ain't talking about no Native American Indian. Mm-hmm. Indian, maybe even a dot head. You know, that's kind of Indian. I just read about that thing too. I think it's called Sita or something. I just read about it the other day, what that is signifying and whatever. Some things about it anyway. But yeah, what do you do with that? I mean, they super blacker than you. Be telling me I ain't black. I ain't black enough. Oh, see, you don't even do. You ain't because you know I ain't into the black thing. But they got all that noise to talk to me, and then they married to an Indian person with. Now they got Indian children. I mean, what am I to do with that? I mean, what do you do with that?
What do who do with it?
You know, you.
I can't do nothing with it. Well, I mean, when you say what do I do with it, what do you mean?
How's
When you
that
say do, go ahead.
How's that reconciled? Like I'm talking to a guy who's telling me, you know, all this fun thing about marriage, and as soon as his wife come, they start arguing. How do you reconcile that? You telling me how beautiful marriage is, and then as soon as your wife show up, y'all just be arguing like cats and dogs. Man, come on. How do you reconcile that, the two things together?
Yeah, they're not arguing because they married though. They arguing over something else.
Like what?
It could be anything. It could be anything. They wouldn't have got married. I mean, that's what I'm saying. They wouldn't have got married if them being married is going to make them argue. Why would they get married?
Because they don't know that it's going to make them argue.
I don't know. Ain't nothing I can do with it though.
Right. I was talking about something else. Really, I was just saying the juxtapositioning of one thing against the other. If pro-black and all this black and this and that, black, and then you marry an Italian, I don't know what to do with that. I don't know what to do with that.
Yeah, I get it's going to be based off of how you move. Your actions that you take. So if you are being dishonest and being deceptive, then yeah, that's gonna look hypocritical.
Yeah, it's gonna look hypocritical. Like I think y'all were talking about it earlier with the guy from In Living Color. Most of the guys, you know, some of them guys that be talking that blackity black sleeping pink, you know, all the time. Even Eldridge Cleaver was the first guy I ran into with that kind of noise. I was like, hey, this nothing. All this noise Eldridge making is all he looking for is these gray chicks. That was kind of disappointing, but I was like, didn't they see this? How did they reconcile with this so that it gets so far along the line? They hold a meeting called the Black Panther meeting and stuff, and he walking in there with a gray chick with blonde hair. Come on, man, what just happened? I got up and walked out, man. I was like, okay, that's me. I don't know what this is, but I ain't doing it.
Yeah, if you're asking me, yeah, I'll walk out too.
I didn't understand that. That did. Hey, I couldn't deal with that. This stuff I can't deal with now. People be talking about, oh, them sororities and the Masons and all them secret societies and stuff. That's where they get the term dog. Hey, dog, how you doing? That's my dog. Because they get it from that K9-ish Greek fraternity stuff. You hear it. Before, we used to call each other cool cats. We were more feline in our movement because we cool, like cats. We were disinterested, like cats. A dog is a slave. You know, you call somebody a dog, you know what you're calling them? A dependent slave. That's why a wolf will get mad at you. Call a wolf a dog, he'd be like, ain't no dog, man. Shit, I don't give. You can't tell me what to do. I ain't gonna obey you for no bone. But a dog, shoot, man, dog will obey you for a bone. We used to call each other cats, even in the, the imagery. So, we recognize we cool. We ain't got to do all that dog stuff. And now that I hear the guys calling each other dog, hey, dog, I ain't mean nothing, man, dog. I say, dude, don't call me dog, man. But then somebody tell me don't call him dude. So I looked up dude. Dude simply means one who went from the east to the west. So I'm a dude. Oh, and yeah. So yeah, I'm a dude. But I ain't no dog. And my woman is definitely not a bitch. I can't even digest the imagery of calling a woman that I have any amount of respect, even the smallest amount you can imagine, and calling her a bitch. Jesus did that, called a woman a bitch. I was surprised. In the Bible, too, he said, you dog, I ain't come here for you. She thought Jesus had come for everybody. He turned on her, looked down at her, and said, you dog, I didn't come here for you. We should have told everybody what the story is, but people don't read the book. I don't know why people say they believe in the Bible, but they never read it. I don't understand that concept. Whoa, it's like believing in air, but I never breathed. I don't know how you do that. I believe in water, but I ain't never seen it. Never been in it. I just believe it exists. I never read the Bible, but I believe it. Believe what somebody told you about it, maybe. But when you read the book, then you get back with me, man. That's when you know what's up. Because it says what it is right in the book. You ain't got to doubt yourself or nothing. All you got to do is read what it says. And if a word you don't know, look it up. Don't just jump over it. My mother did that. Like 3 years ago, I think, almost, my mother passed away. She's 97 years old. Yeah, 97 years old. And 97, something like that anyway. And that's how she read from when we first started reading, because they taught me how to read when I was like 3 years old. When I went to first grade, kindergarten even, I already knew how to read, add, all kind of stuff, because all my brothers were older than me. I would do work out of their books sometimes. That's how I learned stuff. I read all their doggone school books and everything. Beautiful. Yeah, sure did.
Okay, so picture this scenario. It's like 2 or 3 people working on a railroad track at the bottom of a hill or valley, side of a mountain. Then it's another person working on the split from the track, like it turned to the right. And then at the top of the mountain, it's a runaway train. So the 3 people that's working on the straightaway part, they got machines, so they're trying to hurry up and fix the repair so they can get the train going back. They got their back towards the train, so they can't hear it. Same thing with the one person on the split part of the track. You are up in the control booth, but the place where you in is soundproof. You ain't got no microphone. You can't open the window. You can't yell. You can't do nothing. The only thing you can do is pull the switch. So the train is gonna either hit the 3 people that's working or the one person that's working. What do you do?
Yeah, like I'll be saying, my father had a saying. He would always say, "There's always more than 3 ways to skin a cat." So
Oh, go ahead.
It's okay.
Yeah, I'm reading the chat. You ain't gonna do nothing. You just gonna let it hit the 3.
The 3 what?
Oh, you didn't hear what I said?
No, what?
Okay, so there's a group of people.
Oh yeah, I heard the story you
Okay.
said. That's what I was saying. My dad always said that it's always more than 3 ways to skin a cat. And so when you say the what's the thing called? Oh, when you put up the situation, my first thought was I'd look for another way.
Another way for what?
To handle the situation. That's why I said that saying, I say about my father, always
That's what
more
I'm saying.
than 3 weeks
You
in a
ain't gonna have time. You ain't gonna have time to come up with nothing to stop the train. The brakes just went up. What's up, Q Black?
Hey, yeah, I understand your consideration. But so far, I've found that when it comes to things or matters of those types, my father was correct. Has been correct. He was correct. It's more than 3 ways to skin a cat. Always more than 3 ways to skin a cat. This or that is not a choice. This or that is an ultimatum. And I know a lot of times we've been conditioned into thinking that, however, this and that is not really a choice. It's an ultimatum. A choice has to have more options. Otherwise, not a choice. I've had relationships with animals. I still do, actually. Several of them, even lizards and stuff. However, I've never seen where anyone tames a those kind of animals. The animal will cooperate with you. The animal will even befriend you, but tame, no, that's not going to happen.
Nah, but I said,
that's just what I do. I see it.
Ain't no jumping out the control booth.
And
the
so,
only way.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they're trying to answer it in the chat. Yeah.
I see he said something about jump out the booth and yell. It's a good thing. I mean, do your thing. The proposal
with
to
it.
me,
Yeah.
sir. Mm-hmm. I could dig it. That's what I've learned. The proposal is absurd.
Yeah, that's all you got. The only thing you can do is let it hit them, or the one person that's working on the part that go to the right when you switch it.
Well, do I know the people? Or I don't know none of them. Maybe I
No, you
know the
don't know.
one.
No,
I
you
don't
don't
know
know
the
none of them. Yeah,
Oh,
you
I don't
don't
know
know.
none of them. Well, any of them colored? Is because the one guy, if he just colored,
They
now,
both all of them black. Yeah. Black dude over there, group of black dudes over there. Yeah.
Okay. And you say I don't know any of them, right?
Nope.
Okay.
They get paid just like you.
Okay, and they all the same gender, no females, right?
No women.
Okay.
Pull the switch. So they hit the one.
Uh-huh.
Mm.
Huh. Uh-huh. And it's a train.
Yeah.
And either way the train goes, the train will be just fine, huh?
Yeah, they gonna it's gonna hit one of them.
But the train, I mean, either way it goes, the train will still be just fine.
Yeah, up until the point where it collide with one of the groups of people on the track. Yeah.
But there you go, man.
So he said he'll pull the switch and he'll be able to live with the one person getting hit knocked off versus the group. Okay, so same scenario.
Uh-huh.
No switch though.
What? No
They're working on the tracks. Yeah, they're working on the track. Same thing, except for you so far up in your control tower, you tried to yell down and they still can't hear you because of the jackhammers. It's too loud. They got on ear protection. They can't hear you. Yeah, and they got their back turned. Yeah, they got their back turned.
Hot dog.
Yeah. But
when you
but it's not enclosed, and it's another worker that's up there with you, and it's open. So based on how it's positioned, if there's anything that would get them to either turn their position or move around, it would be something falling from that location. And ain't nothing up in the booth but you and him. So the train is coming, no brakes.
I was thinking about that.
It ain't got, you only got what 30 seconds or whatever.
You can't throw anything?
Yeah, y'all tried to throw y'all shirts in the wind gust blew it in the opposite direction. They ain't free. Yeah.
Who throws a shirt?
Both of y'all did.
Not me.
Yeah, you threw your shirt out, yeah.
Doing that, that's not the thing I'm going to do. Unless I put a rock in it or a telephone or something heavy. It's got to get there in a matter of a few seconds. I don't have no time for no shirt.
Yeah, this is the following year. You done already pulled a switch and allowed another runaway train to hit the and knock off the one worker. If you take the dude and throw him over the top, it's gonna land right there, and they're gonna turn and they'll get out the way. But the reason why you're not gonna see nobody saying, "Oh yeah, I'll pick up the guy and I'll throw him down," so the group of workers will turn around and see and look to see what dropped, and then they'll see the train and get out the way just in time. The only reason why nobody's saying that is because touching somebody with your hands is like blood on your hands. But if they're going to do the same thing, if the result is going to be the man dying only by pulling a switch, then it's not, their morality is going to allow them to be justified in saying, "Hey, I didn't kill him. The switch killed him." Or, you know what I'm saying? So it's a trade-off. And so
guns don't kill people, people kill people.
Yeah. That same ideology, and that was a political question. That political question plays into how the United States government employs foreign policy, specifically in the Middle East. When you're talking about the CIA installing coup d'etats, depopulating, making governments crash. Somebody was asking about the fires in Iraq and Kuwait. I was in the Navy during that time, and there was already a plan to to cause the price of oil to go down, which was implemented by the CIA and the U.S. government. And what they did was, instead of going, instead of putting drills on the border of across the border on Iraq, they set up drills across the border on Kuwait, and they would drill underground and steal the oil from Iraq. And then once Saddam Hussein found out about it, uh, let's see, uh, he told somebody at the embassy or somebody like that. He told them what they was doing, and he said, "Don't worry about it. They'll take care of it." But anyway, I just wanted to answer that question. I saw that earlier. Somebody was hitting the link.
That was one of them Bush boys, wasn't it?
That Daddy Bush, yeah.
Yeah, that was funny. They be working, man. They be working. But you know what? Too, in a way, it's funny because we have so much influence in the world, and for the most part, I'm saying we get the low end of the benefit of all that power we got. We get less benefit from it, and others get more benefit from our power, or seem to
Well,
anyway.
it's only I forgot to tell y'all about the oil company that was set up from that lifetime oil deal from the Saudi family. The oil company was called Aramco.
Almost said it.
Yeah. Well, I
didn't
know
want
you
to.
knew it. Yeah.
Aramco.
But before then, the British Empire and the French and the German Empire and the Russian were really the main players prior to Reconstruction. And then
Oh,
after Reconstruction, because Germany had literally started as an independent state right around Reconstruction. Germany hadn't really been around that long. Yeah.
you call it Reconstruction?
Yeah, 1870, 1890, 1884. 1884 is the meeting in Berlin, Germany, under Otto von Oslo, with 15 countries, including the United States of America, literally sitting around a table with a map of Africa.
That's
and
right.
Deciding who gets the Congo, who gets Ghana, who gets Mali, who gets Sudan, who gets Uganda, who gets Nigeria. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
That's right. I
That wasn't that
understand that.
long ago.
I understand that fabulously, actually. They
Yeah.
did that with America too. I mean, not necessarily in such a coordinated fashion,
Yeah,
but
not sitting around at the table. Yeah, but yeah.
similarly in the event and stuff. And even all the way, I first ran into that concept in Vietnam with the concept of Vietnam. France gave Vietnam to America, and
Yes.
America. Now I was wondering, because my brothers them was being drafted. I mean, had went to Vietnam, so I'm talking, to them, and
Yes.
I'm wondering, how do one country give away another country? That don't make no. Wait a minute, what just happened here? And I
Yes.
realized when I went back and looked at what's called the Louisiana Purchase, what they
Yeah.
were selling, not the country, but their consensual rights
Mm-hmm.
to that territory.
Yeah.
Meaning, as long as the French or whoever claiming the territory, The British won't come in and rape it like they do in wherever else they go. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Rape it, take the stuff, kill the people, rape it.
Yes.
And they'll respect that the French are already there. Raping. This is how you do it. Some people, use date rape drugs. Some people just grab them by the hair and pull them down. You know what I mean? But it's still the same rape, right? So it's just how you do it in Spanish. Oh, la la. They talk about French so romantic, but it's the same garbage. So anyway, that's how they doing it even now. You just said the deal with Saudi, them. They just went and set them people up over on that territory. They got this, got that. Okay, here you go. And they gave, how you gonna give Palestine to some little guys from Germany that you're calling Zionists or something? Just give them the place. Here, take this. You'll be all right. So they were selling their rights to. That's why they sat down that time, what you're talking about in Germany, because they realized they were being barbaric and that they should be more civilized about this thing that they do. Oh, and today, Kev Gills, I mention him periodically. He had on the thing, showing his show today about the delectable Negro. You're familiar with that, of course, yes?
Probably under another term.
Yeah, it's a book. It's a book called Delectable Negro and homoeroticism within the U.S. slave culture. Yep.
Oh, so you showed up. Hey, dude.
What's going on?
Yeah, but and it said that was the way the secondary part. That's after a colon, homoeroticism and stuff, or after a comma. But they used to eat niggas. They made shoes out of niggas and clothes and cloth and stuff out of niggas' skins, man. I used to tell people that here when I first came, told them all about it, and showed them how on eBay you could buy a pair of nigga skin shoes.
Yeah.
They were tanning nigga skins and making them into shoes and books. A lot of books are made with tanned nigger skin. That was popular, well popular. That a lot of books are made like that. They even selling them on eBay right now, and other places. But I'm just saying, you can definitely find it on eBay. Different auctions are selling it as well. The shoes and the doggone books.
Yeah. What was it called? It's a term. What is it? Slave memorabilia, or just it's not even just that, but just there's a lot of that. There's actually a whole market for that. Whole it's like a they have what's that where they have historical like Jim Crow type of figurines, and they collect people be collecting that stuff, collecting all type of slave Jim Crow memorabilia.
That's the highlight of their culture. That's the highlight of their historical event in America, man. You playing. That's their joy. When they see niggas talking about, oh, we were slaves for 4,500 years and all that, they laughing inside and till they can hardly keep it contained.
Yeah.
They like, yeah, our people kick your ass. Sometimes you'll get one that'll say that, because you run around these doggone Klansmen, they gonna tell you, yeah, we kick your ass. If that's how you crying to them, that's how they gonna come at you. But if you know what I mean, if you realize that that's all a joke in a sense, because it wasn't really slaves, it was just their attitude toward people, any people. You got to remember that. They didn't start drawing and quartering with us. They didn't start tar and feathering with us. They were doing it to each other. You understand what I'm saying? So a lot of people think, oh, they did us like this, they did it. They were doing their own people like that.
What you talking about?
And then they saw us and started doing us like that.
Hold on. So you saying black folks was killing other black folks, making furniture out of black folks? That's what you saying?
Say that again.
I said, so you saying other black people was
Oh, I ain't talking about black people at all, man. I'm talking about the people who actually was making the clothes and the shoes and
Okay,
the
so
stuff out of
I'm
niggas'
trying to get
skin.
some clarity. Like you're not saying that we were practicing those same type of behaviors on each other, right? As far as like,
None of my people were doing that, man. It's strictly cracker shit.
all right, man, all right.
All that cannibalism and stuff, that's cracker shit. That's what that book, I mentioned the book, because they were eating niggas, man. The Delectable Negro is Jeffrey Dahmer. You think he's the only one?
Exactly. I'm glad you said that. Niggas, but Negroes, you ask
You
niggas.
should check, read, with that in mind, read that boy letter called Christopher Columbus with the knowledge that they eat people. They were eating people before they came. What you think they were eating over there? Oh, they had lush. What? What? What were they eating?
You talking about cannibalizing?
What did they have? Huh?
You talking about the cannibalization?
No, I'm talking about in wherever so-called Christopher Columbus came from.
Okay.
That land there. What were those people eating?
They was eating themselves, weren't they?
Did they have? Oh, they were eating pasta.
What
were they eating? They had a lot of farmland and beautiful, lush. What? Apparently not. From reading the letter that he wrote back, he said, "Man, I didn't see lush land full of you. You haven't seen this much beautiful and animals and things you could eat." That's what he was saying, because they didn't have nothing to eat over there. They were eating people. They always been eating people, man. That's what you. Let me ask you something. Do you suppose? I'm just saying suppose, because I ain't gonna hold you to it. Do you suppose that a myth has any reality to it?
Well, I think the term myth in and of itself, by textbook definition, is anything that's deemed a myth is technically not true. But it's like you're trying to say that not all conspiracy truths. I mean, not all conspiracy theories are conspiracy. You know, are some conspiracy theories are conspiracy facts. So if that's what you're trying to say, but I don't subscribe to, because white folks call it a myth or they deem it a myth. Depending on the context, of course, we're talking about, but yeah.
I know people say right away, okay, Romulus and Remus are being raised by wolves and stuff. That's just a myth. However, there is a place called Rome, and the first guy to run it was named Romulus. So it's not. It's based on something that's a reality. Yes, as they say, it's evidential. I don't know if any of it is true, but I'm just saying the way they put it. So then they call that part a myth, but the other part they call history, and yet it got the same characters in it. What just happened? It's based, obviously, both of them have the same credence. So I'm just saying there's credence in myth. If there's credence in myth, then the vampire myth has credence, because we already know, as you should know already, there's a group of people, mostly Europeans, who suffer from not enough blood. What's that called? I forget the name of it right away.
Damn, not enough blood. You mean as far as like they're like anemic or something?
Yeah, they have to get infusions regularly.
Infusions.
Of blood. Yeah, they have to intake blood regularly.
Yeah, I'm gonna allow you. I'm duped. I'm beat.
Forget the name of it.
I'm duped right now. That's a technical. That's a technical term right there.
Maybe so. Anyway, just came to my mind that most of the myths and stuff do have some background in reality. And in the book, like you say, you already know about it. So anyone can read it and see what they say in the book itself. That's just that one book. There are several books about the same topic. That's not the only.
That's like when people try to say that buck breaking wasn't real, or that the she put out buck breaking was somehow misrepresented. So you saying what they wasn't ungendering? What's the word? Degendering black children, putting black boys in goddamn dresses or just basically the appearance of a black boy, you wouldn't even be able to tell because they would dress black boys and black girls the same. But that was all part of them trying to degender the child. You feel me? Like, so that whole concept of butt breaking, sodomizing black men, like, and not just like, yeah. So that, I'm just trying to that's why when people kind of say that butt breaking ain't real, that shit's fake. What? All right. So
let me say this much about that. The guys that were doing that were gay anyway. They were doing that to each other and with each other. It's not like they were just doing that to niggas and that's just how it started. No, they were already doing that to one another. And the niggas just happen to be free territory where they can ring their bells. And so they went and rang their bells. That's all that happened. That ain't no big deal. Some cases they did, some cases they did not. You know the word saddest, right?
Sad?
Saddest.
Saddest, like sadistic?
All right.
Yeah.
One who is sadistic is a sadist.
Mm-hmm. Words is what I do.
Those characters exist. And then when you read about them in certain circumstances, you say, oh, like it's all exciting, but that's just a sadist in a different condition, in a different situation or circumstance. And that's not, their behavior is not unique to the person they are being purposely gruesome to. It's unique to them, not the people that they are being gruesome to. They don't care about that. As long as they getting their rocks off. So it's the saddest that to me is the poignancy, not the people that they victimize.
Mm-hmm.
So I hear people saying, like, they did this, they do it to everybody, bro. Anybody, if they can get away with it.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. But I'm saying, as far as the vile practice being imposed upon us as a means to further subjugate and cripple, the you see, the black man, which is, the pillar.
That's been time, man.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying.
Have you ever heard the concept of kill the Indian, save the man?
I vaguely, I do recall, but yeah, if I want to say,
you got a Google thing in front of you. You got your laptop you working with.
Yeah, I got a Google thing in front of you. Yeah.
Just put that in. Just what I just said. Kill the Indian, save the man.
Okay, hold on for a second. Kill the Indian,
and look at the year.
That's like saying, what is that? Spoil the rock? What is it? Is it similar to
saying? No, it ain't no same thing. This is unique amongst itself. Otherwise, I couldn't use a quote to get you to find it.
All right, hold on, I got you. So you said save the Indian, kill the child.
No, save the Indian. I mean, kill the Indian.
Kill the Indian.
Yeah, are you doing it? I'll do it, man, because you might be
busy now. So kill the Indian, save the child.
Are you putting it in or no? I should do it.
Yeah, I'm doing it right now. Yeah, I'm doing it. Okay. All right, go ahead and say it back to me again.
Kill the Indian.
Kill the Indian.
And save the man.
Yeah.
And you might have to put it in as a quote or something like that, I think. Let's see what happens. Kill the Indian, save the man.
Yeah, remembering the story of Indian boarding schools. All right.
What's that? I'm not hearing you.
It says, kill the Indian, save the man, remembering the stories of Indian boarding schools. It's talking about boarding schools and Indian, and I don't care about all that though.
You don't care about all that? You asked a question.
Yeah, it ain't got nothing to do with my history.
Yes, it does. It's exactly your history, but you don't recognize it. Let me ask you something.
Explain.
Let me ask you something before you get defensive. Let me ask you, huh? Let me ask you maybe 3 questions right quick.
3 questions.
When you went to school, huh?
No, go ahead. I want to ask you 3 questions. Go ahead.
Yeah, just a series of quick questions. I'm trying to keep them short and quick.
Go ahead.
When you all the school teachings that you got on a regular basis, nothing extraordinary, were about crackers. Am I so right? All the instructions you got in school were about crackers. The history, the da-di-da, who was the 15th, this and
It was
whatever.
all about crackers? No, it wasn't all about black people. But I know.
I said in generally speaking, I said.
I mean,
because I'm trying to make it what it is.
As far as whitewashing, you're speaking in regards.
You said whitewashing. I'm talking about the fact that almost everything they talked about, period, was cracker shit. Period. They're not whitewashing. Just period.
Okay, so you literally you're speaking on what I just said, whitewashing. If it's all cracker shit.
Okay, if that's what you want to call it. They were whitewashing the minds of the children. They were whitewashing the minds of the children. Yeah, okay. Call it whitewashing. So then now they feel infiltrated the entire mind on all sorts of levels, scientifically, psychologically, philosophically, religiously, with cracker stuff.
Cracker stuff, yeah.
They just flooded our children, whoever go to school with them, with cracker stuff. That's the same thing. That's the basis of what's called an Indian school. It happens in any colonial environment. They did the same thing in Nigeria. They did the same thing in all them different countries they go to, and they colonialize. They teach. They open the school. The school is in the colonial language, not in the native language. You know what I mean? And then it's all about the colonial, whoever that is. If it's Chinese, it's all about them. If it's Germans, it's all about. It don't matter who the colonial power is. It's all about them. Yeah. Like, okay. And then they start spreading out and taking over. And that's the same thing. That's the basis of an Indian school. And when you say it doesn't have anything to do with you, it very does. But you don't know that because they killed the Indian and they saved the man, which is you. But the Indian in you, that's dead. They ain't got nothing to do with you. To the point that whole relative ancestry is a void for you. You have to ascertain it from someone else. And people are recommending that you get it from crackers' ancestors, about your ancestors. Because I'll be talking to people, I say, yeah, well, my great-grandmother told me this. Yo, your great-grandmother, that ain't validated. I say, well, where do you get it from? Oh, I got it from this book here. I say, who wrote the book? Some cracker. I'm like, so now I'm supposed, you see what I'm saying? I'm supposed to listen to some crackers say something about my ancestors and not listen to my ancestors say what they, you understand what I'm saying? It's convoluted, converted, and it's actually contradictory. However, that's the norm at the moment. Are you familiar with the theory of stupidity? Anyone might be familiar with the
theory of stupidity.
As it is spoken, yeah, that's how it came out. I think it was a German guy that came up with this psychological theory of stupidity. And they are there. In a sense, there's there's a couple of YouTubes about it, and YouTubes about it, like short ones, 9-10 minutes, just to tell you what it is. But it's where people fall in line on a public basis. It's it has to do with society. People fall in line on a public basis. So if you're in a room and everybody's agreeing on something and you're scared to not agree, even though you know it's wrong, whatever they trying to get you to, you agree with it because you don't want to be ostracized or such and such and such. And you know what I mean? And most people will do that because they don't want to be excommunicated. They'll go along with the crowd. And then you can move the crowd even further. And from there, it's just rank stupidity, like it's doing now. Most people are working right now under the theory of stupidity. They go to their little section, they listen to the echo chamber of that little section, and you know, there you go.
Yeah.
So you do see, I mean, are you able to see, not that you do, are you able to see what I mean by this, the Indian schools are our history? Are you familiar? Can you get to that? If you would remember, damn, how did I do it? Answer that question too. I want to know, because if you don't, if you do, that makes a difference. Do you see the connection there anyway? A connection, not the connection, a connection.
As far as the Indian thing and or the Indian
the purpose of the school.
No, help me see the connection though.
Huh?
I said, no, help me see it. Help me envision it.
I'm saying almost everything they taught you in school was about crackers. That's what an Indian school is. They teach about crackers at the school.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And the school you went to, that's what happened. So is that a connection?
Oh, I see what you mean. As far as like being under the tutelage of white folks, being taught by white folks, and
not only taught by them, but taught their shit, taught their history, taught their language, taught their religion, taught their philosophy, taught their morals. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So I see what you mean. I see the I see the striking similarities. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
You know what? I heard you say one time, and I'm not trying to refer to this simply to like embarrass you or put you on a dime or something, but only to remind you of something. You said one time that your great-grandfather, your grandfather used to say that y'all were called niggas, right? Or something like that. Anyway, something to that effect. He used that word. And I want to remind you that there's a thing that says that some story or something used to come out before they changed the words. It says 1 little, 2 little, 3 little niggas, 4 little, 5 little, 6 little niggas, right? And they changed the thing from nigga to Indian. Are you familiar with that?
I'm not.
That concern?
No, I'm not. I'm familiar with the.
Oh, you don't know that concern? Wow, that's so beautiful. Here, I'll look it up. The Indian song, I think it's called. I just gave you that one. This one I just gave you about kill the Indian, la-di-da, the rest of that stuff. That was Here it says it was a book.
And my people.
Churchill, University of Omaha. This was the treatise. It came up like this, 1871. All right, 1871.
Mm-hmm.
That's when that conversation came out as a document, right?
Mm. I hear you.
So, and what happens in this sense like this, like I was saying, is before anything else, you have a void of your own ancestry and your own ancestral history, except to get it from a cracker, because the cracker filled all those gaps for you with his story. And so your story didn't have a chance to get in. as a religious story, as a whatever. You see all the niggas, even no matter they all conscious as a mug, but they all go back to the Bible in 10 seconds. Because that's the story they were inculcated with from childhood, is to set you up on their cultural policy so that you won't know or experience your own cultural policy. And then that's what I be saying sometimes, just to try to jolt you back into your own cultural policy, or at least to see where you are in the matrix. We all know we're in there, but there's different locations inside. You don't have to always just be at the mercy of it. But knowing actually where you are is important.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
And sometimes I hear you say in terms like, and I know you're just talking
You hear me say,
from your point of view and your perspective. You say stuff like know the law, and they're different. And then sometimes I'll question you right away. I say, which law? Are you talking about this law, that law, or the other law? Because it's all kinds of laws, so that you can see and spread yourself out and don't get like adhered to one concept, right? As though it's the only concept. Not to insult or anything like that, or minimize what you have, but to say that there's a whole lot more, man. And to be able to spread, not be so attached to one concept, could prove to be a benefit.
Yeah. No, knowing the law is important, though. Just, knowing
Which law?
I'm just talking about as far as like first and foremost, like knowing knowing the Constitution, knowing the Bill of Rights, and then
exactly,
and then as it progresses, civil law, because that's what we typically, we day-to-day basis, so
I do.
As far as like
That's
just family law, that's not. I'm not saying it's not important, but it's not something that interests me. I'm not interested in family law. I'm interested in more like civil and constitutional law.
That's what I was saying. Your whole concept is cracker shit. Constitutional law, whatever that other stuff you all said, all that stuff is
cracker shit.
Yeah, yeah.
Their
Don't get
methods
offended.
their goddamn
Don't get
methods.
offended, man. That's what I'm trying not to offend you, man. But I'm just saying that's what I just said.
Yeah, we got to study them. What you mean?
Go ahead.
They study us, so study them.
Yeah, I got that part, but I'm saying your whole foundation is cracker shit, and I'm telling you about the Indian schools. And when you started talking about law, you went right to the habitual adherence. When I said what kind of law, there are all kind of laws, but your habitual adherence.
Civil law, that's gonna bring you a bag if you.
I'm not talking about all of that stuff is positive. Listen to what I'm about to say. Maybe you can catch it this time. All of that stuff is basically what is referred to as positive law, man-made law for a particular location on society. The different laws that also exist are not. And I was saying that from a cultural adherence to anything except the crackers cultural adherence would teach you that. But because you're inculcated with only the cracker stuff, when you just say the law, that's what you think of. Nothing else comes to mind except cracker stuff, what they told you. For instance, I'm going to just say, for instance, just bear with me because I know I don't want to offend you at all. Or anyone, actually. Just for instance, though, bear with me. There's a thing referred to as rights. People have rights, right? I want to make sure we agree on that. Do we agree on that?
Yes, indeed. You're talking about inalienable rights? rights that are just, God-given rights.
What rights are those?
What are inalienable rights? Is rights that you at birth. We're born with those at birth. Just to kind of
And
sum
what
it up.
rights are? Will you enumerate at least one or two, maybe three?
Okay, so inalienable right is. You want me to name what's the inalienable right? Food and water. Access to proper, clean. That's yeah. Just to simplify it.
You do know food and water are not rights; those are commodities.
You're right. It's not a right. You're right. Look at Flint, Michigan. So, you're absolutely right. It's not a right under this system we in. To them, it's not a right.
It's not a right. It's under no system I've ever heard of. It's a commodity. It's an item.
Having access to biological imperatives such as water and food, that shouldn't be a right. Or
having access to
inalienable.
That seems more like a matter of positioning. If you're you're in a desert, where's your rights for food?
It can't be stripped from. It's just man has no what's that? Man has no grounds when it comes to inalienable rights.
Name what those rights are, at least one or two of them, so we can know what rights you're talking about, cousin.
It's unnameable.
Unnameable.
There's no names.
Okay, hold on a second. I'll read them off. I'm going to look it up and read them off.
You know what personhood is, right? Like.
Yeah, whatever, man. I'm going to look it up and. Excuse me?
No, I said to be stripped when black people, we're constantly stripped of our personhood. It's
okay. I don't know what you're talking about at the moment. However, I will say something that you should take or not take, but everyone should hear it. No one, absolutely no one, can take your rights from you. And absolutely no one can give you any rights. The only thing that someone can give you is allowance, not rights. Rights come when you did. As you say, God-given. No one can give you rights. Only allowances. I'll allow you to do this. Allow you to do this. I'll allow this. Exactly. They can even say, I give you the right to do this. I give you the right to do that. But what is actually being done is they are giving you the allowance. They are allowing you.
I get it. So look, brother.
Otherwise, they could shut up and sit down if they're not allowing you.
Inalienable rights are fundamental basic rights.
Name one or two.
Away, denied or transferred to another person. They are considered inherent to human beings and exist independently of any government or legal system. Examples of inalienable rights often include the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. See what I'm saying? Like the right to live, the right to exist, the right to, all that shit. The hell, I live in this particular demographic. I shouldn't be having no problems with the goddamn irrigation system, the water system. That's a right. That's something that I shouldn't have to be dealing with that. Issues.
Okay, if that's how you're going to interpret those words, which is not what those words are saying.
Yeah,
but
that's
how you're going to interpret.
I'm expanding it. Then it's
okay.
I'm expanding it. That's all. It's time.
Yeah, you're bringing it into another realm of reality. You're taking it out of the real reality of an alien.
It's called the Black expansion.
whatever you want to call it, man. But you
Call the black
lost the
expansion.
whole thing and went right back into a base of crackerism.
No, that ain't
I
crack.
can dig it though. Do your thing, man. I ain't gonna
Black
bother you. I'm
expansion.
done. I think I'm done. Thank you much.
All right, you good. Like, you know, and it's inalienable right. It's just, like I said, can't be stripped away, right? Something you cannot take away. It's not like it ain't complex on what that is. I mean, you know. But yeah. Man. It's interesting though, man. It's very, very interesting. Delectable Negro. Yeah, man. They definitely still eating niggas too, I believe. I still believe they still they still will eat niggas, man. What's going on?
Damn. Yeah. It about is too, bro. There's a lot of missing people around this motherfucker, man.
For real.
A lot of missing people.
For real.
Well, it's easy to look into it. Some of the laws are called natural law. That's a whole set of laws. The next set of laws, like you were saying, sometime you talk in terms of positive law, which is common law, and what's the other one? Civil law. Those are in the group of what's called positive laws, man-made laws. But the natural laws are not man-made laws. Actually, they don't care about man. Man ain't got nothing to do with it. And then there's international law. That's a whole nother set of laws, different, because they know constitutional law and all that stuff got nothing to do with international, because where's the Constitution? Whose Constitution you going to use? It's international law. It's a whole nother set of law. So those three kinds of laws that I just mentioned just now, so that maybe, just maybe, someone can check them out and see the veracity of the statements and get an understanding that when one says law, what they are really talking about, and then under what context and under what circumstances, and how limited is this conversation going to be. Especially when you're talking man-made law, it's definitely a limited conversation.
So who's this guy? Yeah, I hear what you're saying. America's First Policy Institute. This is okay. America's First Policy Institute. This is okay. So this is for expert insight examining the asylum fraud loophole. By law, illegal aliens apprehended at the border are to be promptly returned through a process called expedient removal. However, immigrants are able to circumvent this process by simply claiming they intend to seek asylum in the U.S. regardless of the merits of the claim. Until this loophole is closed, human smugglers and traffickers will continue to exploit it, knowing that migrants will be processed out of custody and released into American communities. Examining the asylum fraud loophole. So, asylum fraud loophole. Yeah, Robert Law. Interesting. You know, I just find it interesting because I was watching who's that? Professor Black Truth. He was talking about immigration, and he used that term. How he said asylum was like a legal loophole. And had his breakdown of it, but didn't substantiate any type of like data on it. But I just took that term, that syntax of language, the loophole, or asylum being a legal loophole. Googled it, and this is what I found. So I found some interesting data on how that.
What's wrong with your? Let me ask you a question, man, because it just dawned on me that I need to know an answer.
You would just have an
Maybe you are willing to answer it. Is that okay with
Yeah,
you
you
for a
just had an
moment?
epiphany, huh? Go ahead.
Huh?
Go ahead. You
I
said
say
you
maybe.
you had an
Or what's wrong with your ancestors that you don't
what?
revere your ancestors?
What's going on with you?
I mean,
What you mean?
huh? Okay.
Huh? I'm trying to figure out. So is this question has nothing to do with nothing that I just was talking about, right? Immigration and all
Well, of
that.
course it does. That's what I've been
Migration.
saying. All that does.
Illegal.
Of course, it has something to do with it, but you don't seem to understand what. Though.
You asked me about my ancestors, brother. What the hell this got to
I
do with
know.
my ancestors? That's what I'm trying to figure out.
That's what I'm saying. No.
Unless you ask me just a different question or something, just random. It don't matter.
No, that's the question I mean to ask. I'm
Take
asking the
join the
question.
Biden administration.
So I was just curious because I hear no interest in your ancestors. Absolutely
Yeah, no
none.
interest in my ancestors. Whoa, I think
Yes,
you might be mistaken, my brother.
not at all.
Yeah, you mistaken.
Not at all. I've been listening a long time. I don't hear anyone actually. Very few. Let me put it that way. Very few, because I did talk to a couple people, but very few.
I love
Almost
my
no one.
ancestors, man.
Huh?
I said I
What
love
ancestors?
man.
What do you know about your
Granville
ancestors?
T. Woods. You know who Granville T. Woods is?
No, that's your ancestor.
He's part of the Black Pantheon.
Oh, I thought you were talking about your ancestors. Okay, you're talking about something
Ancestral
else.
Pantheon. So what are you talking about?
Okay, whatever. I don't know what you're talking about, but I think you're talking about something you read about.
Huh?
You're
You
talking
asked me
about
about my
something.
ancestors, and I called somebody. I gave you a specific, identity or not identity, but I gave you a specific, designation as far as a person identified, and you said that what you asked me was that my ancestor, and I said that he is among the many. He's one among the many. And then your reply was what? It was kind of.
This is someone you knew of, or something like that. Is someone you read about? This is someone you know of, or someone told you about him, or you read about it.
It don't matter. I don't care. Why does it matter?
Because I'm curious as to how you get there to even bring this name to me. That's why I ask you. Was it your
the
ancestor?
engagement, information, reading.
No problem, man. I'm just trying to see what you get. If you're willing to give me that, then that's what I'll take. If you're willing to give me that, that's what I'll take. No problem.
We sued his ass too. Got that cracker for trying to hijack his inventions. Yeah, but they got a school out here named after him. No, they shutting it down. No, they've been shut down now for a minute. But yeah, so they got a school named after the Math and Science. It was a Mathematics and Science Academy. I love that. That was dope though. Granville T. Woods, mathematic. Yep. Math and Science Academy. Yeah, that was dope though. Yep. So thanks to your guy, Rob Emanuel. Obama. Hey. Old trauma, man. Obama.
I like Obama, man. I still like Obama. I always liked him.
Man.
I like that dude.
What you like about Obama? What Obama do for you?
He spoke the truth.
What do you black folks?
He spoke the truth.
He seems to. One black person. What do you do for
I say Obama seems to speak the truth, and he spoke the truth today when I listened to him.
He's a truth teller, or is he a?
He speaks. I said speaks.
He tends, or is he a? What's that term? A social climber.
Hey man, I'm just telling you what I know. Whatever you want to make all them other things, I don't know.
The commander in chief, or the porter in chief.
No, I just heard him speak truth, man. And I admire anyone who does that. Everyone, actually. I know different peoples all over the world speak truth, and everyone is admired that does such.
Obama put black folks in a perpetual stupor. He put He put black folks in a perpetual state of stupor. I mean, he placed us in a, not us, but because I ain't vote for him. I wasn't even able to vote when he became president.
He didn't do that. As a matter of fact, he told you that's where you were, but you didn't listen.
It's funny you said something about Obama, man. That I was listening to the Michelle Obama podcast, and she was talking to Angie Martinez,
Mm-hmm.
and they was going back and forth about raising women and raising girls and raising boys.
Mm-hmm.
And Angie Martinez asked Michelle Obama, how would she feel? How would she think it would have been raising a boy? And Michelle Obama said, "Oh no, I couldn't raise no boy. That means I would have to raise another Barack."
That was weird. Yeah, that was weird.
Like she had a problem with like you talking about. And no matter what problem, issues I might have with Barack Obama, you talking about a man that was the leader of the free world twice, black man, and you are his wife, and you would sit there and act like, you're disgusted by the thought of raising another him. That just show you the mentality of these motherfuckers. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you, lady? Why would you even... Oh no, that means I would have to raise another Barack. Even Angie Martinez looked at her like, damn, bitch, what the fuck you mean by that? You know what I'm saying? Even the Mexican bitch.
Did anybody ask her what she meant by it?
No, then nobody want to touch that shit after she said that, because that was kind of like, it was kind of self-explanatory. Like, she had to raise another motherfucking Barack Obama.
But y'all all had an adverse reaction to it. Nobody spoke on it.
Like, she really had some kind of contempt for Barack Obama. But that she know a lot more than what we know about that man. So, but it was kind of crazy to me. It was like, damn, I was just...
I guess I'm slow to assumptions.
Mm-hmm.
Oh shit!
Make of it what you will, but that was the statement that was made, and it was
exactly. I agree with the evidence.
You know what I'm saying?
The assumption.
You back over there by your spot, young guy?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, man. That was kind of crazy, man. But y'all see that they went on and charged Carmelo Anthony with the first degree murder.
Oh, they did, huh?
Yeah, man. Texas State's attorney charged the young buck with first degree murder.
What's up with the video? I heard the video ain't they something.
I thought he was already charged with first degree murder.
No, he hadn't been charged. They just did it. Mr. James.
Didn't they lock him up on charges?
No. Well, they locked him up for whatever they locked him up for with it.
Right, and he had to find out on it.
Just officially, I can tell you. Let me see. Let me find the link, bro, so you can check it out.
I know, but I'm saying in order for you to post a bond, you got to be charged with something.
Apparently, it wasn't first degree murder because the article says that he was just officially charged with first degree murder by the state's attorney. So maybe it wasn't official. Maybe they, when they the grand jury indictment or whatever, had to come down. You get locked up, then sometimes you don't get indicted right away. You get locked up on whatever charge.
Right.
Yeah, then the indictment had to come down, but they officially charged him with a first degree murder, man. Which I didn't think that Texas would do with all the stand your ground laws and different shit that goes on with Texas. Don't mess with Texas. But they went on and did it. I'm trying to find the link for you.
No, it's all good. I mean, I had anticipated them charging him with first degree murder. I had already
anticipated them. You anticipated them with charging them with first degree? You figured
Yeah.
they would?
Yeah, I figured
I
they
didn't
don't
think
have,
they honestly didn't think they would, man.
they don't
Honestly.
have another option because if they go with any lesser charge, then now that brings into question on what was it really then? If they charge him with if they charge him with manslaughter, he can beat that. If they charge him with second degree murder, he can easily beat that. So they gotta charge him with first degree murder. You see what I'm saying? Because that's gonna make his attorney have to work to prove that because he's going to obviously going to claim self defense. We can already anticipate that. That's going to be his defense, self defense. So if they charge him with anything less than that, his attorney will walk clean through that. They got to hit him with the maximum
Yeah,
penalty.
they got to go full throttle because they feel like you
Right.
said if they come with lesser, then that's going to give the impression that they ain't sure or
That's right. That's gonna be doubt right away. They gonna eat that up.
Yeah, they gotta go full throttle on their ass just to not relegate. I mean to regulate and to maintain that what's the approach of drop the hammer on this nigger.
They gotta show their presence in the legal system as well.
Y'all put the link in the main chat, bro. Yeah, they just did it. They just indicted them on it today, actually, yesterday, because it's after 12. But yeah, yesterday they just indicted them on first degree murder.
Right.
So yeah, man, they went on with the bullshit. So we got another shit show.
I peeped the link you put in there about the black women and the abortions in New York.
Yeah, man, can you believe that they had more abortions by black women than actual births by black women, bro?
Yeah,
that's several years they've done that. Like this last year was 1 year, but they had
in the prior year
2018. It's been like several years where the black abortion rate was higher than the birth rate, bro. Several years.
Hey, y'all remember a few months ago we was talking about that case with that young lady that she was brain dead but she was pregnant?
Yeah.
I just read or heard that I think I heard it this morning where they took the baby out of her because her body was deteriorating.
Yeah, decomposing.
Yeah, decomposing, and they went and did a emergency C-section on and took the baby out. I think the baby was 1 or 2 pounds.
Okay.
That's a blessing.
But they don't, they didn't say if the baby was going to live or not. They didn't, I don't see the baby being a functional human being, to be honest with you. I just think that was some bullshit right there.
Yeah, for a city to have a higher abortion rate than birth rate for black women, that's disturbing, bro.
What city was this? New York?
Yeah.
I mean, hey, that mean they still fucking shit.
That's some sick shit.
They doing more fucking than they trying to have families. That's all that means.
Yeah. Guess you're right, brother.
So, I came on late tonight. I apologize. I probably missed all the smoke, but I'll catch it up tomorrow.
Christ. Yeah, they got my grandma at the Christ. That's called the Christ Hospital or something like that.
Oh, that's what they got at?
Yeah.
Well, what's going on with your grandma, Daisy?
She in the hospital. She just had surgery for brain aneurysm, so she good. Everything was good.
Okay.
Successful.
All right.
So that's you pulled the brain. As soon as you pulled the brain in the little tumor out or aneurysm out, it busted. As soon as you pulled it out, it busted. He said.
Well, you say she had a tumor in her brain?
No, she had an aneurysm. She had about 4 or 5 surgeries already. About 3, I'm gonna say this is probably the 4th one.
Okay.
Surgeries, and so yeah, she gone.
Gotcha. Gotcha. All right. Well, hey, glad she all right. She pulling through.
Oh yeah, I didn't know she was at Christ, young guy. You know, that's right in the street from the crib. That ain't far from my house.
Okay.
Hey, GQ. I don't know how far you into the automotive game, but you know they just dropped that new vet, right?
I ain't Pete. No, 25.
They dropped a 26.
26.
A
Okay.
new one, and the new one came out for 25.
I gotta check that.
They dropping a new vet almost every other year.
So that's a whole new
It's a whole new vet.
whole new body style.
No. They all gonna be on the same platform and body style, except that you get into the Z's,
Yeah.
and they 2 inches wider than the regular Stingray.
I think I just seen one of them motherfuckers, bro. I sure was looking at that motherfucker like that don't look like the regular one, and it definitely was
That
Pete too.
bitch. If one of them Z's been in the corner, you know it ain't no Stingray.
Yeah, it
The
was.
bitch gonna be so loud, and then you know it ain't no more. It's the Stingray quiet.
Mm-hmm.
That motherfucker, any one of them Z's from the factory, them bitches growl like a full grown lion
I
when they
just
come out of the
seen one
factory.
parked in front of the little cigar shop, man, little cigar spot, and I'm looking at like, damn, what the fuck, you know? Like, yeah, it definitely was a Z too. It was a brother driving too.
Yeah, they got so they got the Z06, the ZR1, and the X. Them are the three baddest motherfucking cars on the planet right now.
You ever go get you one of them boys?
But they ain't released the price on the X yet. So I know that bitch gonna be close to 200. Might be a little over 200. What's that noise?
That's the rain. I feel like I'm in Seattle. I brought Seattle with me or something. God damn. Man, every day it's my game. It's raining.
It's raining like a son bitch over in Detroit today. Blew some trees down and shit. But yeah, that new vet, that motherfucker up to 1,300 horses.
They want 100,000 for that motherfucker.
Oh no, you shit. The Z06 100,000. See, you get up to 100,000 on the stock vet. DT. Stingray, that motherfucker runs to about 100.
115, 120.
Then with all the, if you get it fully loaded with everything, all the badges and shit, that bitch should be up to 140.
Yeah, that Stingray looked like a Stingray too. Boy, I was on the expressway and I was like up on the higher part of the and then the right on 294 up under me, I seen the Stingray and I'm looking at it from the top of it, looking down at it. I'm like, that motherfucker look it just like a Stingray, like a Stingray fish. Like I'm like, that's it.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's always mimicking Stingray. If you go back to the older vets, the gills is right on the side. It come back into the back of it. The split window always come
like
back.
now. It seems like it's a little different now. Shit.
Yeah, that was their whole design concept with it was the Stingray. That was part of their concept, but they don't went to kill a Stingray now.
Yeah, they got the one that took out
they got them. No shit, right? No, they done made a Stingray to kill a motherfucking great white. Nah, shit, they ain't fucking around.
Mm-hmm. I got a 85 in the garage, 85 vet in the garage.
Which model though?
It's clean in the motherfucker too. It's just it ain't the Stingray. It's the regular.
Yeah, but even the 85, they had the
tops. It's not. You know,
I think they had did they have a ZR1 in 85 that looked
like
identical?
the split top?
That's called a T-top, motherfucker.
Not the T-top though. It's not.
Oh, the target top though.
Huh?
It's you got the T-top. I mean, I don't know if they had a T-top for the vest. They had the target top where the whole top come off the center of it.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, all vests back then came like that. All hard tops came like that.
Yeah, that's the 85 I got in the garage.
Yeah, that's them jokers. Them jokers is the price done went up crazy on them second gen, third gen vets
Yeah.
in the last couple of years. Them jokers done went up hotter than a bitch.
Yeah. The one I got clean in the motherfucker too.
Long as you ain't let the rats get up in there and eat the wire harness up, you got you something.
No, they ain't no rats fucking with it. That motherfucker straight. It's all good. That
That's a
motherfucker start right up. All I got to go turn the key. That motherfucker fire right up.
yeah. That's just a common. I wasn't saying that being fictitious. That's just a common issue with wire harness from back in the day.
Yeah, with them old schools for
Yeah,
sure.
the plastic that they made, they insulated the wires with, it attract mice and rats. They eat that shit up and be dead in your car.
Yeah. That happened to what I had. That happened to. It's like a pickup truck I had. Old school pickup truck I had. That motherfucker rat got up in that motherfucker eating the wire harness. And he was dead. The bone. It wasn't nothing but the bone of that motherfucker inside the.
The wire, they just eat the shit.
He had decayed. The motherfucker had
hungry, huh? They
decayed
that
to
hungry.
where
They eat the
it
wire.
had
Huh?
decayed to where when you popped the hood, it was just the skeleton of that motherfucker was right there.
Yeah, it ain't they eat the wire because they're hungry. It's the whatever the wires was made out, whatever the insulation was made out of. They smell it and they attracted to it, so they nibble on it, and then they asses die up in your goddamn firewall.
Oh, so they as a result of them eating
Yeah,
it,
raccoons too. Raccoons, because I had a Monte Carlo in my mama garage for the longest. Went in that mug, try to start. I'm like, damn, this motherfucker ain't even trying to start up. The battery hooked up, everything. Got the looking down in there, a whole raccoon carcass up in there, dead, been dead. Bones up, ain't no guts, no nothing but the bones in there.
It happened to a pickup truck I had, old Chevy pickup truck I had. That motherfucker got up in there and did fuck the wire harness. But I keep one thing I do in my garage. I put the mothballs in that motherfucker for sure.
Right.
I put the mothballs all around that motherfucker. They don't want no parts of that garage. They stay away from that motherfucker.
Yeah, that's some old school shit for you right there, Digi.
Yeah.
You ever get into old collector cars, then you start hearing them rat conversations. Like that, my man that was talking that shit on YouTube.
And you'll start keeping them mothballs around too.
Yeah, or change that wire harness. update parts of that wire harness. Yeah, that new vet boy, it's something. But if you order one now, you ain't gonna get it till probably spring next year.
Man, I ain't hit the lottery yet. I ain't got to worry about all that month. One thing I don't do is car notes.
For real, that's dead better.
I mean,
what I don't do is car notes. Kill your whole wealth, nigga.
Shit, I do the shit out some motherfucking car notes.
Yeah, I feel you. Each loan, I just don't fuck with it at all.
Yeah, 100 payments, my ass. Shit, you go try to get one of them goddamn best. They gonna stretch that bitch out so far. You did, you gonna be like,
that's what I'm saying. Like,
mortgage?
You got 3 years of payments and shit.
Right? Is this a mortgage? Or is this a goddamn car loan?
One thing about that vet, though, one thing good, positive thing is it should hold its value, if not increase in value. So you might be all right with that.
Nah, it's gonna definitely, with this being the third gen ZR1. I mean, the X is a new gen. This is the first gen X. I'm looking. Them motherfuckers ain't never gonna go down because they ain't never made a vet. Chevy ain't never made a car with that much horsepower that's actually running over Lamborghini and running their asses off the track. And there hasn't been an American car that's done that since then, like that. So it ain't gonna lose no value.
Yeah.
I just thought all cars will lose.
Chevy has to do something to come for Dodge, because Dodge been killing the game on the horsepower.
Man, everybody and their mom around this bitch got a goddamn Hellcat, or a Challenger, or a Scat Pack. That's the Detroit tune-up kit. A pair of Cartiers, a Pelly Pail, and a goddamn Challenger. Or Charger. All the brothers got Chargers, all the Arabs got BMWs. What the hell is going on?
Yeah, that 2025 Z06, 140,000.
Yeah, but that Z06 in trouble. They dropped that ZR1. That ZR1 was it come out the factory once 174,000 twin turbo.
Yep, ZR1X.
That's the new one. That's the
2020,
brand. That just
2026.
yeah, that
Producing
just
1,250 horsepower. Expected to go on sale in early 2026.
yeah, that one they just revealed that not even a week ago. I
New
was up at 8 o'clock in the morning waiting on them to show that motherfucker.
redesigned interior, larger screens, new color options, and a revised dash layout across all models. Stingray, E-Ray, Z06, and ZR1.
Yeah, ZR1X.
Yep.
The X.
ZR1X. E-Ray. What the fuck is an E-Ray?
That's the hybrid.
New model continues the E-Ray's hybrid system with the ZR1's twin turbo V8, resulting in a combined 1250 horsepower. So even this new the ZR1X is an E-Ray hybrid.
No, the
It
ZR
E-Ray.
no. Listen, the X is a whole new car.
I hear you. I'm
The
reading what it says about the ZR1X.
What they
This new
did,
model combines the E-Ray's hybrid
right?
system with the ZR1's twin turbo V8, resulting in a combined 1,250 horsepower and all-wheel drive. It's expected to achieve 0 to 60 in under 2 seconds and a quarter mile time under 9 seconds with over 150 miles per hour trap speed.
Yeah.
So
All of it. So the
hybrid. What did it take from the hybrid? The all-wheel.
only thing it took was the front wheel drive, the front wheel electric power.
All-wheel drive.
So now it's an all wheel drive vet. The
Okay.
E-Ray. So the E-Ray is an all seasonal vet. That's the one car they said the vet that come when you buy it, they come with all seasonal radios on it. So you can drive that bitch in the wintertime. No matter, you can't drive it in no 5 feet of snow. You know what I'm saying? You'd be stupid to do that. But light snow, it'll lift itself up when it recognizes cold outside, it'll raise itself up and you can drive it in the snow. But what they did was they took the electric batteries in the front from the E-Ray and combined it with the ZR1 to make it the ultimate vet. So that I'm anticipating the next vet that's going to come out for 27 is going to be fully electric. What else can they do?
Or they'll offer fully electric.
Yeah, what else could they only got 2 other options they can do. They either come out with a Corvette SUV, then that's going to follow the trend of everybody else is doing SUVs, hyper SUVs, or they're going to come out with an electric vet.
Oh, so that's what they did on the ZR1X. Oh, okay, an electrified front axle.
The front axle, yep. So when you stab out, it's straight up. It's going from 0 to 100 in less than 4 seconds.
Yeah, electrified front axle. Yeah, that motherfucker gonna be ridiculous.
And you ain't got to plug it in. It charges itself. You ain't got to plug it in like an electric car.
Yeah, because it's hybrid.
Yeah. So it's gonna charge itself as you drive it.
He said it charges itself?
Yeah.
Yep. As you drive it, it charges itself.
So
some hybrids,
like the brother in Atlanta, he got his own. It's called the brother. He has his own electric cars. His name is. You got to know who he is.
Yeah. Shit, I can't remember his name, but they already had an electric car that charged itself. It was called the Karma. Y'all remember that car? Y'all remember that car called the Karma?
Nope.
It was called the Fisker Karma. It was a hybrid car, but the roof, the hood, the roof, and the trunk was all solar panels. So it had a range. You could drive to California in it. It had a hell of a range on it. but they would catch on. The problem was they would catch on fire, and I think Tesla was doing that shit to them. You be driving that mug, it just catch on fire on you.
Wow.
And that's what ran their market shares down and kind of put them on, put them down. But they making a comeback though. I've been seeing them. Somebody bought them and been looking to put them back in the market. And it was a sweet ass car too. If you look it up, if you had ever seen one, you would have never forgot that you saw one. Because it is shit on a Tesla. It's shit all over a Tesla. GQ, ain't you in front of your computer?
Yeah.
Type it up. The Fisker Karma. And then Ford got that stupid ass Mustang they came out with, but they want 300,000. You gotta get approved to buy the bitch.
2012 Fisker Karma. Yeah, that's a bad. That motherfucker ridiculous, bro. That motherfucker wrong.
How many?
That bitch a beast, huh?
What's the range?
It's unlimited range. It charges itself.
Okay.
The Fisker does?
Yeah, because it's a hybrid. It's a hybrid car. It's got an engine in it. It's got a combustible engine. It's got a combustible engine in it. It's just like through the city, it run on battery, but when you jump on the highway, it'll switch to the gasoline engine, and then that engine will charge the batteries with the solar panels charging it as well.
Yep, gasoline engine kicks on and acts as a generator.
And that motherfucking car, that's a really nice low key car that a lot of people just wasn't up on them. I only seen like 3 or 4 of them ever.
Damn, they played them too, bro. I believe, yeah, that was some old corporate espionage.
That was some Tesla shit.
Yeah, that was some Tesla shit,
And
bro.
Elon was like, we got to get them out the way. We got to get
they battery supplier A123 went bankrupt.
Yeah, that's some bullshit.
At the end of 2012, after Fisker's battery supplier went bankrupt, production of the Karma was suspended. Fisker's own fortunes took a turn for the worse shortly afterward, and the company filed for bankruptcy in November 2013, bringing the Karma short-lived production run to an end. Damn, if you got stuck with one of them motherfuckers,
you can't even get it fixed. You can't get no batteries, no nothing for it.
Can't get nothing, bro.
You gotta have somebody make you some shit.
And that motherfucker was 4,500 on the top end. On the high end, it was 4,500.
But somebody just bought
45,000. My fault.
Yeah, somebody just bought the name though. They actually got a new one coming out. It's supposed to be the auto show, so yeah, it's supposed to be the auto show, and then Ford's supposed to have some shit coming up. But Ford shit, Ford too expensive, man. I ain't feeling that shit. $400,000 and $500,000 for a motherfucking Ford? Hell no, I'm not doing that.
Why you should never ever buy a cheap Fisker Karma. A gorgeous,
all of them cheap now. Shit.
A gorgeous, unreliable vehicle.
Yeah, all of them cheap now.
Yeah, so cool. Yeah.
2021 Karma GS6 fixes the Fisker.
But see, the good thing about it though, even if the battery's fucked up, it still run on the gasoline. It'll still run the car.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? It ain't like a Tesla. The battery go dead on Tesla. You can't even get out that bitch.
It's a wrap.
Yeah, you fucked up. Because my nephew his car went dead on him. He couldn't even get out the bitch.
So you trapped in that motherfucker.
He's sitting on the freeway in the car.
You can't get out.
Yeah, the AAA had to bring a battery cell to come over there to put in the car, to put on the car to get the doors unlocked. They had to bring a portable battery cell.
And then when the
Man, that shit.
batteries cost tens of thousands of dollars to replace too. Them batteries ain't cheap to replace.
Shit, them motherfucking batteries cost about 40,000. Them goddamn batteries ain't no more. Them motherfuckers ain't cheap. That's the whole car. To be honest with you, the battery is probably the most expensive part of the car next to the interior.
Yeah, that's exactly why I didn't get one. That and just
yeah, no, I'm straight.
I don't really fuck with Elon like that.
I
sold all my little Tesla stock. I don't rock with Elon, no. I really don't.
Yeah, I ain't never bought no top. Excuse me. I ain't never bought no stock from the one for when I ain't fucking with no white South Africans. I ain't doing that. Motherfucker, y'all done went over there during apartheid and fucked up all the natives and took they. No, I ain't fucking with y'all. His family fucked up. You look at his. Y'all ain't seen that interview with his daddy.
Come from money. So
listen,
who daddy?
Elon Musk's daddy. You saw what he did with his stepdaughter, right?
Man, I don't know what the fuck what that motherfucker
can't
did. I
make no
don't
more
fuck with
money.
Elon. Man, I've been telling motherfucker I ain't fuck with Elon Musk way before the Trump. Elon Musk always been on my shit list.
Man, look, fuck all that. That motherfucking daddy raised this girl as his stepdaughter, and then got her pregnant. Yeah, I'm like, dog. If that ain't the dumb, I ain't gonna say dumb. That's some fucked up shit.
The word.
Yeah, that's some dogmatic.
That shit's part of their genealogy, though.
Yeah, that's what they do, man.
Man, listen.
Anything that cracker do, anything.
It could not. It could not be me. Could not be my daughter. Because it'd be an Elon Musk daddy funeral. Quick.
Diddy stole LB Sure son. I think he probably been molesting that little son.
Wait, you say what? What you say?
P. Diddy stole LB Sure son. I don't know what he was doing with that little boy, man.
Man, that shit weird, man.
But yeah, I know. I feel you though that Elon Musk, man. You know, Elon Musk look like he might have been a product of incest. You know, that look like Down syndrome.
Man, listen, them white motherfuckers, they want to put that little motherfucking extension cord in any hole they can find.
That motherfucker like he got down. Look at that motherfucker Elon Musk. That motherfucker like he a product of incest.
That's why they go after them little young ass girls. They don't go after no grown ass woman because they can't. She be like, "What you doing?"
Right, they can't deal with them.
Yeah, they got to go after them little ass girls.
Bought Tesla.
Mud face ass.
Like each company that he's had, like it ain't like he actually cultivated himself from the ground up. PayPal, that was 2-3 other white boys with him in on that. So like I said, it ain't like he just. Not trying to, at the end of the day, yeah, I am. I'm saying like, yeah.
No, I think he did PayPal by himself.
No, he didn't. He didn't. That was I know for a fact it was.
Yeah, that was my boy who owned Cash
App, including him.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it was more than.
That's your boy who owned it.
I rock with him harder than I rock. I don't fuck with Elon Musk, but dude, he is not like. He one of them hippie ass white boys. So he one of them. He like Domo humanist. He love everybody.
Okay,
that's his claim. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, that's a good thing. That what you mean like Domo? I thought everybody's supposed to love it. Well, almost everybody.
I'm more of a racial. They might call me a racist or a bigot or something like that.
You can't be a racist because you don't control that.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. I said they might call me that, but I'm on the racial side of the game.
Well, we all should be racist to a degree to help the benefit of the black community.
I'm more on that side of the game. But this guy, damn, I can't think of his fucking name. I picture him in my head. But yeah, he's one of them hippie type white boys. Like, damn, what the fuck is his name, man? This shit is crazy. When I say it, you'll know exactly what I'm talking
about. Don't worry about it. Don't
think about it. YouTube wasn't started by one person. I'm thinking about it. Is there any type of medium that we use that was only start. I don't think there's not too many. Those type of mediums are not typically started by one person. Think about
Well,
that.
it
That
usually
lets
be
you
a
know how the
group
power
effort.
of
Then
the
you need a
power of coming together with the right people.
financier.
Yeah, the power of linking up with the right people. You feel me? And how you can come together, and it goes back to being constructive and productive. But yeah, like yeah. So yeah, like I said, YouTube was started by 3 people. You feel me? I know for a fact it wasn't started by one person. That's
What I
why.
mean by the concept
But
is the concept started by one person.
no,
You know what I'm saying?
because YouTube was an Asian dude and a white dude and some other dude. They sold it. They sold
Dorsey,
it to Google.
Jack
If I'm not
Dorsey,
mistaken.
Mr. Daniels. Are
Oh,
you familiar with him?
But
yeah.
Yeah.
What I'm saying, DT, like
y'all
when
missing what I'm saying now. I'm talking
I
about
got some shit. I got some shit I've been working on for about 7-8 years, right? And I'm the sole creator of it. And when I drop it, there won't be no. I'm gonna be the sole entity, the creator, the designer, the R&D developer of it, and all that. And it's gonna go global.
Okay.
Because it's something that a lot of race car guys. In the race car game, with technology advancing so hard, it's hard to make horsepower, hard to find cheap horsepower, right? But I got a system that no matter what you put it on, it's going to gain 25% more horsepower at the bare minimum, no matter what you put it on. But it's only for race applications. It ain't for going up and down the highway. You ain't going from LA to motherfucking Vegas with it.
Okay.
Shit'd be blew up, burnt to the ground. But for a race application, it's guaranteed. I guarantee you get 25% more horsepower the moment you put it on your engine.
Oh yeah, that's what's up.
From your previous setup. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's raw business.
So
that's you have a full proprietorship over that.
100%.
Okay.
100%. Just right now, I just got some other stuff in the way and some small legal shit and.
You about to take off?
A little bit. I would have did it last year, but
what's for whatever motorcycle motors and car.
You can put that bitch on a submarine motor. You can put that if that bitch got a goddamn crank, it'll go on it.
Oh, that's what's up.
So the only thing is, I wanted to do it last year, but I was really worried about China and Japan because they don't have abide by patent laws.
Yeah.
And they can fuck the whole game up.
Yeah, they'll mass produce your shit and have it out here for $30.
Right. You got a fucking $5,000 system. They undercutting your shit for $150. Fucking you up.
Yeah.
So that's one reason why I didn't do it.
Need some political plugs with this shit.
Yeah, they fuck your shit up over there. They
for being able to sell your shit in America.
Right. So
that's what's up, Mr. Bay. You're a bad motherfucker, bro. You gonna be filthy rich, brother. I'm gonna come over there and rob your ass.
no, don't come on, don't try to rob me. I give it to you. If I got that, if it's like that, I give it to you. Don't rob me. If you robbing me, that means you rich trying to kill me. I'm hold on. No. Here, man, take this shit. I ain't even gonna call the police to look for you. Yeah, I had a couple of my homeboys, man. They motherfuckers over here did them dirty like that, kidnap them, rob them, and kill them. And I'm like, dude, y'all not even know he would have gave y'all that money.
Y'all that shit, you know.
He'd have gave that money. He would.
You man, what? Boy, that shit, you know.
Man, one of my homeboys, man, this shit broke my heart. He come up missing. We race bikes together. He come up missing. And he in the streets, but he also own a lot of real estate around here in Detroit. He come up missing. I'm thinking, he out with some little chick or something. But 3 days go by, his wife like, nah, whatever he doing, he ain't never disappeared for no 3 days.
Right.
Then they catch up with her. send a little dude over to her salon and
With the
give her
ransom letter.
and give her the ransom note.
Mm.
They want $500,000.
Mm.
She get the money and give it to him.
Oh.
And didn't even tell the police.
Man, bro.
She did not listen. She gave them motherfuckers the money. Q.
Yeah, man.
They had already killed him.
Mm.
And nobody knew who did it, right? Nobody knew who did it at that point.
Right.
He had you heard of the Ford Taurus show, right?
Yeah.
He had one of the Taurus shows, the twin turbos.
Mm-hmm.
When they kidnapped him, he must have been in that car. They put him in the trunk, and some little guys on the east side was out there drag racing the damn car and got caught by the police.
Drag racing the show?
They drag racing the show.
Don't even know the body in the trunk.
And they got caught up in the drag racing sting. And my man is in the trunk.
They don't even know it.
They don't even know he in the trunk.
Damn, man. Probably sold Shorty them the show for a couple dollars.
No, so the little cast that had the car was part of the cast that picked the money up and kept the car. Because, you know, obviously they're like, oh, this motherfucker's fast. They out racing the car and got caught. And that's how they found out who did it. When they grabbed them little cats and they found out that body was in there, you know, that's a wrap now.
Yeah.
It's a whole, y'all, we in a whole nother ball game now, Jack. This ain't no drag racing case.
They went to singing like a canary around.
Man, they went to singing like the OJs.
I know the fuck they did.
And that's how we found out the cats who did it.
Some motherfucker that he know.
It was a motherfucker he was about to buy an apartment complex with. Some cats that he was working out a deal to buy an apartment complex for from these cats. And they done backdoored him and kidnapped him.
Damn.
They was buying a 20 unit building, and he was going in partners with him. And they done backdoored him and killed him. I said, man, these motherfuckers, boy.
Man. They kidnapped my partner, man. He was getting a little paper, and he had a little restaurant on 119th. They kidnapped his wife and tried to hold up for ransom. Come to him asking for the bread. He went straight to the police. Shit, he got her back like within like 24 hours. Shit, didn't get their ass nothing. He told them motherfuckers, man, I think they asked him for like $250,000. Told them motherfuckers, I ain't got no fucking $250,000.
Man, they listen. I got a couple homeboys got snatched up. One of my homeboys he raced cars. They thought he was a millionaire.
He got his wife back. He got his wife back though.
Yeah,
he got his wife. Yeah, I ain't mad at him for
that.
To
leave the area. I mean, did he pick? I'm pretty sure he was tooled up, or they was tooled packing in. I mean, as far as
he went to the police, man, and somehow, you know, they got it back. You know, he made a phone call. They got down on their, the police got down on their dumb ass.
Yeah, that shit crazy.
Yeah, they told him, you know, basically, motherfucker, y'all got this kidnapping charge. Y'all, you know, y'all don't give her up, but y'all take a murder charge with it. They gave her ass up.
Yeah, when you start throwing them chips out there like that,
you already knew who the identity was and all that. You know, that's like he knew, like he must have knew.
Well, they found out after, you know, they did what they do. You know, when a motherfucker come with a kidnap, you know, talk about a motherfucker asking for a ransom. So they, you know, they played the background and had him to call the motherfuckers like, I got the bread, and you know, they had a motherfucker postman come to pick up the bread and went on from there. They snatched that motherfucker up, and that motherfucker told everything.
Ain't no such thing as no random kidnapping, did he? Somebody knows somebody.
Yeah.
To put you up on it.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? Ain't no, ain't no such thing as no random kidnapping. Somebody done put the play on you.
Only on the, like some out of the country shit, Mexico or some shit. You out there, they kidnap
Right.
you. They kidnap you just because you're an American. They just figure
Yeah,
you got
put your ass
something.
on the
But you got a few thousand. You done brought your ass down here and stand at this nice resort.
The kidnapping is the least thing you got to worry about over that motherfucker. The police will rob your motherfucking ass. Shit. One of my homeboys went over there. Police robbed the shit out of his ass. He couldn't believe it.
Hell yeah, they rob your ass.
He was like, man, they pulled him over. He was driving a Jeep with some little Spanish chicken. They pulled his ass over. And he like, what's happening? They like, yeah, run them pockets. That's what's happening.
That's what's happening.
Yeah, that's what's happening. We run them
you got
pockets.
a ticket, but you can pay it right here.
Yeah, this your ticket home or your ticket to be here for a few more days in jail. What you want to do?
$10, man.
$10. I think he said he gave him like $2,500.
Shit, whatever he had on him, he gave.
Yeah. That's because he had $2,500 on his ass.
Yeah, they wasn't playing. Look, he over there.
If he had any jewelry on him, they took that too. Shit.
Yeah, they wasn't playing. When he called me, and he was like, "Man, you won't even believe this shit." I'm like, "What?" Like, man, the motherfucking federales just robbed me. I said, "Yep."
I believe it.
But they grimy as fuck over in Mexico.
Yeah, they robbed your stupid ass.
Man, listen, I got a partner over there. He run Baja. So you know Baja is a multi-million-dollar race agent.
Yeah.
He one of the top players in the Baja. Mm-hmm. So I'm going down there one year, me and this chick, to watch him run one of his races. We going down this road, man. This car just come out of nowhere. Then it hit my Hummer. I went off in the ditch and then it crashed the bitch trying to dodge the motherfuckers. And she like, don't stop. I'm like, bitch, they just damn near hit us. He like, nah, they trying to rob us. They came from nowhere to hit you.
Yep.
Don't stop. Keep going. Man, I punched that bitch all the way down to Mexico City. Because ain't no gas stations. Once you get out of the main city, ain't no more gas stations until you get to the next major city. And I had filled up whatever town I was in. Them motherfuckers saw us over there. They saw us in that town getting gas.
Mm-hmm.
Motherfuckers tried to run me off the road. I was like, shit.
Yeah, you was in the Hummer, nigga. They like, oh yeah, we got us one.
And when I caught up with my homeboy, he was like, yeah. When I caught up with my homeboy, I had all type of grass and shit all over the front of my truck and shit. He's like, the fuck he was doing? I said, man, motherfucker, run us off the road. He said, hey, they try to rob your ass. Ain't nobody running nobody off the road. They trying to run your ass down there and crash. Mm-hmm. Run your ass in the ditch. You crash, they gonna rob your ass and probably kill your ass.
Mm-hmm.
That's the last time I've been over there. I told this shit, I ain't got these problems in Detroit. Fuck that.
I said, yeah, we gonna convoy back about this motherfucker.
He damn sure did convoy me back too. No bullshit.
Yeah. Convoy about this bitch.
Yeah, because right now that motherfucker, he own like fucking 300 acres of avocado fields. So he ain't worried about money.
He got it like horse shit over there.
Yeah, he got it. But going back, he was like, I can't let my homeboy get fucked up. All his homeboys follow me back.
Yeah, so that's why I was like calculating. They had some money.
Yeah, you was like Barack Obama coming about that motherfucker.
Goddamn right. When I pulled up at the motherfucking border in Nogales going back into Arizona, I thought I was the motherfucking man. I was like, yeah, I got a motherfucking hit squad with me. Let's go. But the asses wasn't crossing that border. They like, this as far as we can go, homeboy. You on your own, you cross the border back to the U.S. Yeah, we ain't going to the U.S. We ain't fucking around over there.
Yeah, so I'm cool from here. I don't need y'all on the other side. No way. I'm good on that side.
Right. Yeah, once I cross that border, I'm straight. But they wasn't crossing. They was like, we good over here. We ain't fucking with the U.S. Yeah, them motherfuckers got a hell of an operation with that Baja. That's some shit. Motherfuckers they don't run it in the U.S. They don't run no Baja in the U.S.
Right.
But over there, you know, South Americas and all the like over in Qatar and all that shit.
Yeah.
Them motherfuckers got some money invested in them goddamn trucks.
Hell yeah, man. Motherfucker, the extreme heat and all that shit they be dealing with.
Yep. And then my homeboy was like, "We build you a bike." I'm like, "Man, you crash start looking at them motherfuckers riding them dirt bikes. And they getting hit by the motherfucking trucks. I said, man, y'all out your motherfucking mind. The bikes can't even keep up with the goddamn Baja truck. Y'all running the bikes over. I'm like, nah, I don't want to do that shit. He was like, you sure? Hell no.
Right, that bike out there, bump that, it really run your ass off the road.
Yeah, you only gonna have like a 450 cc. Them goddamn Baja trucks, them bitches be making fucking 2,500 horses, 3,000 horses. The bikes can't even get out the way. They way fast enough. They getting run the fuck over. They get killed.
Man,
hit your ass like
hell no, I ain't doing that shit.
Ship your own home
off the road.
No, they gotta follow you with a helicopter.
Yeah, I be seeing them Baja race when they had the helicopters and shit.
Yeah, that's how they race. You get out there, you get fucked up. Ain't no motherfucking phone, and they don't, ain't no crew to see what happened like NASCAR. They got a spotter they can watch it. They gotta follow you with a helicopter.
Yeah, they sure be out there with the helicopters.
The big teams got motherfucking helicopters following them.
Yeah, I be seeing the videos with them helicopters and shit.
And if you crash that bitch or break it, they call in the crew to come to your location and will fix your shit, get you back in the race. I mean, literally cut that shit off, weld that shit back on there in the desert, get you back in the race if your shit raceable.
Mm-hmm.
That's some high dollars. That's some $1 million budget type shit. That shit way more expensive than the shit I'm doing.
Yeah.
I'm cool with that.
I don't think I'm gonna be visiting Mexico no time soon. I ain't gonna lie, not really on my bucket list.
I mean, it depends on where you go. I've never been to none of the resorts. I ain't never been to none of them.
Mm-hmm.
But I go down and cross the border, hang out, and drink and shit, like and hang out and eat some of the food. I remember one time I went over there, they had just blew the president up of Mexico or one of his officials right at the border. And I came through the next day. I'm like, damn, the motherfucking military over here deep. I mean, I was like, that ain't the military, that's the police. I was like, what? He said, that's the regular police. That's how we ride. That's how our police ride over here to battle the cartel. I said, that shit like that's some military shit. That shit spooked me right when I saw that shit. I was like, yeah, I'm straight. I don't want no problems with them.
Yeah, them motherfucking cartels don't be giving a fuck. Them titles don't mean nothing to them.
You make them motherfuckers mad. They don't give a fuck about the police. They don't give a fuck about the police and shit. They'll blow their asses up.
Mm-hmm. Mayors, governors, whatever the fuck.
Yeah, one of the well, I don't even remember who it was, but he had got blew up at that border a few days before I come through there to go hang out with my homeboys. And they like, you picked a hell of a border to cross. I'm like, well, shit, this where y'all at? He's like, man, look at the damn federales over there. They ain't fucking around. You coming over here? They ain't playing right now. This might not be a good weekend to hang out. But the poverty over there, once you get out that city, y'all don't even know what poor look like. They really poor over in that bitch once you get out them city limits.
Yeah, man.
If I had to choose poor, I'm gonna be American poor for sure.
That's for damn sure.
Cause when you see them motherfuckers over there, they fucked up poor.
Yeah, worst poverty I seen was in Dominican Republic, man. We take them dune buggies out, take them a dune buggy ride.
Yeah.
And get out there on them little country roads and sit and see them. They look like Haitians, like Haitian refugees or something out there. They living out there on those little back dirt roads and shit, man. Like kids running behind you.
Right.
Dollars and shit.
Some shit like on Belly.
Yeah, man, that shit's serious.
Yeah, I got an uncle. He live in Puerto Rico, in Delray, Puerto Rico.
Yeah.
And his house is right facing the Gulf, right? Like you would literally walk out his backyard and jump into golf, right? But you go outside his community, his gated community, go about 3-4 miles down the road. I'm like, dog, it's fucked up over here.
Yeah.
He was like, yeah, don't come through here at night because they will snatch your ass up.
Mm-hmm.
He was like, you need to be in the. When I was over there hanging out for a couple weeks, me and the family, he was like, y'all need to be back here when it get dark, back in these gates.
Mm-hmm.
He said, because you will get snatched up over there. My sons was looking at me like, Dad, why are we over here? I'm like, shit. To kick it with your family. They're like, no, we ready to go. Like, this shit is crazy. But that's how, you know, you go to them other countries and third world countries, you see what time it is.
Yeah, I gotta go to a third world country Friday. I gotta go to Mississippi. My stepmother passed, and they about to have her funeral Saturday.
Sorry to hear that.
Yeah.
You know, I only been to Mississippi 2 times in my life. I ain't never really cared to go. I don't know how y'all go down there. Mississippi, Alabama, I ain't fucking with them states. For real.
Yeah, them states. The states is. I mean, nah, Illinois, but nah, Midwest though got some. You gotta think. Yeah, the Midwest got. The Midwest had. Yeah, bro. The Midwest gets. You know, it gets disregarded for like.
Man, I went to Mississippi one time to drop off a race car trailer to a guy. This guy was starting a trailer company. He had bought a fifth wheel, 65-foot car haul, a race car trailer.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So when I pull up to his facility, I'm like, man, that's a lot of land back here. He said, yeah, this was a barn. This was a farm, and I bought 450 acres. So I'm like, what the fuck? Where you get that kind of money from? So when dude told me what he owned, we see him everywhere. I just never knew. You know, you never knew who the person that owned it was. You ever see them Yeti coolers?
Yeti coolers.
Yeti.
You go into like a Walmart or a Tractor Supply. They got these coolers called Yetis.
Okay.
And they got a light. It's an LED light inside them. It's a little triangle light, little bitty. You know, probably the size of a flashlight, but it's an LED light, right?
Mm-hmm.
This motherfucker patented the top for the cooler and the light fixture to go in there. He don't own nothing else.
But he still get points off of it.
What? Points? This motherfucker got to check an unbelievable check. You hear me? When I pulled up to it, because when I dropped the first trailer off to him, I got there late. He came up to the facility and let me in. And he was like, you can stay at my guest house. And then when we got there, I'm thinking the guest house is the main house. He said, no, my main house 3 miles down through the property on the other side. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
The guest house, I thought was his regular house. He said, no, this is the guest house. And by the time you go in there and take your luggage in there and take a shower, my wife gonna come up here and bring us dinner and make you some tea.
Tea. Some dinner, some tea.
Yeah. I'm checking it. Yeah, I know it's one of the Yeti coolers.
When I say dude got a bag, an unbelievable bag. He was the one put me up on the. He was the one introduced me to my patent attorney.
Yeah,
he put me up on a lot of information. He was like, you need to do this, you need to do this, you need to do that. You know.
He lived like a king in Mississippi with that kind of money.
Oh, he listen, bro. He right at the Mississippi Alabama border, right there. He right there, and he living like a king. Shit, that motherfucker living like a lord.
Yeah.
I said, damn, this white boy got some shit for your ass over here. He said,
400 acres in Mississippi. That ain't like no real large amount of money.
but that was just so. What he do other than the coolers, the shit on the cooler, he is competing against Bill Gates because he was one of the guys that he don't want Bill Gates to buy up all the farmland. So
Right.
him and his boys, they've been buying up farmland to stop Gates from buying up the farmland.
That's what's up. Yeah, that's what's up.
Because he was the first one that he was probably the first person I even heard mention that. He was like, "Nah, you know what he doing?" I'm like, "Nah." He was like, "Hell no, nah. We've been buying up farmland around here to stop him from doing it."
Yeah. That's smart.
So I can respect that shit.
Yeah.
I would agree.
Yeah, I can respect anybody that's trying to stop that monster right there.
Yeah, that motherfucker Ted Turner got his property go through 3 states.
Damn. Well, he must be at a try. He must be in a try. He must be like North Carolina, Tennessee,
Oklahoma. I think it's Texas, Oklahoma, and Arkansas or something. Like
okay, I was gonna say he got to be in a tri county. He got to be in a tri-state corner right there.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yeah, Ted Turner from Turner Broadcast.
Yeah, them motherfuckers, man, they be on some bullshit though. Like, motherfucker got that much money, man. What you need all that for? What you need it for? You just stopping other motherfuckers from getting it.
Yeah.
Because to be honest with you, a motherfucker can live comfortable. If you can't live comfortable with $1 million, I don't know what the fuck to tell you.
$1 million. So you said if a person has $1 million right now, they should be able
You should be able to find your motherfucking way. You, your kids, and quite a few other people around you. If y'all, unless y'all just some complete idiots.
Oh, so you said even a person with kids and all that? So I mean, what's the trying to figure out what's this whole like what's the outlook on that? Like, so 2 kids, a family with $1 million, which is a mom and a dad with a son and a daughter. You're saying they should be able to come together and know what it takes to, grow. Grow that fund.
You should be able to make some serious
make something happen. Which is $1 million.
Yeah, you should be able to make some low risk moves that can hold y'all off for the next 30, 40 years of y'all lives. And still have enough money to make some high risk moves. High risk you might lose, but the low risk, low risk investments, I got quite a few of them that I know no matter what, I'm gonna be straight from them.
Yeah.
I don't know how my shit just turned off like that. Yeah, I think that's one of the things we have to be more in tune with instead of worried about the stock market. Start making other investments like with JP Morgan Chase. You make long term investments. With like Raymond. What's the other? Investment companies. You make them. That 20-year investment in a skyrise that they're building in Japan, right? If you can get inside one of them investment groups, that's gonna make y'all some real money, guaranteed for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
20, 30,000 a month for 30 years. Who the fuck wouldn't do that?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I just, I understand what you're saying. Cause I feel you. But let me see. I just think about reparations on a bigger scale, but yeah, I mean that's significant. Yeah, so yeah, yep.
Yeah, I mean, but listen, reparations is definitely doable. I'm with you with that. It's just it's gonna take it's gonna take a lot of us to have to push at one time to make it happen. Like we're gonna have to say, hey, you know what? Ain't none of us going to work for a month until y'all start making this shit happen. They start feeling that economic pinch on their ass. Oh, they start hearing us then. Them damn white slave masters got it. Shit.
Yeah, that's true. It's definitely true.
It's just it's not enough of us that can get on the same page. You know, that's the problem. I don't want to be on that Pan African shit. I don't want to be on that FBA shit. I don't want to be on. Fuck all that shit. Put that shit to the side.
Yep.
Well, I mean, when it comes to that, that's
the issue. That division.
That division is killing us.
Fucking us over.
Killing us.
Say it all the time.
Well, most black
everybody's worried about another motherfucker ideology and what they believe in and what they.
That's been killing us for a long time, and I don't understand what the fuck is the problem. Get to the bag, and then we figure the rest of the shit out.
Feel it. Emotion.
Get to the bag. Get the bag first, and then we figure the rest of the shit out.
Mm-hmm.
We trying to figure the shit out before we get to the bag. And killing our and fucking ourselves. Get to the bag first.
Worry about the wrong shit.
And then we figure the other shit out. So what? Pookie gonna go put some 24s on his colors. So what? So what? Keisha gonna go ham in the Louis Vuitton store. So what? We know that's gonna happen. But the majority of us get the bag and then make shit happen.
Yeah. So what? The Hebrews gonna go try to buy Israel?
They gonna get their ass ran up out of Israel. The motherfucker with them goddamn curls going down the side of their neck. They ain't trying to hear that. Orthodox Jews ain't gonna be trying to hear that shit. Y'all who? Y'all ain't never seen them motherfuckers get raw dog on motherfuckers? Y'all ain't never been over in what they call Brooklyn? They got a part of Brooklyn called is it Jew Brooklyn? I call it Jew country. Right? And I think one day NYPD had got into one of them motherfuckers, snatched one of they big rabbis up.
Yeah.
Them motherfucking Orthodox Jews was running. They was punching the NYPD in the face. I was like, what the fuck?
Oh yeah, you know you gotta kill them motherfucker. They don't give a fuck.
I'm sitting in my car like this shit is this. You punch one of them in the face, they gonna gun your ass down. These motherfucking Jews over there swinging on them.
Wasn't fucking around either.
They wasn't trying to hear that shit. They speaking that Yiddish shit and they trying to put dude in the squad car. They busting him in the. I'm like, yo, this shit is crazy.
I be dying laughing at King Richard, stupid ass from Chicago. He be over there fucking with them boys all the time. But how about free Palestine and shit? On King David. They be looking at him like he crazy. Like, what the fuck is he talking about on King David? You know, he talking about David Bosdale. They think he talking about David from the Bible.
Nah, but there's a lot of them Jews that support Palestine. There's a lot of them do. A lot of them they don't support Benjamin Netanyahu. They don't fuck with him.
Yeah.
So it's a whole lot of them that support Palestine because they believe that the land is for everybody.
Right.
The motherfuckers that ain't trying to hear that shit, them the motherfuckers that's fucked up. Them the motherfuckers ain't gonna let me and you come over there and say we.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
We go over there and try that, they'll kill us.
Mm-hmm.
Because they wanted to be white Jews only. And that's just ain't the truth. It's a ton of black Jews over here in Detroit.
Yeah.
Ton of them. I see them all the time walking around. They got their heads cut and got their little naps hanging down the side of their face. I'm like, man, y'all tripping. The Orthodox Jews ain't trying to. They ain't trying to let. They ain't trying to hear that shit from y'all.
They ain't recognizing y'all, man.
No, but the black Jews over here, yeah, the fuck they do.
Mm.
They go up in the synagogues and everything. They like, bitch, fuck y'all.
Right.
Yeah, they well respected over this motherfucker for sure.
Hmm.
One of them, this motherfucker, he done did a lot of shit in Detroit. And I just heard about this motherfucker. Maybe about 2 years ago, I met him. This motherfucker was taking Detroit public school students over to Europe in the 60s.
Mm.
As a Orthodox Jew, a black Orthodox Jew.
Okay.
I ain't believe him at first. You know, I ain't gonna say I didn't believe him. It just shit sounded a little far fetched. I'm like, that don't sound right. He's like, look at this Detroit News article. I looked that shit up, and there he was with all them goddamn students
Doing his thing.
He said he done took over 200,000 Detroit public school students over to Europe.
Okay.
Through his organization. And I ain't never heard of him. So there's some motherfuckers over here that you know, it's some black religious heavy hitters over here, some black Muslims, and I ain't talking about the Nation of Islam.
Right.
Even them though, they bringing the heat over here too.
Yeah, well, that's the original home of. That's where Elijah Muhammad comes from.
Yeah, no, the Nation of Islam was started by a guy named Farrar Muhammad.
For sure.
In Chicago.
No. Detroit.
But wasn't he from Chicago?
No.
Yes, he was. Look it up.
Farrar Muhammad was not from Chicago, brother.
He wasn't from Detroit.
That's where they started the Nation of Islam.
That might be where they started, but his origin is from Chicago. His origins is from Chicago. Look it up.
No, it's not, brother. I'm gonna look it up. I mean, even though I know he's not from Chicago,
I bet you didn't push ups, motherfucker.
Hey, brother, I promise you, he's not from Chicago. And Elijah Muhammad is from Detroit. And I'm finna. I mean, ain't no big deal. I'll show it to you.
I'm almost certain that for Farrar Muhammad.
Farrar Muhammad not even from America.
They say Arab, right?
Yeah, he definitely ain't from Chicago.
Well, let's say he migrated to Chicago.
Mm-mm.
He might have started the Nation of Islam in Detroit because MOORS 1 is on.
Look, let me tell you, brother. Here we go. Wallace Farrar Muhammad, or W.E. Farr, was the founder of the Nation of Islam. He arrived in Detroit in 1930 with an ambiguous background and several aliases, and proselytized syncretic and superficial Islamic teachings to the city's black population in Detroit.
Okay, but where was he from? Where was he from, though?
Okay, you probably didn't hear me. I'm gonna say it again.
Yeah, you must have said that shit kind of quick.
No. He arrived in Detroit in 1930 with an ambiguous background, and several ambiguous background mean they really don't know where this motherfucker come from.
I'm with you now. You got me right there. We good.
Okay. But they do know that he arrived in Detroit in 1930. And
Arrived from where though?
They don't, not Chicago. Let me tell you that.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out how they know he arrived here, but they don't know where the fuck he came from. But this motherfucker flew in on a goddamn carpet.
Yeah, he was God, bro. He just
Came in this bitch like Aladdin.
He was God, brother. He just popped up in that motherfucker.
Now you bugging with that part.
Well, yeah, you know, but that's what that's what the nation gonna tell you. But born date uncertain. NOI tradition claims February 26, 1877. Uncertain NOI tradition claims Mecca, possibly Bala. Okay, NOI tradition claims Mecca, possibly Balahistan.
Yeah, they made that Mecca part up.
Which would be modern day Pakistan or British Hong Kong. They don't have a clue what it's called. He just popped up in Detroit, bro.
You said British Hong Kong? What'd you just say, that last part?
Uncertain. Tradition claims Mecca, possibly Balochistan, which is modern day Pakistan, or British Hong Kong.
British Hong Kong.
Yeah, you know when Britain was running Hong Kong back in the day.
Right, I got you.
Yeah. So they don't know where the fuck he came from. They just know he arrived in Detroit in the 30s.
That's some crazy shit. He come up in here.
I'm telling you, all that shit started in Detroit.
He come up in Detroit in the height of Jim Crow era in the 30s.
Yep, he
Pulled that off.
He came to Detroit, and that's when he recruited Elijah Muhammad in Detroit. That's where Elijah Muhammad was born in Detroit.
Yeah, I didn't know that. I never really looked into the Nation of Islam that deep.
You owe me some push-ups though, bro.
Well, you didn't say bet, motherfucker.
Oh, nigga, it was a bet when you said it.
No, hell no. That ain't how we get down over here, Jack.
Oh, okay.
You gotta say bet.
Hey, but yeah, I've been, I did that much looking into it. Where I know it started in Detroit before they moved the headquarters to Chicago.
Yeah, because Moss One is still over on, I think it's on Linwood and.
There you go. So you pretty, I mean, that's your indicator. You got Moss 1 in Detroit.
Yeah. My brother's part of the Nation of Islam.
Okay. Yeah.
He's part of the Nation of Islam.
It all started in your backyard, bro.
Yeah, he part of the Nation of Islam, but you can't tell because you put a pork chop in front of him. He gobbled that motherfucker down. I'm talking shit. You can't pay him to eat no pork. You gotta trick his ass.
Oh shit!
But yeah, the Nation of Islam. I mean, I give the Nation of Islam credit. You know, they got a lot of black men to turn their lives around. Matter of fact, I'm gonna go buy me a bean pie tomorrow.
Yeah, the brothers out there with the final calls. The other day, I was headed to the lake and shit. I stopped to grab one, made a little donation.
I got a final call right on my front seat of my truck.
Yeah, man, sitting in my truck.
But I'm damn sure gonna give me a bean pie tomorrow.
I don't like the motherfuckers, bro.
Man, you crazy as hell.
I ain't gonna hold you. I don't like them bean pies.
Man, one day I was out with the wife. She was talking shit about them bean pies. They taste like pork beans. I said they don't taste nothing like no damn pork and beans. What the hell you talking about? I pulled over.
I'm not fond of them, man.
Man, I pulled over and bought a bag of grapes and a sweet potato. They don't. No, that's not. I mean, my bad. A bean pie. They don't went up on them now. Before they was only $5. Now motherfuckers $17.
Inflation, brother. And beans cost money.
Farrakhan put the tariffs on us immediately. Okay, all right. Now the bag of fruit only $1. That ain't changed. That ain't changed. But that I said $17. He said, "Yeah, my brother said." I said, "Damn, all right, he go 15."
They should have just been making some sweet potato pies. I wonder why they chose bean pie.
Man, that bean pie fuck a sweet potato pie up.
Hell no.
Man, you crazy.
I gotta get one of them bean pies you done had then. I ain't had them. That motherfucker I
Man,
put over here, that motherfucker wasn't like that.
man, listen, you ever come to Detroit, I'm gonna tell you right where to go, right where they gonna be at. You can't miss them.
They got the original recipe over there. That
That motherfucker super I mean, listen, you can't eat it with don't put no thin ass plastic spoon in there because it ain't gonna work.
Yeah, that
You
motherfucker.
gotta get one of them clear plastic spoons that's thick and hard. They go up in there.
Yeah.
Cause that mug super dense.
Yeah, it is.
Go right. I'm gonna tell you where to go. Where my man, he always got the best ones. Livernois and Davison in Detroit. Just remember, Livernois and Davison. That intersection is gonna be at two Nation Islams on both sides selling bean pies every day. Rain, sleet, or snow, they gonna be there. Have at least $15 on you though. Bean pie, killer sweet potato pie.
And I might start slinging bean pies. Ice Cube killed that shit.
Yeah, Ice Cube was a. I'm gonna tell you, you ever had a Japanese sweet potato? It's purple with white guts. I made a one year when it was my year to do Thanksgiving. I made a Japanese sweet potato pie. That motherfucker. Listen, they didn't want to eat it. My mama wouldn't eat it at first. She's like, I ain't eating that.
I ain't that Japanese shit.
She ain't even know. She just said it. She's like, I ain't eating no white sweet potato pie.
Yeah.
She's like, she wasn't trying to hear that.
Yeah.
And then my son cut a piece out and ate it. After that, them 3 pies was gone.
Damn. When did you appropriate a Japanese sweet potato?
You know, when I lived in New York, we had a health food store under our building, and they had these. You know, I kept asking them where was their yams at, and they only had the Japanese yams. I'm like, where's y'all sweet potatoes? And they're like, they just didn't have none. The guy, like, he didn't know what I was talking about, but he had them purple ones. And when as I bought one, took it upstairs and threw it in the oven, I'm like, "Dang, this mug pretty good. Shit, with some butter on it. Hold on." Then after that, I said, let me try to make a sweet potato pie of this joker. And the kids was like, "Yeah, that's because it's got a real buttery taste to it." So I ain't made one in a minute though, but put you up on some game, GQ. See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You go over to the international store and get you a couple of them.
Yeah, you guys know I'm gonna be out here looking for me a Japanese sweet potato.
Yeah, just remember they purple. They got a purplish. They got like a reddish purplish hue to them.
Okay.
And
the inside is white.
Yeah, you could cook it like a regular sweet potato. You know, throw it in the oven or slice it up, throw it in the saucepan, and throw some butter on it and a little bit of
brown sugar and some cinnamon.
Brown sugar, a little bit, however you make it. But it's got a buttery taste to it already.
Okay.
Yep, that's all you gotta do is go down to one of them little health food stores, one of them international stores. They have them in there.
The young guy, he done fell off over there.
Who DD of snoring?
Yeah. Nigga that fell off.
Yeah, he can't be letting Wale hit him with the bullshit. That's why I came here. Let me get Wale ass off of here.
Yeah, Wale go, what about your ancestry? Wale had got sleepy already. I could tell when he started getting sleepy, he get cranky. shit.
Yeah, and then he started talking crazy.
Yep.
He just started hitting random shit. Where your ancestors? Your ancestors talking to you. I'm like, what the fuck is Wally? I'm sitting here racing on. I was doing this race. I had been doing this 24-hour Le Mans race, and I was almost done.
Yeah.
I'm sitting listening. I'm laughing. What the fuck is Wally talking about? Wally half-ass sleep.
Yeah, well,
The ancestors ain't speaking to you. You ain't saying nothing to your ancestors.
Yeah.
And then deity tomorrow. Then I sit on the couch laughing my ass off.
Really like that? What the fuck they got to do with what I was just saying?
GQ, I'm sitting on the couch laughing my ass off. I said, no, let me finish this race and hop on here and bust this shit up because Wale, I know he gonna dip out when he see me log in.
Yeah, he trying to start some shit. That's my main man, Wale, though, man. Well, Wale, I'm telling y'all, that motherfucker Wale international goddamn something.
Nah,
I think the brother.
artist.
I really think the brother on the run.
He a con artist. I done ran across this type a million times.
International grifter.
Yeah, international con artist. Your ass out of here.
Damn. That's funny little motherfucker. I can believe that. Well, I know I know the motherfucker. Sometimes I say I got a lot of different theories. I say between a fugitive and a spy.
he ain't smart enough to be no spy. Because a spy is supposed to be
old, retired ass spy.
In order for you to be a spy, you got to be unseen.
You know that motherfucker that been everywhere, that met everybody. You heard him earlier talking about he met the nigga who wrote the Willie Lynch letters.
Wait, what? Wait,
oh, you missed that part.
Oh, I got to definitely go back and listen to this in the morning.
He met the nigga who wrote the actual Willie Lynch letters.
Wait, the Willie Lynch letter was written in the 1800s, wasn't it?
No, it was written in the about 50s or 60s.
No, it wasn't.
Yes, it was. Taz already done proved that we already went through. That's another
Please
part.
do not summons him up.
You will see that earlier.
Please do not summons him up. Do not.
He's already here. The goat has arrived.
Damn.
Damn. You know that affects you trying to handle that old man.
Damn. GQ. God damn it.
Yeah. Yeah, but we had that whole discussion about that's how it came up that he met the actual guy who wrote
I thought the Willie Lynch letter was written by a woman in the West Indies.
No, you taking it for face value. So we didn't debunk the Willie Lynch letter. It's not real. It's not a real letter, Willie.
Well, no, I thought it was a real letter, but it wasn't a real person.
No, it's not a real letter or person. Willie Lynch was not a real person, and the letter is not real. See, a lot of people think that, man. My nephew said his school teacher, which we spoke on earlier, but his school teacher was teaching them this year, teaching them about the Willie Lynch letters.
I thought the Willie Lynch letter was real.
It was a real letter.
Right. I thought the Willie Lynch letter was a real letter, but Willie Lynch was not a real individual. So how did that Willie Lynch come about then?
No, it's all fake, bro.
Propaganda.
And it was part of and it was the Nation of Islam who brought it to the forefront.
Huh?
Oh yeah, you got a lot of homework to do, Willie.
Listen, I'm only gonna go so far with it if it really, if it's not serving a hell of a purpose.
Well, I understand that part too, but yeah, no, I'm just telling you, what I'm telling you is real talk. It ain't just no. Yeah.
I mean, if Tez already did the research on it, then I already know.
Yeah,
it's a done deal.
Well, it's been debunked.
Cause he's so fucking retarded. He gonna go all the way to the bottom of the seat.
Yeah, it's been debunked. It's been debunked prior to Taz doing his thing with it, but yeah, he definitely You know, he
Yeah,
definitely pointed out. He definitely pointed out what's what. You know? But we already knew that, you know, it was brought out by the Nation of Islam in the final call. What me and you were just talking about, the final call.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I didn't know that. I've never heard of.
That's how it was brought mainstream.
I've never heard nobody say that.
Nah, yeah, that's old news. This
is the first I've ever heard that.
I've been knowing that for over 20 years.
Yeah, that's the first time I've ever heard that being said. That's how it was brought to mainstream, was from the final call.
Yeah, I've been knowing that for over 20 years, for real.
So
even
where did they?
Even when I thought they was real, even when I thought the Willie Lynch letters was real, I knew it was brought out by the final call. That's when I first seen the motherfucker in the final call.
Right. No. See, I thought the Willie Lynch letter was a letter that was written by a guy that was a slave trader from the West Indies and was teaching slave masters how to control their slaves. That's what I always thought.
Facts.
How the letter came about.
So it's a fact that you thought that. It's a fact that when the final call brought it out, that's how they presented it. The Nation presented it as a letter, like you just said, that was written by someone in the West Indies talking about how to control their slaves.
Right.
And it was said that Willie Lynch was actually a black man in the West Indies. Yeah, basically what you said. Yeah, that's
right.
That's how it was presented in the final call. You know, when they brought it out.
So the Nation of Islam was responsible for coming up with that.
Oh, that's what I was about to say. And it was supposedly found. It was found in the library.
Right.
Yeah.
So the Nation of Islam was responsible for coming up with the Willie Lynch concept.
No, they was responsible for bringing it to the forefront. Like
bring it to who was
presented to mainstream media? Now it's a professor. What was he from? North Carolina. North Carolina that's taking responsibility for writing it.
Wait, you said it was a professor from North Carolina that was responsible for?
He takes responsibility for. He claims that he wrote it.
So he's claiming he's the architect of this letter.
Yeah, and that's the guy that Wale say he met in person. Yeah.
Interesting.
Hey man, you get up. Hey, the Q Butter panel, man. You learn a lot of shit on this motherfucker, boy. I'm telling you, man. I learned so much shit on this motherfucker.
So
now
the
final call part, being presenting the Willie Lynch letter, I've known for over 20 years. The fact that it's not real, I've known for over 20 years. But the fact that a professor from North Carolina wrote it or takes responsibility for writing it, I learned today.
Well, I guess we both learned that today.
Yeah, I learned that part today.
Because I never even heard that it came out of the final call. I've been doing
that for a long time.
But like I said, I never did any really really a deep research into it. You know, once I hear that the guy from the West Indies was fake, I really never pursued it anymore.
Well, it was supposed to be Willie Lynch supposed to have been a pseudonym for the real author, you know.
Right.
But yeah, it was when I first got hip to it, I thought it was real, for real. I thought it was
and then with my name being Willie, I gotta leave it alone because they started clowning me. Like, here come Willie Lynch. No, my last name ain't Lynch.
Yeah. Because when I first seen it in the final call, I'm thinking this shit was 100% real. Like, damn, what the fuck? But I later found out that it was not real. But like I say, today I found out that it's a motherfucking professor from North Carolina who take responsibility for writing this.
Yeah, that's crazy. I'm gonna look that up tomorrow before I get up and get out.
Yeah.
Before I get up and get out.
After Wale said he met him, Q Butter looked it up and found out that the guy really did exist and he really did say that he wrote the shit.
Yeah, that's
So
been around for
Wale,
a long ass time. Everybody just didn't believe him. You know what I'm saying? That's the, some people
wait,
just look at it as a nigga just saying it, but I believe him though.
you believe what?
I believe he wrote it.
Oh, you believe the professor wrote it?
Yeah.
But so I mean, I don't know. I'm gonna look it up, but why you believe that, Tess?
Because I mean, his name is the earliest that it's attached to, and like I said, we know for a fact it wasn't written in 1712, so it
Wait,
came
you was
somewhere
breaking
around the 70s.
the last part. You was breaking up.
I said we know for a fact it came from around the 1970s, and that it wasn't written in 1712, and so for what, especially after reading it today, for what his claim is to saying he wrote it, I would be more inclined to believe that it was him. Working for the CIA, because he said he was working for the CIA when he did it. But again, it's I just don't think it's much question about it being fake. It's more of a question of, did he actually write it?
Right.
Got you. Okay.
Like, if he didn't write it in 1970, somebody did. It's from
And
that.
who was the actual architect behind it?
Yeah. It was him.
Because to come up with a letter like that, you had to. This wasn't some shit you just randomly just sat down and wrote. You had to actually
Do
put
some
this together.
studying.
Yeah, you had to put this together.
Yeah. But I mean, it makes sense. The breakdown makes sense. Like, he already seen what was going on, and he fabricated the letter like like it was written in 1712 to prophesize how how it will be, how to put black folks against each other and shit.
Right. Hey Tez, didn't you and Domo have a debate a couple days ago?
Yeah.
Oh, you missed it, Willie?
Yeah, man, sometimes I be in the shop, man. I be working.
Right.
I can't work and listen to y'all debate. I be done fuck some shit up.
Get too emotional out there.
No, some stuff is, like valve angles and stuff is critical. And if you one angle off, you done fuck that whole valve up. You can't even replace it. So I had to be focused when I'm doing that shit. I don't have no music on. I'm in the engine room, complete silence.
That's a fact. You're supposed to be playing some Mozart or some shit when you're doing that.
No, hell no, because you got to hit it. You got to hear the grinder. If it's no, you got to hear. You got to hear when you doing valves and shit. You got to hear it, because the angle make a certain tone. If you don't hear it right, you about to fuck some shit up.
Damn, that's
so
cool.
I got to have complete silence and listen. And when y'all had the debate, I was actually doing some valves.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all was cooking on some Trump shit, nigga, on some magic shit.
Wait, say what? What you say?
So I was cooking on some magic shit.
Yeah, but that debate was about DEI, right?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, he cooked you on that one. I know he tore your ass up.
He got 30.
What?
Don't 30, bro.
Huh?
You got to go back and check it. Yeah, you've been missing for a few days. The valve tones that had you caught up for a minute.
I'm fucking with.
They got a post debate show and everything that you'll see. Yeah, they got the debate.
Psycho.
The actual debate still online.
Yeah, I'm gonna look at tomorrow. I ain't really got a whole lot to do tomorrow, so
yeah,
I ain't got to pick my daughter until 3:00. So I got all day to catch up on some shit.
Yeah, man, 30 ball Domo, bro.
Nah, I can't.
All right. Shit, the title of the last Q Butter show was Taz 30s Domo.
Yeah, I saw it, but I couldn't. I was busy. I couldn't. Like I said, I can't listen to y'all argue and be doing shit. I be done fuck some shit up.
For sure. Got to take care of your business. But yeah, no, he got 30 for real, bro.
Yeah, that's. I mean, listen, ain't nothing wrong with a good debate. I love a good debate.
Yeah.
As long as it ain't one of them debates where the motherfucker done said all type of bullshit and everybody on the debate that's listening is down with him. So he done said a bunch of bullshit. They still vote him to win. I'm done with that shit.
Yeah,
No,
bullshit. I wasn't debating though. It wasn't debated from a MAGA position. That was bullshit. That part.
Now, even if you was though, as long as it's valid points and factual information, I don't like the whole where dudes just be slick with their mouth. Actually, coming out, I won't even listen. I won't even put 5 minutes into that. I'll go find some other shit to listen to.
Yeah, that's when niggas ain't got no sources though. Like that's why you gotta have them sources and shit.
Yeah.
That
If
shit.
it's not sources of tons of sources being dropped in, credible information, it ain't going. I'm not even gonna be honest with you. I don't even listen to debates like that no more.
That's not a debate, brother. That's just an argument.
They still say what they say. A well-dressed lie.
Yeah, that means you have to have that means you have to have sources and shit. To be a well-dressed lie, got to come with a lot of sources.
Yeah, but you can't have no source with no solid source with no lie. The source is gonna be the truth.
You're gonna well dress it. You gotta dress
Yeah,
it.
you gonna well dress the truth. If you can beat a motherfucker with a well dressed lie, then that means he didn't have no information. He didn't have a leg to stand on.
Hey, it happens all the time, bro.
It does. That's why I don't them type of debates. I don't entertain them. I learned my lesson.
Yeah,
I learned my lesson.
Solar debates be different from Sonetta debate.
I wasn't trying to say no names, but I learned my lesson. All right. Yeah, I go on solar tomorrow when I get up.
The religious debates, them bitches hit different.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got to even follow the debate. I don't know about that shit, so I can't follow.
Yeah, especially when you talk about two religious motherfuckers debating each other about religion. That's when you start talking about the well-dressed lies.
Yeah, that shit. I don't even listen to religious debate no more because I'm not a religious person. Now, 5 years ago, I'd have been all over every Kemet, every Israelite,
I think we all were at that time.
You can't pay me to listen to that shit now.
Not me, bro. I came to YouTube late, and I never seen these niggas until I got to YouTube, bro. That shit looked crazy to me.
You never seen none of what? Say that again.
I never seen no Hebrew Israelites and none of that.
See, at that time when me and Willie was watching religious debates, that's when y'all was on that manosphere, gender banging, different type of shit. See, I missed that whole niche. I never caught it that shit.
Man, it's got to be a video out here. Because listen, the Israelites, them fools be downtown. And I remember one year, me and my homeboys break their whole little stand, kick their speakers over and everything.
Yeah.
So we definitely know about them Israelites.
Yeah, see, I was following all that shit when the gender banging and the manosphere, all that shit, red pill shit was going on. I never was hip to none of that. I was on that. I was in the Black Power space and religious cloud in them space and shit then.
Right. I mean, everybody done kind of got introduced to us with some pseudo shit. That's how you get sucked into it. But for me to sit back and listen to this now, I won't even invest 5 minutes into it because it don't even matter. And I ain't walking around with no Power Ranger suit on. That's never gonna happen.
I got turned off from that shit too, Willie. I don't fuck with it.
Yeah, I'm not walking around with no
I
Power
can't even
Ranger.
stand to watch, like you said, I can't even stand to watch 5 minutes or something.
Yeah, because it's pointless. Because when you really think about it, everybody gonna have their own the same scripture. They got 10 different damn understandings of it. No, I ain't trying to hear that. They have the same thou shalt not kill, but you got 10 different understandings of what that means.
Shit was live when Polite shooting up the Bible and shit.
Wait, say what?
I said that shit was live back in the day when Polite was shooting up the Bible and shit.
Yeah, and he had the eye Haru on his face and all that. I'm gonna tell you what killed me though. What really made me stop really fucking with it was Polite and Young Pharaoh.
Mm-hmm.
When they started getting super pseudo with this shit, like diabolical pseudo, I'm like, man, I'm out. I ain't got time for this shit.
You know who I used to love to watch debate though? That nigga Ali Muhammad, man. That nigga used to be cold with the debate.
Man, that motherfucker went
That's
right
a smart ass nigga, man. To be so pseudo, that nigga is smart than a motherfucker.
He might seem smart because he using some words we don't know what the fuck it means.
No, bro, his whole wow, that nigga smart, bro.
Man, listen, when I caught his ass telling some information and then would keep the other part of the information off the screen that you really need to know, that's gonna debunk the shit he's saying, I don't fuck with him no more.
Yeah, you know, he on the ABO shit now. He ain't even Ali Muhammad no more. He Chief Zerero.
Chief Butterfly Feather.
Yeah, Chief. Yeah.
Oh, I done been over
big Chief Toilet Paper.
Yeah. I done been over in the chat blasting him and his little followers over there. I be over there blasting
telling them bullshit papers, sovereign papers and shit.
Yeah, all that dumb shit. He got a degree in science.
Yeah,
it's supposed to be science. Get the fuck out of here.
All the way off the rails, man. I put in the chat too, man. I'm bringing back Ali Muhammad, man. Fuck Chief.
Them motherfuckers done blocked me on. I done made up 4 or 5 different YouTube now. They still block my motherfucking ass.
Fuck out of here with trying to sell these bullshit ass papers, man. Grifter.
I don't even know how people fall for that shit.
Man, look, bro. Oh my God, I be hearing some conversations, man, in the hood. I be looking at them motherfuckers like, God, I be wanting to just take my phone out and start recording the motherfuckers just to bring it back to the panel. Like, now listen to this shit right here.
Man, listen, one of my homeboys, we ain't even that cool no more. He got some papers he bought. He won't tell me who he bought them from. He's like, I'm Indian. I'm 100% Indian. They took his car. He ride around with no license plate, all type of shit.
Yeah, dumbass.
Fucking around out them suburbs where the white folks at. They done pulled him over, took his shit.
Yeah, he got a sovereign plate on the motherfucker. Talking about
he can't even get the car back.
Yeah, not a citizen of America. Some crazy shit on the license plate. I seen nigga riding around here like that. Nigga call himself a Hebrew though. He called it nigga named King. This motherfucker. He riding around with that bullshit ass plate. They police it too. He got off with that shit for a hot minute, but they finally got that motherfucker.
Yeah, well, over here you go
mechanic. Huh?
Over here you go across 8 Mile. Remember the movie 8 Mile?
Yeah.
8 Mile real than a bitch. All right. You cross 8 Mile, you in the suburbs. Them white folks ain't playing with y'all over there with that sovereign Indian bullshit. They impounding your shit.
Yeah, that's what I told him. Look, so the Venezuelan across the street from me, he riding around with the motherfucker with no license plate on his car, on his truck because he was junking metal and shit. And so they always riding around with no plate on it. So I'm like, man, how the fuck they getting away with riding around with no plate? So one day the nigga he walk up to me like, Primo, you got feedback coming out your shit, Willie.
My bad.
So he like, man. They took me to jail. He talking to me on his phone and shit because you know he don't speak English, so he translating with the Google Translator. And he's like, man, I just got out of jail. So I'm like, yeah, what the fuck happened? Like, what? He's like, I was in Indiana. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, oh shit, yeah, you over there in Indiana with that boy with riding around with no license plate. They ain't playing that shit. Chicago letting you get away with that goofy ass shit. I'm like, I told him, you lucky that you even made it home, motherfucker. Even made it back to Chicago. They ain't trying to deport your ass from Indiana. And this when Biden was still the president.
Man, I ain't fuck with that shit. I told my homeboy, he was like, man, I'm 100% Indian. You ain't know? Motherfucker, I've been knowing you 20 years. No, I ain't never know this. When you become Indian?
Right.
Man, get out of here. He went out in the suburbs with this. He had, we got them conversion vans. He got a sweet ass conversion van too. He ain't got that bitch right now. That motherfucker been in the impound for about 6 months.
You put that bullshit ass plate on this shit.
Put that bullshit ass sovereign Indian bullshit, and they took that bitch. I told man, you tripping, dog. Oh man, you need to. I said, dog. 2 years ago, you was Nation of Islam. Now, how you become an Indian? Because you ain't supposed to be a Nation of Islam, and you're Indian. Something ain't right. I stopped. I stopped talking to him when I started realizing he was on that bullshit. Start drifting around on that shit. I said, nah, man, you ain't even supposed to be on that shit, dog.
Yeah, man. If you could trick them, you could beat them.
Nah, you can't. Motherfuckers gonna stand 10 toes down. You can't trick them.
Right.
I don't give a fuck about none of that polite shit, none of that Hebrew order, none of that shit. No, I'm straight.
Yeah, man. Motherfuckers is crazy.
Where the fuck Madonna ass been at?
Shit, he was on here. He was on Psycho page yesterday.
Yeah, he the only black guy I know collecting. What kind of car he say he was collecting? Acuras. What that mean? You were here that night?
Yeah, man. I forgot about that, man.
The only black guy in the world. The man got his own Chinese restaurant.
Madonna is Black Jesus minister.
Oh, do not say that dude name, dog.
Madonna's his nephew, man. That nigga's every religion, man. That motherfucker crazy.
Nah, you remember? Was it Rush Hour 2? Where the black guy had the Chinese. He was in the restaurant. He had the Chinese suit on. What's my man name? He be Don Cheeto little brother. What's his name? You know what I'm talking about?
I'm trying to think. I'm trying to
In
remember.
Rush Hour 2, Chris Tucker was in his Chinese restaurant.
Mm-hmm.
The black guy owned it. He had on the little Bruce Lee outfit. Had the little. Oh man, what's his name? What's that actor's name, dude? I can't think of his motherfucking name right now. But that's who Madonna remind me of. You the only black guy got some goddamn collected items of collecting Acuras. Don't nobody do that.
That motherfucker Madonna say he a Hebrew that study that practice Elijah Muhammad. All type of shit going on. Kemet in his name.
Yeah, Madonna got some shit going on upstairs. He might need to get some shit rewired up top.
My nigga Lance don't even come over here no more, man. That was my nigga, man. That's the greatest man of our time, man.
Lance is for real crazy.
Lance,
and he got there to be from right in the same hood I'm from.
Man, that's my nigga right there, boy.
That motherfucker said the world was shaped like a pyramid. I almost did.
He stand on that shit. He give you all the math and
Man, I almost didn't come on Q Channel no more behind it. Behind that shit. I said, they motherfuckers crazy over there.
That nigga stand on that shit with a steel toe steak
Say the
boot.
world is shaped like a pyramid. I said, whoa. Wow.
RJP say Ludacris collects Acuras.
Wait, say what?
Regular Joe said Ludacris collects Acuras.
I think Ludacris, I thought his first car was an Acura. When he first started getting some money, his first car was a
And he still
Acura
got
Tech.
that. He still got
Still
that.
got that. But I don't know if he collect them. I ain't heard that one.
Right.
Hell, Acura only had one car. The Acura Legend, the coupe. That's the only car worth collecting. They don't have no other car nobody want. That I know of. But the Integra don't nobody collect them.
Acura ain't nothing but a dressed up Honda in here.
Yeah, I think the only one they really like is the Legend, and it was the Legend coupe that was kind of sought after. And that's only like over in Baltimore. That's only like them guys over like in Baltimore and over in that area be pushing them real hard. Not over here in Detroit.
Yeah, you right about that.
Yeah, them
Emo love they legends.
Yeah, them motherfuckers over here ain't really wasn't wasn't really on that Legend tip. And unless you had like one of them Legends with a wide body kit on. Remember back in the day, it was putting wide bodies on them Legends.
Mm-hmm.
You'll see a couple of them sitting in somebody's backyard because they'd have been in jail for the last 40 years. But that's it.
I'm trying to look up and see who the black guy was from Rush Hour 2, but they ain't. I'm looking at the list of cast. The cast member, they ain't even got them in this one.
He a dark skinned guy. If you go to, because Rush Hour 2 is when they had the money, the counterfeit money in it, right? That was Rush Hour 2.
Maybe you might.
With
Yeah,
Chris
you
Tucker,
might be
right?
on the wrong Rush Hour. Yeah.
With Chris Tucker.
Yeah. I'm saying you might be because it's 4 of them. So maybe he was in Rush Hour 3. Let me see. I'm gonna check the cast of Rush Hour 3. Because the Rush Hour 2 cast, he definitely wasn't in that. Well, at least they didn't show him in there.
I'm almost that wasn't Don Cheadle. That might have been him playing that role.
Might have been Don Cheadle, huh?
Yeah. Because I don't know no other actor look like him. And dude done played in a bunch of movies. I gotta remember what that was Don Cheadle.
It probably was Don Cheadle.
It was him.
And that probably was Rush Hour 1.
Nah, Rush Hour 1. Chris Tucker, was he in Rush Hour 1?
He was in all the Rush Hours.
Yeah, I'm tripping. Yeah, it's 3:15 in the morning. I'm tripping.
Yeah, him and Jackie Chan. That's Rush Hour.
Yeah, this was definitely Rush Hour 2. Because that's the one when they was in the casino called the Red Dragon.
Yeah, he was in all of them. Yeah, it was Don Cheadle. And it was Rush Hour 2.
Yeah.
Don Cheadle appears in Rush Hour 2 as Kenny, the owner of a Chinese restaurant that also doubles as an illegal gambling den.
That's Madonna.
Yeah, it was Don Cheadle. And it was Rush Hour 2. And that's crazy because when I tried to just go to cast the Rush Hour 2, they didn't even name Don Cheadle.
Yeah, because it's like a real quick scene.
Oh yeah, so he
it's a real quick scene where it's only like not even 2 minutes long.
Yeah, because I just went back to the cast of Rush Hour 2. Don Cheadle ain't even in here, and it's over like shit.
They probably just got his name typed in there. Ain't got no picture of him.
16, 24, 28, 32, 36. No, they ain't got them in at all. 40. It's 40, 45 people listed on the cast of Rush Hour 2, and his name ain't one of them.
Damn.
But that scene was that quick.
I wonder he must ain't getting his little 35 cents a month from it.
Yeah. 45 people in this cast of Rush Hour 2, yeah. But you was right, yeah, it was Rush Hour 2 and it was Don Cheadle. Where my boy, what's that nigga name that played in Ladies Man? Where he at, man? He don't be in nothing no more. Dude.
I ain't even ever watched a movie called Ladies Man.
You never seen Ladies Man?
Mm-mm.
Oh yeah, that'll be a treat. You'll like that, bro.
Listen,
that shit is hilarious, bro.
Man, I don't. You know what? I'm an action movie guy, man. There's got to be some racing and some shooting in there. I'm not interested.
Oh, okay.
My wife says she want to go to the movies. Baby, you better go with your sister or one of your girlfriends, because I ain't going to watch no love movie. I ain't doing it.
You don't fuck with the comedies?
Not really, nope.
Yeah, Ladies Man was funny as hell. Sherman Helmsley. I can't. Iron Man 2. Oh, that's Don Cheadle.
Yeah, that's the shit right. See, I'll go watch the Marvel movies. I go watch the DCs. I go do them by myself. I don't even let my wife or my kids go with me. I don't want y'all. Don't go. Nope. Because I want to watch the movie.
No, that's Rush Hour 2. Don Cheadle was in, bro. I just looked at it. It's Rush Hour 2.
They just ain't got him in the credits.
Yeah, they just ain't got him in the credit in the cast. Yeah, but yeah, my man from Ladies Man, I ain't seen him in nothing else. He was a good actor too, black dude.
I don't even know what that movie about. Let me look it up. Let me look it up right quick and see. Ladies Man, let me see. Hold on.
One Don Cheadle in that movie. He's supposed to have been in DC, based on a true story about a dude from DC. Damn, I can't think of the name.
Yeah, what you say it said it was called Ladies Man Q?
Yeah, Ladies Man.
Hold on, let me go look it up. Yeah, I ain't seen dude. I know that I ain't seen dude even in no commercials.
Yeah, I ain't seen him in a long time.
He done fell all the way off.
Yeah, I think he used to be on Saturday Night Live.
Yeah, I ain't seen him on nothing.
Matter of fact, he did used to be on Saturday Night Live.
Yeah, I ain't seen dude on no nothing.
But he killed that movie right there, though. That nigga was funny as hell.
He probably hit that little lick and then moved on to something else. He probably doing some other shit. We don't even have a clue what he doing. And then what's that one dude? Remember that one bald head dude that played in let me give you a movie you could really know what he played in. Remember the movie Dead Presidents? Remember that movie?
Oh, Tim. Hold on. Tim Mel. Okay, so okay. So he look different right here. I have seen him in something else. Now, what you say, Willie? Say it
You,
again.
you remember the movie Dead Presidents, right?
Definitely, yeah.
The bald head guy that had the dude head in the bag. Not
Oh, when they were. Oh, yeah. When they was
what's
out
his,
there.
he ain't been in no movies in a minute.
Yeah, he was in. Fuck him and G Money.
Oh, I
G
after
Money was his brother, and what the fuck was that? Jason's lyric.
Jason, nah, I ain't like that. Nah,
When he in Jason's lyric.
yeah, and all that poetic justice and all that. I wasn't really into them movies.
Yeah, poetic justice.
After New Jack City, I ain't really pay G Money no attention.
No, he wasn't in poetic justice though.
I'm just saying after New Jack City,
Yeah,
he just I don't know. Not my, not I'm just I ain't into movies like that.
yeah. That
Yeah,
nigga name was what's his name?
Shooting, some killing, or some futuristic stuff for me to be paying any attention.
King Woodbine. That's who you talking about. Yeah, that's King Woodbine, the one that had the head in the bag the whole time. Yeah, he done been in a lot of shit though. I ain't seen him in nothing lately, but yeah, he definitely been in a lot of movies.
What's his name?
King Woodbine.
I never even knew his. I never knew his name.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I never knew his goddamn name. That shit crazy. All right, man. It's damn at 3:30. I'm gonna call it. I'm gonna call it a night.
For sure. And he was remember he was Can't Get Right in life.
Yeah. That was the funny shit with him.
Yeah, he was a Can't Get Right.
That was the fun. That was one of the funniest parts of the movie. Oz the Pappy.
Yeah, I that baby Pappy. Yeah, all right, Mr. Daniels, man. I'll holler at you, bro.
All right, y'all be smooth, man. Tomorrow or
Yes,
today.
sir.
Today, shit.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Young guys, you still up over there? No, you done fell off. Definitely done fell off. I think everybody done fell off now. See if I can find something interesting to read about, man. Matter of fact, I posted that link up earlier. Let me see if I can find it. Let's start here. Texas teen Carmelo Anthony, 17, charged with first-degree murder over high school track meet stabbing of Austin Metcalf. This today came down the pike today. In a statement, Collin County District Attorney Greg Willis acknowledged that the death had struck a deep nerve in the community and beyond. The horrific incident occurred on April 2nd of this year during a sporting event at Memorial High School in Frisco, about 30 miles north of Dallas. Prior to the altercation, Metcalf had reportedly asked Anthony to lead the event as he did not attend the high school. Yeah, they also straight up bullshit. Right, what the fuck is that? Oh my God. Straight up. hijacked my little article with some Norton shit. Okay. Let's get back to it. Let's see if we can get back to it. Try it one more time. Metcalf was found suffering from a stab wound when police arrived. He was taken to a local hospital for treatment, but was later announced dead. In a statement, witness acknowledged that the death of Metcalf had struck a deep nerve in the community and beyond. So I guess that's about it with that. Yeah, so they indicted the brother for first degree murder, man. He 18 now. It happened when he was 17. He turned 18. But in Texas criminal justice system, 17-year-olds are considered adults. So yeah, they're gonna try him as an adult either way. First degree murder, man. So yeah. Let's hope he can get a good enough lawyer to get him up off this shit. What you say, RJP with the GQ with the weather and traffic? Yeah, partly cloudy, slight chance of rain. Yeah, we got, let me see if I can find this other one, article that was kind of interesting to me. RJP, did you know that New York, black women in New York had more abortions than births last year? Let me see if I can find that one. This shit is amazing, man. Let's see. I'm gonna read this one, then I'm gonna get on about it too. Get about y'all way. Okay, Cynthia Meyer says more black babies are aborted in New York City than born, with abortions surpassing live births by nearly 5,000. African American women in the city clearly terminated pregnancies more often than they gave birth. During the first Democratic presidential debate in October 2015, Hillary Clinton proclaimed, "We've got to be committed to getting every child to live up to his or her God-given potential." Cynthia Meyer, who took up the post of Deputy Press Secretary for Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton in early 2015, fired back with a tweet, "Would help if they had the chance to be born." About a month later, in the next Democratic debate, November 14, 2015, the episode was repeated. Clinton echoed her earlier comment, again declaring, "Every single one of our children deserves a chance to live up to his or her God-given potential." This time, Meyer responded by tweeting, "More black babies are aborted in New York City than born," followed by the hashtag Black Lives Matter. Ooh, she put Black Lives Matter. That was in 2015. New York City meaning the city of New York. NYC meaning the city of New York. 2013, startling. To our inquiry over email, Maya said her responses were an effort to highlight the value of human life and call attention to New York City's startling numbers, which come from a 2013 report on pregnancy outcomes compiled by the city's Department of Health and Mental Hygiene Bureau of Vital Statistics. The numbers have been widely reported by conservative media outlets, including a National Review article that Maya emailed to us. To be clear, abortions by Black women in New York City outpacing births. That's not even the one that I'm looking for. That's 2015. I'm talking about the one from the recent one. Health Rewind. Abortion rates down in New York City, but highest for Black women. Let's talk about the Black abortion rate. It's that 2018. Vital Statistics of New York State, 2021. Well, I can't find the shit when I'm looking for it. Okay, Lazy Air Institute. Let's see what this will say. It's 2018, 2019. Yeah, fuck it. Y'all get it. More fucking abortions than births. Wall Street Journal. Let's talk about the Black abortion rate. Okay, there you go. Let's talk about the Black abortion rate. This is Wall Street Journal. In New York City, thousands more Black babies are aborted each year than born alive. As Judge Brett Kavanaugh's Supreme Court nomination tees up another national debate about reproductive rights, is it too much to ask that abortion impacts on the Black population be part of the discussion? When the Supreme Court decided Roe v. Wade in 1973, polling showed that Blacks were less likely than whites to support abortion. In 1973, Blacks were less likely to support abortion than whites. The 60s era civil rights activists like Fannie Lou Hamer and Whitney Young had denounced the procedure as a form of genocide. Jesse Jackson called, oh man, I want to motherfucker get a prescription. I ain't getting no motherfuckers. That's some bullshit. Yeah, that's disturbing, Q Black. Oh shit. J.B. Prisoner to seek third term as Illinois governor. Can you even do that? I guess you can. Governor J.B. Prisoner of Illinois expected this week to announce a bid for re-election in 2026. According to two people close to his campaign, the announcement, expected to come on Thursday, opens the chance that Mr. Prisoner will have a third term in the governor's office while not ruling out the possibility of a presidential run in 2028. Two people who described the plans as not to be named because they were not authorized to speak about it publicly. Mr. Prisoner, 60, a Democrat and billionaire hotel heir, has emerged as one of the most vocal national figures on the left since President Trump returned to office, sparring with Mr. Trump on policy and urging fellow Democrats to fight back against his agenda. It's time to fight everywhere and all at once, he told a group of Democrats in the early presidential primary state of New Hampshire this spring. Never before in my life have I called for mass protests, for mobilization, for disruption, but I am now. These Republicans cannot know a moment of peace. Prisoner talking that shit. In Illinois, the sixth most populous state in the country, Mr. Prisoner has pushed policies to the left, expanding abortion rights, increasing the minimum wage to $15 an hour, and signing into law the legislation of recreational marijuana. He has been a vocal supporter of sanctuary policies for immigrants, including a state law that was signed by his predecessor, Bruce Rauner, a Republican. Mr. Prisoner signed legislation aimed at strengthening rights for residents who are undocumented or immigrants, parts of a promise to make Illinois a firewall against Mr. Trump's deportation efforts. Earlier this month, Mr. Prisoner testified on immigration policy in Washington before the House Committee on Oversight and Government Reform. Saying that Illinois would not participate in abuses of power at the behest of federal immigration officials. In 2023, Mr. Prisoner founded Think Big America, a nonprofit that supports abortion rights. He has recruited companies to the state and helped build investments in quantum computing, but has made mixed success with some corporate interests. Who have chafed at the state's high taxes, higher than a motherfucker, and about to go up July 1st. Fiscal instability and deep pension problems. Mr. Prisoner has also struggled to win over rural downstate residents, many of whom see him as a wealthy, liberal Chicagoan who is out of step with their concerns. Mr. Prisoner will not have to depend on donors to power a third campaign. He is able to largely self-fund his runs for office with his family's fortune. Sounds familiar? He spent $350 million on his first two campaigns. The Chicago Tribune reported he easily won a second term in 2022 with 55% of the vote. Illinois governors rarely serve more than one or two terms. That's a fact. Most of them go to jail. The last governor to be elected to a third term was James Thompson, a Republican who held the job from 1977 to 1991. Prisoner making this bid for the third time. They'll probably get it. His family is the what hotel group is that? The Hyatt Hotels. So he part of that family, the Hyatts. That's how Princeton got so rich. Estimated net worth $3.7 billion. Black labor, white wealth. After 10 years, Chicago school closings have left big holes and promises unkept. George Smith Jr. looked over his shoulder every day on the walk home across the street from his Inglewood school, scared of the tense environment, scared of neighborhood gangs, scared of getting jumped. But he loved his elementary school. His band class gave him peace. His after-school program, something to do. And despite the anxiety he carried into adulthood, he was devastated when the school was one of 50 closed in 2013 by then Mayor Rahm Emanuel. I got a lot of pride in that school, a lot of memories, Smith says, of his school, later renamed Woods Elementary. To see it just be nothing now and to know that the kids had to go to these different schools is sad. It's heartbreaking. That's what they do to us. They don't care about us. Now 40, Smith moved back to the street he grew up on, 2 doors from his parents, George Sr. and Gladys, sitting on their porch overlooking the former school. The family has watched the block has watched the block home to Smith since 1883 and the school since 1964 lose its vibrancy. Man, they lived over there since 1883. Many neighbors moved or died without others replacing them. Once beautiful yards were overtaken by weeds. Enrollments at Woods propped nearly 60%, dropped nearly 60% between 2003 and 2013, leaving the building less than half full. The school closings marked a breaking point, the Smith said, with the mid-century building now a shell, stripped of pipes and anything valuable left inside. A decade has passed since Emmanuel called for the closings of more American schools at one time than ever before. Chicago Board of Education cast its historic votes 10 years ago this spring on May 22nd, 2013. Today, Chicago and other big cities again face similar dynamics as those that led to school closings across the country. Major student population declines, aging buildings in need of repair, and budget defects. The Chicago Sun-Times and WBEZ spent months investigating the promises made 10 years ago by the city and Chicago public school officials as they shuttered the schools, examining how the closings changed the city, the school system, the children and their families, and studying potential alternative solutions. Those promises that investigations found largely have never been realized, and city and school leaders haven't tracked the outcomes. In justifying the closing, Emmanuel said it was wrong to leave students in schools that had become severely under enrolled, were consistently low performing, and were falling apart. Those three criteria would primarily determine which schools would close and which would be spared. All but one of the schools served elementary age students. Carlos Ascatia, one of the six Board of Education members who voted to close the school, says a $1 billion deficit convinced him it was the right thing to do. When you close buildings like that, you save money in a variety of ways. Ascota says now many of those buildings were old and they had to be kept. And then you have to provide educational services in schools serving only 100 or 150 students. Now, as a $628 million deficit approaches and enrollment losses have accelerated, even insiders who oppose closings say balancing the budget will be more difficult if those 50 schools were still open. CPS has 81,000 fewer students than it had a decade ago, for outpacing the decline in the 10-year prior to 2013. Maybe because of all the damn abortions. Yeah, that's why they letting all the immigrants come over here so they can put them in the schools. Make up the. It's one thing we know about them Mexicans and Venezuelans, they ain't having them motherfucking abortions. They have as many kids as they can have. No, I'm woke, Molly Ma. I was reading a little news, but I just started playing chess on my phone and shit. I ain't got the keys, so I can't let nobody up, bro. Peace to Molly Mother God. You know, woke up, get ready to go to work, bro. I know it's about that time for you. I need to be carrying my ass to sleep, though. Took me a nice little nap earlier, so now I can't go to sleep. Smoke some of this reefer. See what it do.
Do you want to come up? He's snoring. What's up, Miss Melanated? Yeah, all right. We sleeping just like you was sleeping. Not Joe up, ain't. He ain't been up all night. They want to come up. Uh, see who they can argue with. But I can start this one. Come back later. Anybody gonna come up? No, I'm about headed up to my neck about how niggas need to come together or niggas need to feel better about themselves. No, that obviously ain't working. Summertime now. Y'all should be telling me all the different places y'all got to visit. Unless y'all still going around the block. We got Young Diddy on vacation back in the shop. I think everybody else still at the crib for the most part. Today Wednesday. I need to shut it down because everybody tired now. I hear a bunch of wind in this mic. They might have, they might have left. Maybe I should start reading that Coon book to bring niggas up. What was the name of it? The American Directory of Certified Uncle Tom? Yeah, go back in the storybook hour. But I think everybody on the West Coast. I need to rewind the tape to see how long it's been empty. See if it's worth saving or not. I don't see nothing in the chat. It's been over 30 minutes. Coming up on 5 o'clock. 5 o'clock on the East Coast. And most people still asleep. And 22. What's up with it, True Bleed? Like New York City in the primary election for the mayor last night. Gonna be looking at Indian mayor for one of the candidates, Zoran Mandani. No. Oh, damn. Gonna be an avalanche in my goddamn. Oh, well. I guess not. Last article said Walmart was supposed to close some self checkout locations. It didn't say all. The National Science Foundation headquarters about to be taken over by HUD. Oh no, that ain't gonna work. Here go the reparations detail. Oklahoma Governor Kevin Stitt and a slate of state law enforcement leaders criticizing the settlement agreement to be filed in court. In a lawsuit to be filed this morning in a wait a minute, let me read this over again because I thought this was about reparations. It ain't got nothing to do with reparations. You can play a video if you want to, Q. I'm damn sure gonna be up moving on. And then we'll either start over or cut it off. If anybody want to come up and talk. Jeff Bezos married a Latino. Central Park broke a temperature record yesterday. Oh, y'all didn't tell me that. The hottest temperature since 2012. The temperature gauge reached 99 degrees Central Park. There you go. Go ahead.
America is the melting pot. When they leave American shores, even if they go to Bermuda, they're gonna be sweetened again. They only white in America. Because America is the melting pot for racism and stuff like that. You got the blacks and the whites
I think
in America. That's the melting of the pot. Because when the Irish leave Ireland, they're Irish. When they get to America, they're white. But long as they're in Ireland, they're Irish. And the English, same way. Everybody, that's the melting pot don't start till you get to the pot. The pot is the United States government. Once they become a citizen, melt it right into the pot, they all white. And then even after that, they go back to Ireland, shoot, they Irish again.
I think the problem is within the Black community that we have like no imagination and no direction, right? So whenever we think of an equal to any situation, if we were to gain power right now, and let's just say for the sake of argument, let's say black men gain power right now. I think the way that they think about power is how white men have wielded power. They have no imagination for a new structure of power. When we think about other things, like when we think about classism, there's no nuance or imagination to how blacks will deal with classism. It's like we want to participate at the level of what they set. We don't overcome it. We don't change it.
Well, what I guess what would make you think that the black man would want to? What would make you think his vision of power is mimicking the so-called white man? Before the slave trades took place, the black man ruled all over the earth. You know, so-called white people ruling
I'm
up
so
under
sorry.
Disagree with
Mic
that
check. Did I
statement.
miss anything? Just made it back. What's the topic? I apologize.
But I could understand to a certain degree what you're saying, sister, because if you look at black people that are descendants of chattel slavery, right? Most of what we've learned, if not almost all of it, does come from the so-called white man.
I'll give an example. When Nick Cannon made his podcast, right? And he was speaking on the types of women he liked, more particularly Mariah Carey. He was saying that he liked white women because back in slavery, they weren't allowed to have white women. So they have white women at home, right?
Oh, no, Nick Cannon didn't say that, did he?
Yes, he did. You can find
Oh, God, no. Go ahead, sister.
As an example of how there's no imagination, well, back in that time, black men couldn't have their black wives. So wouldn't it make more sense to be more loyal to your black wife? How do you
Not if you've been turned inside out as a people. You know, our circumstance is unique than all the other families of the earth. And Nick Cannon is not really to learn when it comes to history of slaves or history for that matter. He doesn't really know a lot when it comes to that, sister. Are you familiar with what a mistress is at that time in slavery? Do you know what that is?
Yes.
These are white women who would have black men as slaves. They would have black boys as slaves, and they would have them do labor up until about 14 or 15 years old to build up their testosterone. And then they would pass the black men around to have sex with them as well as their other white female counterparts. So Nick Cannon is not aware of that history. He doesn't know that there were white women who owned black men specifically to have sex with them. He's not aware of that.
But would we agree in this time period in 2025 that let's say 50-50 in black men population are aware of what took place?
No, when I go out and preach and teach on the streets, because I mean, I'm a Negro only Israelite, by the way, but I do talk about Egypt being black. I know some people would consider me pseudo to believe that Israel and Egypt were two black races, but I talk about American black history concerning slavery. I talk about all different types of histories, right? And I've learned that a lot of black people really have no idea. They're not really into science like that. They're not really into a lot of the things we might assume they know. So you'd be surprised, sister, with like the spaces that we're talking in right now, we know a lot more than most black people do about true history.
Is your name Lily?
Well, see,
is that who that is? Lily?
I guess this goes back to what I was saying earlier. We need more representation. We need to see more of what you guys say that needs to be taught. What other way are we going to get it out if we don't have everything in different forms of media? How are people supposed to get this information?
I remember you said that about 30 minutes ago, talking about what media outlets do we have that's ours. My phone happened to die when you said that because I was going to come up on the panel when you had brought that up. But that's a great point, sister. Very good point.
I like the new thing. I got a new news station.
People have to have the desire to want to learn scholastically the things being discussed. It has to be a desire.
They do. There's a desire out there.
No, we can't speak in absolutes, and I don't plan to speak.
I wasn't saying on absolutes. I said, why can't we focus?
I'm saying that for self. But it goes.
Well, what I'm speaking to is why are we?
Can I finish, please? Can I just finish and try to give an
ahead,
example of what I mean by desire?
Sure.
I have all this information readily available in front of my children. But if they don't have the desire to pick up these books and do the due diligence and study it, there's not too much I mean, outside of threatening them and, you know, all out forcing them to do it, but then that creates a resentment. People have to have a desire for this type of information. When we talking about human beings, we can't take that part off the table.
I
Our
apologize.
passion,
Dee is in the back.
our passions and our pursuits may not be everybody's, and we just have to be honest and accept that reality. Some niggas just want to play the block. Some want to be athletes. Some may want to be doctors and not study history. It's not to, you know, throw out negative or positive stereotypes, but you have to be aware of people's desires.
But again, I guess my thing is why
That's
do
just
you
like
think
saying
that?
that's just like saying we got free healthy food and then McDonald's is still charging $1 for a Big Mac.
And then
If
some
people's
people will buy a
desire,
Big Mac,
right,
and
people will
some
go
people will
out
buy
and
vegetables.
right.
I mean,
Even if the healthy food was free, people's
and people
desire would
still,
still go out and get the Big Mac because of their
and
desire.
that's
But
okay.
aren't
Right.
we
So
making
Why do
to
we?
answer
people
so
who
to
don't want
answer
the
your
Big
question,
Macs?
no, I was saying that to say it doesn't matter how readily available the information is at times. If people's desire is not there, it's just simply not there. But when you get around like minds, this is how you keep the culture. This is how you keep the story alive. That's why the sentiment was each one teach one, not one teach everybody, because that's going to be humanly impossible. And you're going to find yourself burnt out. You're going to find yourself emotionally drained.
Well, I like each one teach 1,000.
Yeah, it
We ain't got
sounds
time
good.
for each one to teach one. We've been doing that. That
It
takes
sounds good, but
right
that's
now. That
not
would take
realistic.
about 365 years.
Wait a
That's
minute.
just
I'm
not
sorry.
realistic, though.
Why are you saying to me that it's not realistic when I'm in the middle of
I
talking
know.
to
I was
people
saying to
who
Wale,
have?
one teach 1,000. That's just not realistic.
But it happens. No, that's
But
not
how many
true.
Happens all
people
the
know it?
time,
How
especially
many
now on
people?
YouTube,
Okay,
man. The
listen
guy
to me.
got
Okay, how many?
35,000
No, no.
How many
views.
people honestly know 1,000 people that you
The
But
can
I'm
just
guy
go
got
saying,
to?
like, what about
35,000
Wale,
views on this
do you
thing that he's.
personally, Wale, do you personally know 1,000 people?
why would you
Yeah, I
Personally,
got
that you that
35,000
personally
you
know
views
actually
of
know.
his
1,000 people?
Do you,
of his
Wale? It's
video
a yes.
where he's
It's a
teaching.
yes or no.
So
Wale.
that's each one teach
Wale. It's a
1,000.
Wale. It's very simple though. Do you personally know 1,000 people?
I don't like that
Personally,
type of talk.
What
Like
that
what you
got to
said.
do with it, man? Who cares whether I know them or not?
because
It's a
at
matter of
times we
whether
have
they
to
learning something.
at
It says
times we
each
have to
one
be
teach one. It didn't
realistic.
say
That's
each
why.
one getting friendly with each person and
Each
know
one
their
teach one
name
is
and who
more
they
realistic
are.
than each
What
one
the hell
teach
are you talking
1,000.
about, man? I don't even
Yeah,
know.
but
I'm gonna
we
leave
have
you
the
alone.
ability. I guess my
So
thing is we have the ability to do that now. There are people who have thousands of followers, thousands of subscribers who come and listen to them and they teach them different things. Like, for instance, coding, for instance. There's plenty of folks on YouTube who have done live classes and things like that. I don't think you have to know anybody personally. I guess my thing is are we missing the fact that we can reach millions in a matter of
I don't
No,
think
seconds?
we're
I'm
missing.
not saying that. I'm not saying that by any means. By any means. And my sentiment remains the same towards people's desires. If people don't have the desire to tune into that platform, the information is not null and void by no
Well,
means
nobody is
either.
saying that.
Okay,
I'm not, I
but
guess.
my sentiment is to go back to where we was about people not knowing the history. If they don't have
But
that desire, we have to be strong enough to accept they don't have the desire to know. And you have to
But we
focus
haven't
but
in
why are
given
you telling
enough.
people who don't have
one
the here? We're on a chat.
the history and the documentation hasn't changed since it's been documented.
But
If
shouldn't
people
we?
don't have that desire, they simply don't have that desire.
Why
None of
talk
us can
about
change that
this? Is a channel where
But
all
why
of
do
us
you?
find it than not.
because that's a reality. That's just like,
Okay,
for
so
example,
that's
that's just a reality. Just like I have the
nobody is
desire to see
disagreeing
just
with you, sir. I guess my
then
thing is you're talking about someone's desire. I have no idea what a person's intent is. If, let's say, I decide to teach a class on AI, there might be one person to show up, or it might be 100 people to show up. But just to your
right.
point, the information is still valid. But I don't know, I'm not sure if you think that I'm not aware of those sides of it. I used to teach adults. So I do understand that on that level. I'm not that far removed from reality in the sense of we have examples of it. I guess that's it. Like, what
To
is,
the
I mean,
brother's point,
and
I,
hold
I
on
want
real
to
quick.
agree with actually what he said, because you have to have the desire to want to do
I
anything to
do.
do it. If I open a
I
karate
do.
school tomorrow, if you don't have the desire to do it, you're not going to do it. You know, I'm actually a
But what
martial
about
arts
the
instructor,
desire?
and I've
But
seen the difference
I'm not,
between students who really want to do it and the ones who don't. If I start teaching chemistry tomorrow, if you don't have a passion and desire for chemistry, you're not going to want to learn it. So I have to agree with what the brother is saying. They got to want to come
I,
back to being consanguineous. They got to want to see black people have something.
who
And
are
if
you
they're living a
guys? But
comfortable life,
do
go ahead,
you have
sister.
a percentage of people that you guys have already decided are not going to benefit from whatever is created? That goes for now too. There's college, there's trade school. Some people benefit, some people don't. Some people go, some people don't. So I'm not saying anything that sounds so unrealistic. I'm not disagreeing with y'all. There's always going to be different sides to any creation of anything. Believe me, I've heard it all in
I
this
have
3 year
one
span.
disagree. I have
I
one
am
disagreement.
listening. I don't get why people don't think. Hold on, Wale. Because again, I really do. Y'all don't even, it's like this instant bias. You don't like me, fine. You don't agree with what I say, fine. But attack my points. Don't attack me personally. I don't get why that's necessary. And to the point earlier, to say that it's delusional or unrealistic, but then when you guys keep telling me about the people who aren't going to come up, I'm supposed to be as understanding on that end. Okay, I do understand that there are people who don't want it, but there's also people who do, and that's the part I'm talking about. I'm on the side of the people who
Right.
want
And
the help.
that's why
Not that I'm
and
not convinced. I'm not trying to convince nobody else. I guess that's the thing. Like
right. And
I don't know if you.
that's why I mentioned the sentiment of it you have to be mindful of people's desires and the sentiment of each one teach one, to put yourself around
But
those like minds. The brother was talking about, and you was talking about the history. Nick Cannon not knowing the history.
no, that
Well, let's
wasn't
look
me.
at
That wasn't me.
well,
I'm sorry. We wasn't talking. I wasn't talking about Nick Cannon.
that's what the conversation was when I came in, right? And if we look at that on a broad scale of how many people don't know the history, that sentiment was expressed of, I go out and teach various aspects. This is what the brother was saying, and I'm paraphrasing, that he teaches various aspects of human history, and particularly Black history. He mentioned Egypt, he mentioned slavery. Those things was being discussed. If people don't have the interest to learn that, that's going to explain their lack of knowledge in depth of it. It takes a particular type of mind, and it takes a particular type of discipline to do the research to fully grasp these concepts.
But that's what I'm trying to explain.
Most people, and let's just be honest in the human perspective, most people's desires is predicated on pleasure. There's not a lot of pleasure in scholarship. There's not a lot of pleasure in leadership.
But why?
There's a lot of responsibility. There's a lot of responsibility. There's a lot of burden. Most people are gonna
Yes.
run from that. So when
Okay,
we
I'm
sit
not.
back and we ask, so I know that's you though.
Yes,
Most
but I
people are
get my
not going.
thing is y'all saying the
But
same thing
sister, slow
earlier
down.
about
Just
y'all.
slow down, sister. Just slow
How is
down.
it my anecdotal is so different from what y'all just shared?
Mm-mm.
How is it that
Listen,
mine is so
but
far
you
off
didn't
the
even
box?
you
That's what I don't
didn't you,
understand.
but before I even got to finish my thought, you jumped in with your desires and your passions and your actions.
That's not. We were
Everybody's
talking about
everybody's every
how.
no, sister, just may I finish, please? Because it's going into a continuum of previous conversations. If I could just finish. When you say things like we need these broadcast channels, we need more of this and we need more of that. I wholeheartedly agree. We need more people with a humanitarian heart like you, especially for Black people. But if their desire is not there, if their desire is not there, we can't wonder why it's not being done. Instead, we have to zone in, focus on the ones that want to get it done, network, build it, and hopefully let that old sentiment of if you build it, they will come remain true for us. But until that happens, we have to deal with the what is. And
Why
most people are going to focus on their desires versus the responsibility that we see. That's our passion. That's our desire to see better
no
for ourselves.
a talking point? If all of us are on this channel and we want to see Black people succeed, why are we talking about the
You got Black people on this channel that don't even agree that they Black.
okay, that's
You got
fine.
Black people on Black people on this platform that don't agree that they come from Africa. You got Black people who swear to God
That
that
is
European
fine.
history
And
is
I'm
their
sure
history.
they have other races of people here too, but we are here for the Black community. So for the ones who get it, they get it. We should be talking and fixating on solutions and things to do to progress us. We don't have time to sit here and wonder about the people who don't connect. Either they listen if they don't.
Nobody's worrying about them.
But
My point is those that don't know don't have the desire to know. So we can't
and
focus
we're
on
not
them.
worried about
And
them.
that's why I said each one teach one. Wale jumps in with each one teach 1,000, and I say that's not practical.
But we're not worried
And then
about
I speak toward, but then I speak to the burnout. But we are worried about them if we say we don't have enough of this. So at some
Well,
point
then,
we
if
are
you want
worried
to
about
ask,
it. At some point we
if you
are
are
worried about it. When we sit
so
back and we
you
ask questions like,
want
why don't they know this?
people
Then you break it down.
okay, so let's
And the
brainstorm
most fundamental,
how we can reach
the most fundamental way to break it down is just simplify the equation. If they don't have that desire, this is not me fixated on those that don't have the desire. Fuck them, they in the way, move them out the way, and focus on what you have to do.
That's what I was saying. So we
That's
were
what I've been saying from day one.
yeah,
But
but
the moment I say each one teach one, everybody got this backlash and want a commentary on how it's more practical to say no, but we can teach thousands, and that's not practical because if that was, it would be done by now.
but we are
It
doing
is
it.
being done now.
What
It is being done now
that's
daily, on a daily
like
basis, actually.
a TED talk, or the fact that we have the internet. That's, I guess that's what I don't
It
understand.
is being
Are you
done
talking about teaching
daily.
somebody in person, or
Well,
because we
to
learn
the
all kind of
brother's
stuff
point,
out
right?
here?
To the brother's point, right? We talk about genetics up here. We talk about microbiology. We talk about chemistry. We talk about a lot of scientific things, right?
Yes,
Among my
yes.
family members, all the men in my family, as soon as I mention chemistry or genetics or biology, with that they gotta go. Everybody ain't trying to hear it, to the brother's
Well, that's
point.
for them, but there are people who do want to hear it, and that's all. I don't get why I've got to be the one called combative. I'm not listening. I'm
Nobody's calling y'all
attacking.
combative. If
When
y'all was,
all I'm
if
saying, hold
nobody
on,
was combating what I was saying, I said the sentiment
I'm
is
not
each one
combating
teach
you,
one.
sir. But I didn't say anything about each one teach one. I was talking about giving people the opportunity, creating jobs with the building of neighborhoods and education, and the like, for instance, where I live, because I can speak on where I live. There needs to be more housing for the elderly. There isn't a lot of housing for the elderly. There isn't a lot of housing for the disabled in my area. So what I decided to do, and I'm not telling nobody to do the same, nor am I saying my opinion or plan is the best. I'm just sharing the fact that this ain't no half cockamamie ass type stuff, that I've done the numbers and I've done the research. And the research says that people are in need of affordable housing and they are in need of food. That's what I decided to do to help. Doesn't mean I'm pointing fingers at anybody else. And if you assume that, that's on you. I came here to network, and I have networked with different people on here for the last 3 years. People who do think the way I think, or you think, or anyone else for that matter. The only thing we're trying to do is make it possible so everybody can eat. We're one of the richest countries in the world, right? But yet we can't feed the 20 million people that's hungry every night. We can't put people in homes or homelessness. We blame people for their circumstances. Yes, there are people who are going to take advantage. Yes, everybody can eat that's involved. That is your choice. Again, you don't have to do what I'm doing. I'm starting small. I'm not, I guess that's the thing. Like, I'm not saying this because, oh, I'm right and y'all wrong. It ain't about right or wrong for me. I'm just trying to get a understanding or temperature of, hey, this is what I'm seeing out here. Congratulations that you were successful in life. We still have Black families that we talk about so much that are still only at $40,000 per year or less. We still have Black children going to bed hungry. Y'all talk about kids not being able to read, but when I say, let's start with building things to pull the funds out of that, to move it to another place, to keep it on the up and up, to make sure that the money becomes a group and it turns, that we keep our money in our community because we start producing and taking care of ourselves. That's all I'm gonna say. Y'all got it. I'm muting up.
No,
Thank
I'm
y'all.
with you,
I
and
hope it
that's
made
why,
it clear.
that's why I saluted you throughout the duration of this conversation tonight. And I guess maybe I'm misdelivering my sentiments to you. I share those same desires. If you only knew how many times I've physically cried because I've seen people waste food stamps and the babies go hungry throughout the month, while I'm sitting back saying, hey, y'all can use this and just get some real plants, buy some seeds, and grow your own food. With those food stamps, you sold off to go buy outfits or go clubbing or the bullshit they trick it out for. We need more people like you, but I can't change the person's desires that sold their food stamps to go to the club.
But I guess my thing is, why would you try? You don't have to. That person made bad decisions. Let them be. We let people do that all the time.
That was my whole point towards those not doing the work, those not studying. That was my whole point of bringing in people's desires. If we're going to talk about
I guess
building,
that's why I wanted to narrow it down to the business side.
Right, but
and I'm
was my
saying
whole
to
point.
you in
That's
my
right, and it's not to be
I
a dream
understood
killer.
you, sir.
It's
I
not.
think
It's
that's
not to,
what it is.
right,
Like, I got
right, and
you.
it's not to be a
I
dream
don't think
killer.
I'm heard.
No, because
I don't think I'm
no,
understood.
I hear you, and my sentiment was not necessarily those that's not doing it. It was to highlight that you're, like Identity said, you're an anomaly.
No,
You're a
I'm
star.
not.
You're a star shine.
I don't
You're a
think
star.
so.
There's an
Yeah,
old
thank
saying I
you,
used
but
to
I
say.
don't.
There's an old
Yes,
saying I
ma'am,
used
you
to
are.
say. I want to share this with you. Every moment they make a choice, blend into their environment, which is dark and cold, or continue to shine and be the stars that give us something to look up to. Most people blend into their environment because it's easy. You chose to do something better with your time on earth, and that's to help people, to make sure that these people that's the have-nots have, even if it's just propaganding the need of them needing. Most people can't see past their own fucking fingertips. And if they can't see past their fingertips, the desire is to put something in them, not give from them. So when I speak about this, it's not to be a dream killer, it's not to derail you from where you're headed in life, it's to speak towards why we have those other social ills. That was my point of
Well,
bringing it up. That was my point of bringing it up, to say most people are not going to sit down and read a book about history. It's just not going to happen. That's why I don't
well, then we
disrespect
can
those that do.
You have Black
exactly.
people, sister. You got brothers and sisters, sister, who, when you talk about our history, they'll instantly walk away and say that's negative energy. I'm not with that. You got some black people who don't want to remember the atrocities that we went through. You got black people who
Of
have
course.
positions in America where they might be getting a certain salary, they might be accepted by a certain social circle where you killing a vibe when you talk about that type of stuff. So when we say that you are rare, you and Lily are very rare. It's not a lot of sisters up in these spaces having these conversations with us right now, or even care about stuff like this.
Where we all at? I'm just-
Wow.
My
Now that
experience
part
is
I
rather
wasn't.
different.
Yeah,
I do
I
run across
appreciate the
people.
information.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
I
run
do
across
appreciate
women
that.
often who are of the same frame. I would say it this way. I wouldn't say you are an abnormality.
Anomaly.
However, I will say you are unique.
An anomaly.
Well, to all of you, I appreciate that. The sentiment, it means a lot. I don't do compliments well, so thank you. I really truly do want to see better for us. That's it. It's not about me not listening to y'all. It's the way my brain works. I can hear you. I can actually repeat what you say. I can remember from like shows from years ago, certain things people have said up here. But that's just the way my brain works. So I wanted to explain that because yes, I tend to talk fast when I'm passionate. It is just truly that's just me. I really, really want to see that, change and happen. And I don't talk about it just on here. I talk to people outside as well, on the street. I've been homeless before. And I've met so many people with different stories. None of them was all like, oh, heartbreak, but circumstance. I lost my job. There was no I could, we lost our jobs. We got laid off. Things happen. But all I would love to see is that I along with others. When I say I don't mean it like, oh, look at me. I'm talking about I and others. I do hope to network as large as we can to assist people like you, to assist people like I'm gonna even throw it out there. How y'all talk about history, the different things, whether people agree or not. When I was up here earlier, I said all this information, all this stuff that you guys talk about. We took an hour from each of y'all. You throw that on Roku, it runs. Now we become on demand, like to get the message out further. And that's it. Thank y'all. I do. I appreciate it. If I didn't like it, I wouldn't come up here. So
Chocolate
appreciate
sister,
y'all.
I would love to see black people come together financially, put ourselves in a position where we're not working jobs. I would love to see us infiltrate all the institutions of education that teach us to be self-sufficient when it comes to our own construction, our own agriculture. I would love to see the sisters come together and learn chemistry and cosmetology and establish their own beauty shops, their own beauty parlors, and have a consanguineous bond with each other where it's not a sisterhood that involves talking bad about each other or looking to undermine each other, but there's a sincere love there. I would love to see the brothers have that same type of brotherhood. And I would love for us to have the desire to want to be self-sufficient, right? But the reality is a lot of black people don't want it, don't want to see it that way. It's only a small group of us that see this.
Hello, hello. I'd like to insert something here that I've been holding for a minute because I heard Lily say earlier that I think in order to quote her, I'll be exact with her words. She said uh, something near the sentiment that black men have no power. Is that the sentiment of what you said, Lily? I don't want to mispronounce or put words in your mouth. Would you say that's the sentiment that you were expressing?
I didn't actually say that, but that is, it depends on what subject we're talking about having power over.
I'm just saying, when you were speaking about 5 minutes ago, you were talking and you said something to that sentiment. I'm saying I don't have the exact words, but I'm asking you, is that the sentiment? Because the exact formation of the words were I can't put them back together yet. I will, but I was just asking you, just for convenience sake, is that the sentiment you were expressing?
Your question, I cannot say that, but if you want me to answer the question, I feel like black people, we do have power, but we're not wielding it right.
Okay. I would say that we have great power. That's what I wanted to say. And I'm glad you're realizing that we have great power. I mean that we have power, excuse me. And I realize we have great power. And our great power is in this. I was looking at the fact that we have a bad reputation, and our reputation is on the low end. And it seemed to me that when anything has a bad reputation, you want to build the reputation, do things. Excuse me. You want to do things to build the reputation back up. And so I would suggest that that would that would definitely put us in a bargaining seat to have some better reputation. Like, have a reputation of speaking the truth, have a reputation of being honest, stuff like that. A good reputation, right? I think that would help and go a long way in us being able to wield whatever power we may have successfully.
Yes, indeed. Tap into your willpower, which is your real power. For real. Because the will is the way, man. Excuses on here, none of that. Get it done. For real. If you want it bad enough, you'll find a way.
Now you know what, deity, right? Because I still see. I'm always wanting to call you still learning, but it's deity, right?
Yeah, I mean, either or, but I mean, honestly, that's copywriting. I copywriting still learning. That's actually my brand. So I actually
Okay.
copyright. Yeah, so
Awesome.
I would prefer that,
Okay,
but
cool.
it don't matter though. It's a
That's
young
cool.
deities. It's a I wouldn't say it's regressing back to like because
I
young deity
got you.
it can be perceived as you think you're a god or whatever. You feel me? But young deity, really young, is to remind me that I'm young. I'm perpetually young in my godhood. You feel me? So I'm not a god, but
I got what you're saying. Yeah,
actually.
I could definitely follow with that. Yeah, thanks for the explanation. I guess I'm trying to understand this part of it. Okay. So I don't know if anybody is finished or has something else to say, but there's another side to this, right? The economic piece. And I got that link. I really do want you guys to look at it if you can, about why I say what I say about the type of lanes and businesses that would benefit our community. This was the study they did. I'm gonna put it in the chat, and I'm gonna put it back here in the private if you guys want to pull it up. I don't have no way to do that part, but just to kind of give you an idea why I thought, whoa, wait a minute, I didn't even know this. You know what I'm saying? We don't our like gathering of information for our community. We don't really have for like real stats on what that blueprint looks like. So going on the ground and talking to people, from all walks of life, all over the internet has definitely assisted in that. You can't fly every damn day. I wish. But that's not the case. I do like, for instance, I was talking to a friend of mine. She lives in the Netherlands. And we were just talking about education and housing. And, we were talking about like how we've gotten away from social programs as if these people disappear, that they are no longer warranted or need assistance because they've had a hard time in life, or they lost a job, or they got sick, or whatever the case may be. And what I also found interesting was and I only like to do this in this comparison. When you go across the country, there are centers that are culturally there. So, like, let's say you come from let's say y'all come visit from Arizona and you never been here and you want to know where the black people at. There should be somewhere where we could go and get information, where to go, what's good, what's not, those type of things. We do it online, so why not offline? So, I mean, it has so many different perks, and I think, and I just want to say something too. I think this my only pushback, sis. I think we do have that creativity. I think there's some, and this is just a theory. I think there is some resistance that has been just over and over put into the, put into our ecosystem, and no one's ever flushed it out. And so now, I guess for me, I feel like I don't have any excuses to better my community when these people did it and they didn't have a third of what I have or
Chocolate.
access to as many people. Like, that's it. Y'all
Chocolate.
got it. Go ahead, man.
I wanted to ask you, have you ever heard of Leimert Park in Los Angeles?
Yeah, that's not too far from. I'm gonna
Los
cut you up.
Angeles.
Yeah.
No,
Okay,
you good.
Leimert Park.
Yeah.
Leimert Park. I'm a member of the Black Karate Federation, by the way, sister. I'm a former instructor in Leimert Park.
Nice.
And
I saw
Leimert
your
Park,
picture. Yeah. Nice to meet you. Go ahead.
yeah, I was a lot younger then. That's when I thought I was tough until this age caught up to me.
Tough.
And now I just be sitting in a little chair telling the young fighters, if you want to go out there and bust your brain up, go ahead. But I wouldn't do it if I was you. But when Leimert Park is basically like a small black city in Los Angeles. As a community of black people in LA, we did not invest enough money, enough time, and we didn't take it serious enough. We could have had little small cities like that all over America, but
That's all I'm
Leimert
talking.
Park is
Well, you
basically
read my
where
mind.
Leimert Park is basically where, if you want to see black theatrical performances, you can go there. There's African
Awesome.
spirituality there. The Moors are there. The Kemetic brothers be down there. The Israelite brothers be down there. It's basically a small black city within Los Angeles. And as black people, because I lived in LA most of my life, I grew up in Los Angeles. I could tell you, we really took for granted what we had in Leimert Park, and we should have invested more time and effort into building Leimert Park up, and then expanding all around America. So Leimert Park should have flourished with our support, and then there should have been cities like that in New York, in Louisiana, in Minnesota, in Detroit. We should have
We can do it.
expanded,
And we
right?
can do that now.
We had the blueprint in Los Angeles, but the brothers and sisters that are in Leimert Park, in all honesty, and it saddens me to say it, we didn't support them as a black community the way we really should have.
Well, I will tell you this. Thank you for sharing that piece with me. In my brain, I'm like, okay, I, as a business owner and as a nonprofit owner as well, I put it all in there. It is important to me that I'm able to truly make a difference, not just for myself, but for someone else. I don't want to waste nobody's time. That's why I said I found out that there was a grant available for me to be able to pay employees so we can get things moving a little faster. Because right now I got a little team, but if we could get about 10 people extra, we can get things moving a lot faster. So, just like everybody else, you got all the fires cooking at one time, because that's what has to happen now. And I feel like with everything everything that has happened so far, we're getting ready to go. We've already hit, I don't know for everyone, I don't have children, but I know like college and all that, spring break. And then we're going into April. Soon it'll be summer. Gas is going to go up. Food's going to go up. And so are we going to be in a position to weather that storm? I will honestly say I don't believe it, because we have no social safety nets. And that's what I'm talking about as on both sides. Because even as a business owner, I can assist people getting on their feet and utilizing what's around me, right? Take care of my home first, make sure I get all the kinks out and start networking out, and that, because it's still needed no matter what. You've had hungry, homeless people. We have statistics on it. So we know they're here. we still got poor people. We still got working poor people. They're not going anywhere. So why not assist them to at least be able to give themselves an opportunity to just get past maybe a few humps? Maybe they need to get their driver's license again and they ain't got the money. You know what I mean? Like there's that for us as a culture is not there socially. That's what I mean about turning, and it doesn't have to be where we all have to agree. I'm in lanes that we need these things. We need hospitals. We need schools for our own children, if that's what you want, so that you have an option, so that our history can be continued on our way. Other cultures and groups and tribes and on and on. I just feel like nothing I'm saying it's been done, and it's being done now. So I leave it there. Pop, pop, pop. Thank y'all. Appreciate letting me rant. I just love my people. I don't mind if you hate on me. It's okay. It's all love. I don't got time for hate on nobody. And I appreciate the questions, criticism. No, and if I don't, you're gonna find out. That's all. I'm gonna keep it 100 with you all the ways. But I do. I like, for instance, if we get to that conversation of breaking down what Wale had said earlier, our economic power could wield or assist wield our political power. Those two go hand in hand because business and politics are bedmates, period, point blank. And so, yeah, y'all got it. What time is 2 a.m? I'm wow. Okay, there you go. You got it.
I gotta hit this courthouse today. Gotta go file some paperwork on one of my cases. So I'm.
Dang, you said 2 a.m. Like, where are you trying to get from? Because it's like 5:10 for me.
I'm on the West Coast. I'm in the mountains on the west side of the world.
Oh, well, I'm on the east.
Yeah. I really do. I was raised in the Midwest and in the South. But yeah, I like it out here better. I think the next place, if I ever move again, it has to be an island somewhere. That's it. Like, I'm good. Like, if it ain't the bunker, it's got to be the island, and then that's it. Like, I ain't going nowhere else. Like, it is what it is. And for real, like on a serious note though, my fight is not just for myself or my community. I have nephews, babies, great nephews who I don't want them to say that I didn't try. Auntie, did you try? Why is it shitty? Please, steal again. Like, can we get something? And on top of that too,
well, some of us are working to. I'm sorry. Some of us are working to. May I say, some of us are working to develop villages. They are referred to as villages, and I understand. I know about 5 of them so far, but they might even be so small as to be 4 or 5 people of a village, and they come together and they farm or they do something in a communal work on a regular basis. And sometimes they got a land. I know one person got a land. They have meetings there and stuff like that. So everybody don't live next to each other. And then some people have on their land, though, they have 2 or 3 different families. They'll just build a house on it. You know what I mean? And that way they start building up their village. But I'm noticing that people are attempting to start small villages and putting them together on that basis.
Well, yeah, because again, you have as small groups across the country, just like anything else. And the network is tight. You pause. You do what you got to do. Everybody is informed. Hey, it can be done on the up and up. That's all. That it's not a scheme in the background, that you ain't on American greed because you are trying to do some more extra stuff. And believe me, because of what I want to do, yeah, I've been called all kinds of stuff. do not care, I'm still here because people still need help. Period.
Well, I think one of the stepping stones, because what we have to do is develop things. And I have people say, well, we don't have the infrastructure. No, we have to develop the infrastructure. That's the actual wordage that would be used. Telling us we don't have it. We know that. That's why we must develop it. So we must develop these things. And in developing these things, which is like community stuff, it might behoove us to start working together to buy in bulk. Build buy clubs where we buy with our family, our cousins, our friends, our sororities. Everybody wants brown rice or whatever. Just buy a whole bunch of it and shift it out amongst people. Don't try to buy no store and somebody making money off of each other. Everybody comes to this country and does that to us already, making money off us. And if we don't make it so that it's equitable amongst our people, like, okay, we are 6, 7 people here, we all eat rice, let's buy a shipload of rice. Somebody find a good deal on it. I'm not saying rice, but it could be anything. Just buy in bulk so that you can help as a community to lower your community outlay of money. So that even if your community is just you, your mom, and your brother, they buy in bulk, man. There people going to the store buying them little things of this and that and the other, and everybody know the smaller they get, the more it costs per whatever. And when you buy in bulk, it's not as expensive, so you're saving for everybody, even if it's just a family buy unit. Just start buying in bulk. So what's happening though is you're getting used to working with each other and following through and getting something done, even if it's just buying some rice. You know what I mean? On a regular basis, whatever you're buying and stuff, that you're working together with each other and building a community of the mind, because that's where the community exists.
Right on, Wale. Right on. Like I said, I also take in consideration, I'm in a position that I know a lot of people are not in, so that's why I want to take advantage of it. I don't have children. I don't have a husband or a boyfriend or nothing. It's me and my dog Roscoe. But my thing is, but I also have my sister and my brother and my friends and those who have supported me along the way and are still here. Like I was saying, we got a brother that moved here. He got a barbecue place here. He need fresh fruits and vegetables. We started talking. He said, hey, if you want to, you could bring your cart, when you got a harvest, bring it down. You could sell it right here. I clocked it. We get about maybe like 25, maybe 50 trucks, 18 wheels pushing through here every hour. Cause I'm right off of, Route 66, so to speak. So I see opportunity. There's no restaurants here like that. We don't even have a clothing store yet. Like that's how small this is, right? So it leaves for opportunity. So now I've been able to be a part of the community for a year. Learn as much as I can, talk to whoever, plan around that. And so, like I said, I'm feet on the ground tomorrow because I'm trying to set up a meeting with the city because we got a piece of property. It ain't nowhere from where my sister lived, and it would be great to put those temporary homes on there as transition. We don't have to dig anything up. I got plenty of dirt on my property. So it all start, those are the details that start to, once those lock together, then I feel like a plan can be executed, right? So, yeah. I'm just trying to have fun with it. For me, it doesn't seem like this daunting task to want to help my people. Maybe I should, but I don't. I'm not afraid. Definitely not afraid of failure. I'm not afraid of success. I've been successful. I've been what's considered a failure, been in the middle. So maybe that is why I kind of like, yes, it's people out here silently hurting because we are taught as Black people not to complain. And if you do complain, what you complaining for? So, yeah, it's just a lot of different things, of course, that play into it. But I guess why I said I am on the infrastructure side. The social side will come with that, with the infrastructure, because if you've got the places and the availability to bring the resources in closer in to people that need it, you know, you're only as good as the people in the community you in. Yeah, but
Beautiful.
I look forward to sharing the next move with y'all, whether people believe it or not. Because no, I watched a brother on YouTube. He tried to build him an earth bag house. Okay. Well, the mixture that he used, he had too much water. So his bricks were like wobbly and watery. And I love the fact that he said, this is what you don't do. He said, I messed up, but now I know what to do. You know what I mean? And that's life. That's a part of life too. That I'm not so easily defeated, I guess. Maybe that's it. But yeah, I've dropped that in the back end in the thing if anybody want to take a look at it.
Oh, that's what I was saying about success. Failure and success. Failure can only be determined when you stop.
What did he say? He said, Dave East and Ransom, he said, what he said? He said a winner. No, he said a winner is just a, hold on, wait, I got to think about it. Hold on, wait, I got to think. A winner, dang, hold on, my bad. I got to ponder. But he's talking about, so I'm paraphrasing. He said a winner is somebody who tried one more time. Basically, like, basically like implying that a winner is somebody who just didn't give up, who just kept going. You feel me? Yeah.
Wrote a song about it. Goes something like this. That's so beautiful. Man, this is so beautiful. Because I'm looking at this, this eclipse and stuff like that. It's a lot of the doggone solar disbursements and stuff. The solar winds and all that stuff picked up. The big hole and all that. Are you familiar with what I'm talking about? Is happening on a solar level at the sun?
Yes, as a matter of fact. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Maybe somebody else was giving me an answer. My bad.
I was just asking, are you familiar? That's all.
Oh, you were asking me. Yes. Yeah, go ahead.
Some people not familiar. They don't even know nothing about this stuff. Like the guy was saying, everybody ain't trying to be an entrepreneur. We already know that. You know what I mean? It's funny when I hear people say, everybody ain't trying to be an entrepreneur. I already figured that out.
Yeah, that one kind of does me in with the everybody argument.
Of course it ain't gonna be everybody. I'm gonna tell you something. I found out the guy in the community that I was living in, he had a little warehouse type thing. It was 50 by 50, right? And it had the doors, with the rolling doors that open up and stuff like that. Once I went inside, I found out that he's manufacturing, he was manufacturing those things that go, those transistor ceramic looking things that go on the top of the electric poles and stuff. You see those ceramic things on the electric poles or the wires sometimes. That's all he did was make those ceramic pieces. And he made about less than 15 different models. of pieces, he made over $3 million a year every year. Nobody knew he was making that kind of crazy money up in there because he's in the hood, as you call it. It's only one, not even the whole block. His little factory, you know what I mean? And the windows are all grayed out, and he's making bank up in there, $3 million a year. And because he's in the hood, the small business thing kicked in, and the government paid half for whoever he hires from the hood. The government was paying half of whatever he paid them. You know, if they were being paid $30 an hour, he paid $15, the government paid $15, because he was in this some kind of empowerment zone or something they call it. Very interesting. That's why I keep talking to them. They, you know, I had saw Booker T. Washington. He said he got his students to make bricks. He taught them all to make bricks, and they started selling bricks before they even left school. They had a business going of making bricks. And when they left school, they went wherever they went back home, you know, to wherever they from. Some of them, not all of them, and open up brick stores where they make bricks and sell bricks. So they had a business before they left the school. We have to make things. We can't just keep eating. That's
Well, I
called the
also
living.
too, Wale,
Oh,
I wanted
go
to
ahead.
add to it that
Mm-hmm.
I know we don't talk about that much, but there were like when all this stuff, you know, because I go wherever I can to get information, right? There are people that when we were talking about earlier about the segregation and all that kind of stuff, you have a lot of people that aren't us or not of our culture who are like, if you guys open businesses or you guys have certain type of businesses, we will come and support you because we don't agree with this. And these are sentiments from other cultures.
I get that all the time, and that's why I say we make something. A lot of times,
Right. If I'm
they
sorry,
will
well, go
buy what we
ahead.
make. Yeah, they will buy what
Yeah,
we make. We
they've
got to
already
make
said it.
something.
Yes. Well, hold on real quick. I guess my thing is I'm not gonna point fingers at my own people. Because again, there's even though my own frustration, right? I do feel like 60 years have gone by and I believe there should have been more things have happened by now, but it didn't. So, you know, again, I believe in, okay, well, if it ain't there, then you make it. Don't point fingers at other people or, you know, try to shame anybody else. If you want to see something happen, create it. So that's where my thought process goes.
Mine
That's why
too.
I
That's
started
why I
learning.
enjoy it. Mhm.
And so I try to learn everything I can that will give not only myself opportunity, but others opportunity if they so choose to. I'm
Listen,
also doing this for, you know, my brother. He's a young man. He ain't even 30 yet. I don't want him busting his ass like I did. And what I mean by that is I want him to be able to focus and finish his education and do the things he need to do so he can have as many of the advantages as I believe a black man should have so he can succeed when I ain't around no more. You know what I mean? So it's like it's deeper for me, and I share that with you guys because that's where that passion comes from. That there's other people involved in my decision making. It's not just all about chocolate. You know what I mean? So only when it comes to my
I'm going to
food,
say
then
something
it is
that's
all
not
about
going to
me.
say. I'm going to say something that's not going to, maybe not going to hit you right or something like that. But I'm going to. It's a warning. I'm going to make a warning. I hear a tendency among women to attempt to assuage the condition of the men in their lives. And I would
Do
like
you get
to.
that impression? For
Yes.
me? Well, let me
What
ease your
I heard you
mind.
say. Oh, okay. I
Yeah, I'm
just
gonna
heard
let
you
you, I'm
say.
gonna ease your mind, baby.
Okay, go
No,
ahead.
that's not what I mean. What my
Okay, go
men
ahead.
do, what black men decide to do, I understand what has been the plight of the past, the present, and if things don't change, the future, right? Pattern is easy to see. I'm not trying to change black grown men. No. What I'm talking about is the community around us both. I am what's considered of young enough age. I can still have kids. I'm old enough to still start a new career. All the things that they try to label you as you age on, right? But the truth about it is, it's not about how much money you got. In my opinion, it's about what you do with the money. I'm not trying to control no man, honey. I ain't never, ever. My daddy taught me that early on in life. You can't control no man. Not anybody, to be honest. You really shouldn't want to, which I don't. So I'll make sure I clear that up. Another thing too, I'm no man hater. I'm not a hater of my gender, sex, nothing. I'm talking about economics, money, and using that money to then flip it and give it life by creating things that is going to give our community the shine and the polish that I know we deserve. Whether it's me or it's a network of people. One man started the United States school system. What makes that so much different? It's a human being who did it. I'm no different. I guess that's the thing. Like, because if you have enough
I know
resources,
I'm not
you can
human.
make you who. Oh, I'm so sorry. Well, me, I'll say that. I believe I'm human. So I'm like, yeah, come on through, you know. And then what's wrong with wanting to have better? I know we've been snowed. I know we've been lied to. I know we've been scammed. I know we have people who pretend they care and then they don't. I can't prove that to nobody. You either believe me or you don't. I mean, that's all I can do. If my words match my actions,
real,
and my actions match my words,
That's a reputation.
right?
That's what I'm
That's it.
saying. We have to raise our reputation. Our reputation is that of thieves, always lying. I mean, I get this from everyone, even our own people. This and that, all this bad reputation, and then we behave in that manner.
Oh, I apologize,
What are
Wale.
we
I think
doing?
somebody in the back waiting to get up here.
I'm just saying. If we got a bad reputation and then we emulate the reputation
I
instead
don't
of
think we have a
changing.
bad.
Oh, we
I
got
don't
a
think it's a
bad
bad
reputation, baby.
reputation.
Ain't no doubt about it. I can tell you that from
But
here.
I don't
The
think so because the
reputation that we
world.
have out. Oh, okay, go ahead.
No, I might have to disagree with you, Wale.
Tell,
Internationally,
tell
we are
me
not looked
where
at
you
the
see that at.
same.
hmm Tell me where
In
what you're
parts of the
talking about,
world,
and
I'm talking
wait a minute.
about.
Go ahead.
I'll even go to I'll start here. We'll start with the westernized countries. Let's take
What? Oh, go ahead.
Seoul, Korea, for instance.
I know so.
There are parts, right? There are parts of the population who not just in Korea, South Korea, Japan, China, where they are going
I
to get
know
their
the
hair
place.
done just like ours. It's
Okay.
online.
Okay.
They
So
emulate our
what?
music. We are coveted and appreciated in a lot of parts of the world. We just don't see that. There are people internationally who say the things that we think, oh, other countries may or may not care, but they do care because there's Black people there too, or people who identify as Black culturally, and they will support us. We are a global business now. We don't have to just rely on our own people. We don't have to put the burden on them and be like, oh, you got to support Black business. Well, if you ain't got no money, you can't support nobody. So that's it. It don't matter Black or white, right? But in all honesty, giving the opportunity, I think we'll be surprised. That's all. I guess if
Okay.
we believe in eras of like the Harlem Renaissance and what they did with nothing, and look and
Oh,
what we can do
they
with what
had
we have.
something. They didn't do it with nothing. They had something,
You
and
know
I
what I
keep
mean?
saying the something, but
Wale, they
that
did not have the
yes, they
access
did.
to the media and the like. It was in Harlem, though, right? We talk
I'm
about
saying now.
New York. But if
This,
imagine this
yeah.
though, imagine if that era of time had the ability to share that information in matter of seconds. That's what I'm talking about. That's all. There would have been, I do believe there would have been some differences, you think? And it's just a theory. I'm not saying I'm right or wrong. It's just a theory.
First of all, I wouldn't even, try to equate this to that, because that ain't how I see life. But I am
Oh
saying
no.
that
Yeah.
I will say this much, in that order of what's accomplished versus what is not. They had more collective mind. They had more of a collective mind than we seem to be displaying. And so I say they had a whole lot. They didn't have the physical stuff like in a minute you could email or talk across the internet and stuff. I agree with that part, but their mind was a collective mind. And I'll tell you something else that crossed my mind because of you had asked me earlier about that colored black thing, and I'll tell you this much.
Oh no,
When
that
we were
wouldn't be.
all
I'm sorry.
okay, it's okay, it
Yeah,
don't
that
matter.
would be, but it's okay.
It's
Okay.
all
I
right.
just was let you
Yeah, I already passed that. And there's a movie that gives the feeling that I'm talking about too. You can go and check it. It's on YouTube. Back in the day when we were colored, that's what we were. We didn't trip on mulatto, this and that. We didn't trip on all these other different significations and breakouts that we're tripping on now. We just was all colored, and we didn't have because my uncle is a red nigga, right? My aunt was yellow. My next aunt was very dark brown. And my other aunt was light brown. Those are my 4 aunts in my life. And I'm saying everybody was colored though. We didn't have the how do you say? The way it breaks down now in the minds of the people. But once again, all that's in the minds of the people. And it's a mental collectivity that we experienced at that time. And I was asking the young woman about the thing about the power. And she said, we got power, it's not being wielded. Okay, beautiful. Because some people are of the concept that we have no power. They would even say those words verbatim. We have no power. When we get power, stuff like that. So I'm just saying some people think in those thoughts because all of this is in the mind once again. And when a person think they have no power, they will behave as such. So, that's what I'm attempting to point out, that the collectiveness, like the man say, if they don't want to do it, something about he was saying, if they're not interested in doing it, they ain't gonna do it. That was something they were talking about earlier, a couple of hours ago. But that's correct. If people don't want to do this, so. But some people want. Everybody's not going to be an Indian chief. Everybody's not going to be an entrepreneur. But the ones that want to do it, let them do it. And I'm like you. When I have a thought, idea, I do my idea. I talk to people about it. They don't want to do it. I'm still going to go do my idea because that's my dream. And I need to carry it out. And if I have the idea, I need to be able to express it to someone so that they can see my dream. Apparently, they don't see it. So they're not going to throw down with me. They got their own dream. I'm saying they got a dream, take care of that dream. Like my mom used to say, if you see something needs to be done, do it.
Thanks for pulling me up. I'm not sure who pulled me up, but thank you.
Well, what's happening, man? How you just got on the panel?
Yeah, y'all been seeing me. I've been talking trash in the comments because yes, Bill, I see you.
I see you. Nah, my whole thing is I don't have no problems with nothing. I'm just listening. But I was blocked. And I was wondering why I was blocked. Sometimes maybe my opinion is a little brash or. But I appreciate whoever brought me up. So I'm gonna just.
What makes you assume that you was
No, I
blocked?
really would love
I was blocked. I
I'd love
was
to hear
blocked.
your opinion.
I definitely was blocked because I definitely was blocked.
Who are you?
I'm trying
I
to figure out
can't
because
see
I
it.
recall me and you actually having.
Still stop it. Still.
Bro, I
Stop.
recall me and you having extensive dialogue. So I'm trying to see why would you
Of
be
course,
blocked?
that's my point. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
I
why
was
would you be
blocked.
blocked? I don't
That's
understand
what
that.
Oh,
shocked
this
me.
Stan.
That's what shocked me.
Stans. Okay, Stan.
How you doing, my
Page.
brother?
Okay. Beautiful, man.
Welcome. Hello.
That's
Absolutely. I'm a friend of the room. I'm a distant cousin of the room. I'm always, in here. And I think you was in here when my peoples was there talking about the self-sustaining. I think he sent you some information on it.
Yes.
On the self-sustaining neighborhoods and all that type of stuff.
Everybody whoever sends me information, whoever asks questions, whoever email me, hit me on Insta, I try to answer and try to make sure I take from it. If it's something I could take from it, I use it. Or
No,
I'll pass
Chocolate,
it
I
on
think
to
it was for the
somebody who
brothers.
can.
No, it
Oh,
was for
I'm
the
so
brothers.
sorry. I was getting ready to say I do. I go through because I was like, I don't remember, but okay.
It was for the older brother that's talking. I remember you talking
Mr. Wale.
I don't have any idea about this. Maybe you can remind me.
When I brought my peoples in the room, it was his first time on this channel, and I introduced him, and he was talking about he sent the diagrams of the self-sustaining the neighborhoods they were creating out there, and he sent all the blueprints and everything else. I definitely know that was you that asked him to send you something on it. I remember the voice.
Are you talking about me? Who sent that?
The brothers.
He's still
Oh,
talking about me.
Okay. I'm
Yeah,
like, what?
he's still talking. Well, it's cool, man. But I just don't recall that being the case in my personal history. That's all.
Okay, maybe my mistake. Maybe it was,
Maybe so, maybe no. I don't know. But I don't recall it. But I do that. That solar. I do solar and water and stuff. I'm like
and
off
that's
the
what he
grid.
was talking about. That's exactly what y'all had that conversation about. You talking about off the grid with the solar panels and all that. I don't know what screen name we had up there. I think it was.
I don't know what was sent to me because I don't recall seeing anything.
You
and I don't
definitely. I
recall
know
the
the voice.
conversation
I
about
know.
something. Excuse me.
No, I'm not going. I'm not gonna put it on you. If it wasn't you, it wasn't you. My mistake. But
No, I'm
I
not saying it
definitely.
wasn't, cousin. I'm just simply saying I don't recall.
Still knows what I'm talking about. Like we was in here. I know. See how you laughing? Still knows what I'm talking about. But that's a whole other conversation.
Who's laughing?
But you're gonna have to reiterate. I caught remnants of what you was alluding to. You're gonna have to
remember when I brought my peoples in here? It was his first time in, and I was introducing them to Hughes Bro. And I was like, yo, bro, this is something that you would definitely flourish in to talk to people like-minded. And he was talking about the self-sustaining neighborhoods that they created. And he sent all the links and everything in the chat. I can go back in the history and look it up, but brother was asking him, like, how he said with the self-sustaining water and the system and building self-sufficient eco-friendly like neighborhoods that they're trying to develop.
I remember you. And I remember him, and I was there. But that's what I said. See, you should have. You talking shit to me in the chat.
You and him,
But I'm the one that remember. That's all I want you to know at 2 in the morning.
Absolutely.
Mind shark, baby. No, I'm just playing.
Thank
But
you.
yes,
Thank
I
you.
do
So I'm not
remember what you
crazy.
said.
I'm not crazy. Thank you.
Well, I don't know about that, but I will say that I was there when that conversation took place. Yes.
And that was why I brought him in this room, because the same
But that
topic
ain't
y'all
had
was
nothing to do
discussing
with
on.
you talking shit
I
about me
apologize.
in the
I
chat.
apologize. I apologize. No, I
Uh-huh.
apologize. I
Don't
apologize.
apologize.
No,
It
because
tastes good in your mouth.
no, one thing with us, with us is, all of us have this thing where, yeah, I made it, but y'all didn't make it. You get where I'm coming from? And that's the whole thing. You get what I'm saying? We had a pissing contest, and whereas the others that we
I
were
didn't
talking
even
about,
know I was in the
not saying you, I'm just saying the others, they don't have that outlook on it. They have it whereas though, each one teach one.
Sir, may
Each
I
one
say this
teach
to
one.
you with all due
And I
respect?
apologize. I apologize. I
You
feel
said,
stupid.
now I'm
I
calling you. I put your
apologize.
feet to the floor. I put your feet to the floor. I appreciate the apology, but nah, you gonna get this. Just hold on. Listen.
Ouch.
So you
Ouch.
said in the chat, can I please speak? And because it sounds better with no rebuttal. You're just talking. I don't know if you were talking to me or not at that point. But you did say, so I wanted to make sure I answer all your questions to ease your mind of all of that you thought of me in the chat. I just think that's fair. That's all. You can say it whenever,
All
but
right.
I
So,
just
so, all
I
right,
want
so,
yeah, you do that.
so what I'm saying is, watch this. I appreciate all your accolades, and I apologize if I came off wrong and or disrespectful. If you took it that way, I apologize. Because, like you said, you were in that room that night, and you and him did have that dialogue where I think he sent you some information. Y'all were talking one on one, and I get it because y'all weren't on the same type of time. So I apologize.
Yeah, we talked.
You know
Yes,
what
I
yes,
remember.
yes, thank you. So I apologize.
Mhm.
I'm wrong. I'm dead
All
wrong.
right. I'll give
I'm
you this
dead
one.
wrong.
I'll give you this. All right. I'll let you have that
I
one. Okay,
am
I
dead
remember.
wrong. I'm dead wrong. You got it. I'm dead wrong.
We
Hey,
cool. We
Chocolate, thank you
cool.
for saving me because I think I was about to get beat over the head with some kind of stick or something.
If
No,
whoever is
but
back there,
explain it to him.
hold on,
Wasn't he in
gentlemen.
here that night,
Hold on,
Chocolate?
gentlemen.
Wasn't he in here?
Hold on.
Wasn't he in
Yeah, I
here?
was. Hold on. Give me just a second. I don't know who's back there, but could somebody pull up Mari, please? She told me to ask you, but I don't know if whoever's here.
Beautiful. Welcome guest.
Remember, a winner is just a loser who tried. That's what he said. He said a winner is just a loser who tried one more time. That's the bar. Yeah, a winner is just a loser who tried one more time. Mm-hmm. Don't give up.
I think last time I was in here, the conversation was the brother. He was educating me. What was it before I went to South America? He was like, "Oh no." He said, "No, they're changing the laws. We gotta have a visa search." And I thought he was being funny. And I was like, either way, I'm headed there. And see, this is nothing. This is just my testimony to the room. And it was like, okay, boom. But he was right about what he was talking about. So again, I apologize.
You're fine, sir. I'm okay. I'm a lot tougher than a lot of people give me credit for. But
No, it wasn't. It wasn't dedicated to you. It was just it was to the room because I don't know if that's why they blocked me because I definitely was
Oh,
blocked.
I don't know nothing about that part.
Hello.
Hey.
Oh, hey,
Hey,
Chocolate. How are you?
one love.
Oh, hi. Hello. How
Good,
are you?
thank you.
Good. Oh, okay. So, Miss Chocolate, I have a question. So did you say
Yes,
you
ma'am.
were trying to build like a self-sustainability like community?
Yes, ma'am. Mm-hmm.
Oh my
We have
God. Yes.
plans
Oh,
for
go.
so go ahead. No, go ahead. Continue your question.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
oh,
But I
oh no,
can
no.
whatever
Oh
you
no,
need
go
to.
ahead. Go ahead. I'm listening. I'm sorry.
So we have the blueprints to do it on different scales. So the first community will be, of course, small, maybe 10, 20 units. and then we're going to go up. And so at minimum, each location will have a community center and a greenhouse at minimum. And that is to continue the sustainability, because not only can we grow, then the people who live there got access to fresh fruits and vegetables. We also can sell from that area as well. So it has the reason I'm doing it this way in the small increments is because that's how you build that longevity, you
So
know.
chocolate,
So yes,
were
ma'am.
you and Manny able to come to some type of, you know, arrangement? Like, did you find what he was talking about?
Who you talking about? Sorry.
You know, my family, like my
I don't
cousin
think we
family.
talked again though. I can't.
Did
I'm not
did
gonna
he
lie
say
to you.
you
I have
were there?
been. Yeah, I have been crazy busy. So that's why I may have responded, or I may have just gone, okay, he sent me this, let me do that. So I'm horrible at
'Cause I
that.
think they
I'll
said
take
they
that
were in
L,
Oklahoma or
but I'll
something, right?
double check. Yes, and if it's there, I'll send a message. I'll take that. Because I am a one-woman show. So I wear a lot of different hats during the course of the week. So but yes, to answer your question, that's the goal. I have a 3-year, 5-year, 10-year, 20 and 100-year plan. So, like I said, I didn't walk into this with rose-colored glasses on. There's an opportunity here that we can hold on to and have something with longevity for our own people. I just don't think it's any different. Like, it's not making me not like any other culture. Just I want to see better for my own. Bam. That's it. And I'm not to anyone up here, but I'm never gonna apologize for that. I'm very proud to be a Black woman, and I'm proud to be where I am. At least I got the opportunity to do it. So, yes, ma'am. That's exactly what I'm doing.
Yeah, okay, that's wonderful. Yeah, I'm interested in like the self-sustaining communities. I've been doing research about like these communities for like years. Like, oh my goodness, like I'm always like looking up like earth bag homes, just like solar panels and well water and things like that. I'm interested in all that type of stuff. So I don't know, maybe I should work with you or like
You're
if
more
you have.
than welcome, honey. I'll take we can work together. I can send you information. Like I said, I put my Insta in there. So if you hit me on the messenger, it's probably faster than my email. So I can send you links, I can send you video, I can quote it off the back of my head. That's how long I've been, trying to making sure it all circles back around. Because that's what the sustainability party is. It's making it a complete circle, just like anything else, and we can do that. Our building of an economy with the businesses of assisting each other on social levels, on all different tax levels of Black folks that exist in the United States. And I know these businesses exist. However, we have to network it. And it is going to take time, and it is going to take work. And there are going to be pitfalls. However, if you're afraid of those things, nothing would ever get done. Y'all got it. I do have Mr. Big Cheese. I started with a small piece of property. I got a quarter of an acre. And now, hopefully tomorrow, get the opportunity to get another acre. So we can start
Who's Big Cheese?
within the
Who's
city.
Big Cheese?
I'm sorry?
Oh, no, I know when you said Big Cheese, I didn't know what we were talking about or
Oh, it was
exactly.
in the chat. They was asking if
Okay.
I had any property, and I do. Um, we are I'll tell y'all this part. Like a lot of people know, or not a lot of people know, but I've told this story before. My roof caved in over the winter. So what I went ahead and decided to do was I was like, okay, let's take the opportunity to kind of revamp it. Plus, my sister and my brother were concerned because it was cold, but I loved it out there. Long story short, We could use the earth bags and really put movement into that.
Well,
I know
the
we can't do that
reason
everywhere, but we can start.
the, the reason me and Fam had this whole conversation about it when he told me about his movement was because my driveway is kind of large, and I seen that thing where it was talking about the little portable homes that you get install for a certain amount of money, couple, peanuts.
Right.
And I was like, damn, I could put a couple of these in my driveway. You get what I'm saying? And he was like, no, this is what I'm trying to do with the self-sustainable neighborhoods. And that's how that whole conversation came about.
Exactly. Because one could see the one part that hopefully we get to is one can feed the other. So in my business plan and execution, it is to start in a rural area because that's where I live, then grow from there. And the great thing about it is we use one plot for aeroponics, buy another plot for the aquaponics, another plot for the hydroponics, and then another plot for the microgreens. Microgreens grow every week. And again, I'm trying to make myself accessible to everybody. So with that, also, I work with people who have disabilities and veterans, and some of these people, it's me. I'm a bleeding heart. I'll take it. But outside of that, the truth is to be told that our social standing in this country is horrible as far as taking care of one another. So that's it. I mean,
Sweetie, I just brought him up. So your guy's here. I just chimed him in. I said,
okay.
he's
Well,
here.
you better tell
Silas,
whoever letting people up.
Silas. His name's Silas Kane. He's in the background. So yeah, he can come up. I don't know who's letting people up, but Silas Kane. He's the one with the self-sufficient community.
Yeah, so chocolate, I've been trying to do something like this in Sierra Leone.
There he
Because
is.
I tried to start like a poultry farm and just to buy some other land just to like live off grid and stuff like that. That's what I've been trying to do in Sierra Leone, but it's been kind of hard because like the infrastructure over there and things like that. So I don't know, but I'm into all this type stuff. I
Would you
love stuff.
mind me asking? I apologize, Mike. Go ahead. Ooh,
Oh no,
I
go
wish I
go.
could slow my brain down.
Oh no,
The
that's fine. Go
minute you
ahead.
said that, it made me think of this. So, what is your what's like what is the plant or fruit or anything that or vegetable that's popular? I'm not familiar. Only what I know online about Sierra Leone. So, do you still have the land that you purchased there?
Yes, I still have the land, but the most popular, okay, so they have crane, they have like cassava leaf, they have oh God, what's the other one?
You
They have
said, wait, we can stop
eh,
here.
potato leaf. Oh,
The
go ahead.
No. I didn't want to make you have to name a whole bunch of stuff, but we'll use that one. The first one you said. You said is it cassava? Am I pronouncing that right?
Yep, they have cassava leaf. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Cassava leaf. Okay. Can I ask you, what does cassava leaf do? I have never heard of that before.
I know they grow cassava leaf and then they make a dish called cassava leaves with it. You can eat it with rice. I
Okay.
don't know what, yeah, so I don't know what else they eat
I'll
it
look
with,
it
but
up. Yeah, I'll look it up. Yes, ma'am.
yeah, but
The
I
reason I
don't
said
know.
that.
Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead. I have a little funky delay. I'll wait. You let me know when you finish. I really don't want to talk over nobody. Okay, there you go.
Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, I'm not sure how the cassava leaf grows, that's something that I would have to ask my man, because his father was a farmer. Well, I don't know if he's still doing farming, but he's a farmer. I think he would know all about that. So I would have to ask him. But I'm not sure how it grows and like how long it takes to produce or anything like that. But yeah, I have to ask them. But I was doing poultry farming over there, and I want to do like commercial farming. I mean, like poultry farming over there. So that's what I'm trying to that's what I'm trying to do now, because like I love like the off grid type of stuff. Like I really don't like to depend on the government for anything. I mean, I have to be realistic. I mean, I may have to, but like, I like self sustainability. I love stuff like that. I love natural, simple living. So I don't know. I just love this type of stuff. So,
So chocolate, he's in here to give, his whole spill
Oh,
on the
hi.
self-sustaining grid. He's in there.
Well, yes, hello, sir. Just to land it here, Maury, I'll say this, please. I'm available all week long. I'm off right now. Please call me. Let's meet. Let's talk. You can hit me up on Insta. I'll show you everything I got. Hopefully it can help you. Because if you can import, export, we can do that. Find out what the properties are. That's where my brain goes on that side of it. Like, what could we do with it? How could we make it? Can I grow it inside or outside? Like, my brain is, the minute you said it, I'm like, yeah. So I'm 100% down. Please reach out to me so we can get talking this week. So hello, sir. I'm sorry. I just want to let you know that, Mari. There you go. You got it.
okay, yes, I definitely will. Matter of fact, a little bit later on today, I'll message you and then we can talk and stuff like that. Okay,
Yeah,
thank you.
bet. I'll be up. You're
Okay.
welcome. Anytime. I look forward to it. Thank you, sis,
Okay.
for
Oh, you
for even
welcome.
saying so.
You're welcome. Mm-hmm.
Go ahead, fam. They waiting on you.
Oh, what's
They
going
want
on? Can you hear me?
Yes, hi, good morning.
Hey, how's it going? What?
Hard trying to keep these bullets. I'm walking around like Drake with the smoky vest on.
About to get deep. It's about to get funky. Yes.
But I'm still here, boo. I'm not a Drake fan, but I thought that shit was funny as hell. He came out with that bulletproof vest on.
Give him the
Shoot,
give
that's
him
how I
the
feel when
game,
I
bro.
get off these sandals. Sure.
Give
You be
him the
like, you
game,
needed
bro.
to smoke clear.
That was
Go
hilarious.
ahead, I'm sorry.
That was hilarious.
Give him the game on the self-sufficient
Oh
communities.
yeah, man. We doing
You better get to talking for this man. I mean, pause, but
No, I'm just saying. No, I told y'all how the conversation came about.
I know
You
I'm
know what
just
I'm
messing
saying?
with you.
I'm
It's
just,
like 5 in the morning. 6. What?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. What's going on, everybody? We starting off-grid communities, smart communities, and we're gonna put them into like a DAO, decentralized autonomous organizations that are lineage based. So we have Black Americans running the actual community that we build. Everything we have in the community is gonna be self-sufficient. Like I heard you guys talking, and the girls from Sierra Leone. I suggest you look up crypto mining and AI processing because you guys get a lot of sun and wind out there. You can generate a lot of power to mine crypto coins like they're doing in Kenya. China got a crypto mining farm in Kenya, and that thing making like $3 or $4 million a month. So just a heads up. Another thing is the vertical farming. We're doing a lot of vertical farming. We're growing our own hemp. We got 5 states that allow industrialized hemp, so you can 3D print like parts. We can manufacture parts for like cars and home decor and all kind of stuff. But everything's going to be self-sufficient. The people that live in the community will also work in the community while we're doing this. In our community, we're not going to have any electric bill, any water bill, none of that. All of that's going to be paid within the community. We're making everything off grid. We don't want to depend on the government for nothing, not even money.
See, that's wonderful. I like stuff like that. But I'm not from Sierra Leone. I'm African American. I just have Sierra Leone citizenship, but I'm African American. My family's been here for 400 years. I just wanted to make that clear. Just wanted to say that.
Oh, okay. I got you. Yeah. We definitely. I wanted to hook up with the brother. My cousin introduced me to him. I think he was from Liberia, somewhere in there, but he was like out in the country. I was like, man, y'all get sun all day. Y'all can generate so much power and be. Elon Musk got them damn
Arizona, honey. That's why. You right.
Yeah, the satellites out there, so you can mine the coins and virtually just be like printing money. That's what we're doing in Arizona. We got our property out there in Arizona now. We got about like 2.5, 3 acres out there. We're gonna start building the crypto mining, and then we're gonna start doing the homes out there. We're gonna do the Ram Earth for the gate because one of my friends he has it's like a 3D printed like for the houses and stuff, but he does it with Ram Earth, and we need it. We're not gonna have another Tulsa, Oklahoma bombing and stuff. So all our buildings gonna be like bomb-proof, fireproof, waterproof, tornado-proof, hurricane-proof, from the whole nine. Excuse me. We want to make sure that we secure everything on this go round. Once we do the one in Arizona, then we go to Las Vegas, Mississippi, Texas.
Wait,
South
are you
Carolina.
here?
Yeah, I'm in Florida right now.
Oh, you're in Florida. I was
Yeah.
asking if you were in Arizona. So, okay.
No, I'll be
Go
in
ahead, you go.
Arizona in July.
Oh, okay, bet.
Yeah.
Yeah, we gotta keep in touch because we'll be,
Yeah. Yeah, I think I
gotta
still
come up
got your
north.
email
Check it
address.
out.
We out there in Kingsman,
I
Arizona.
remember.
Yep.
On the other
Yep.
side, you that's more west towards Vegas. I'm more toward New Mexico,
Oh, okay, no problem. Same state.
going
I
toward
mean,
Flagstaff.
yeah, we driving, so it ain't nothing but a
Oh,
hop and a
okay,
skip.
yeah, cool.
Yeah, man. So
Well, if you
that's
stop
what.
through a barbecue place, so you got somewhere to stop if you come this way.
Bet. Yeah, man. I really wanted to spread out the plan and show you what I got, so we can just we want to make these communities all over America that that we run and we own. All our communities will be based off of damn, somebody just got in an accident in a crypto mining coin. I'm sorry, with a community coin where we own and control that coin. We're going to use the dollar and stuff like that, but in our community, if you guys familiar with the Berkshire dollar in Massachusetts, if you guys can Google it, they mint their own. There's a community there that mints their own money. They have their own dollars. They have their own coins, and they just do it to keep the money in within the community. Your boy Warren Buffett is actually behind that, but we want to just take that same model. I'm not sure if you guys familiar with Dr. Claude Anderson, but his book Powernomics, I based the whole plan on Powernomics off of Dr. Claude Anderson.
Now, Martin Gator, do you remember him now? Do you sound familiar now, Martin Gator?
No, not to me.
Okay, gotcha.
Oh, excuse me, sir. Do you have a channel or any more information? I just like to follow people who that likes like self-sustainability and things like that. Mr. Kane. Okay.
Yes, I can drop I'm not sure if the link could go in the chat, but it's grassrootsdow.org. It's grassroots, just like the regular words, grass and roots, and the letters DAO.org.
Yes, I had you in my bookmarks.
Oh,
Like
okay.
that's what I said. I don't
Absolutely,
forget much.
chocolate. Yeah,
I
yes,
don't play.
yes,
I keep trying to tell you, y'all sleep. Don't sleep on it. I just play. But yeah, I got your website and everything. Yeah. I remember.
All right, yeah. All right, let's see if it's
So chocolate, give them your plan. What you was talking about earlier, because it was the
I
same
mean, it's
concept, wasn't it? It was the same
yeah,
concept, right?
basically. I'm basically just doing the same thing, but I'm doing it in a rural area so I can keep my overhead down and we can pay people what they're worth and we can, have more money to put on into the nonprofit side. Like I already know for the first year, I'm not even taking a salary, but I live off the land. So I don't really
So the
have any
crypto, so
bills per
the
se except myself and the
so
internet,
the
right?
crypto,
So
the crypto
no,
side
go
of
ahead.
it, the crypto side of it,
Oh,
when you
I'm
talk
not
about
talking about
mining.
crypto.
No,
No,
that's
no,
what
no,
I'm saying. But
no.
the crypto side of mining, right? That would be beneficial, wouldn't it? Like if you
Well,
incorporated that.
in I'm not saying that it wouldn't, but however, for me, crypto doesn't have the same validity anymore in as far as something tangible and longevity wise. Yes, I think it's great if you want to get you some money and get out. But that's just my
No, but I'm
stance on
talking
it.
about the energy with
Well,
yeah. That
here's the
the energy
thing.
side.
I guess
I
I'm
wanted to
hearing
clear a
different
couple things
words
up.
because I thought you was talking
Yeah,
about. I'm thinking you talking
He
about
was, he was, he
money.
was talking about
I
money.
don't
We
know. I
talking
think
about using it for energy.
yeah. Are you talking about
yeah,
money or no?
yeah. Both.
You talking about crypto,
Cause
right?
because
Yeah,
I want to
both.
just clear something up because somebody said
Mm.
the people living on an off-grid community wouldn't be able, don't have the money to buy crypto. Well, that's where you're earning the crypto when you're working it in the community. Like you're not going to have a light bill, a water bill. Most of our food is going to be a quarter the price of what you're paying for it because we're growing everything on site. There's no, we're not. There's no going to be. It's going to be a farmer's market, but it's mainly going to be for the people on the community. We'll sell outside of the community when we have plus, but the main thing is to provide for the people in the community. When I was saying, when you won't have to buy crypto, the people coming into our community, like other other communities, other people that come and shop at our shops. We're making hemp clothing, we're making hemp shoes. You know what I'm saying? Like a lot of products from hemp, as well as like plastics and stuff like that for automobile companies and things like that. Uh, they would come in and spend our community crypto coin, which would be, it's called the Blexicon. The Blexicoin, I'm sorry, it'll be spent inside of the community. It's not a it's not a you can spend money, but you get a discount. We setting it up. If you guys Google what I'm telling you, like the Berkshire in Massachusetts, they mint their own coins. They mint their own money. That's one of the only cities that does that. And we want to just mimic that in our communities all over the country and then eventually all over the world.
Are you saying you make hemp cloth currently?
No, hemp, we're gonna be hemp farming. We're gonna
Are
farm
you
the hemp
growing? Are you growing hemp
currently.
currently?
Yes, we are. That's in North
But no
Carolina.
clothes, and what was the other thing? Shoes. You're making the
Yeah,
shoes
shoes.
currently?
Yeah. No,
Are you making the shoes currently?
it's only right now, only the hemp. We have like 3 or 4 hemp growers right now in North Carolina.
So, but you mentioned the clothes and the shoes. So I was asking, that's like in the future, or are you someone currently doing that? That's what I
Yeah,
was.
well, I'm sure they have the people that they sell the raw hemp material to, makes the shoes and clothing. I can get that for you, but they're mainly going to be our overseers when we get the permits to, like when we open up, excuse me, when we open up our location in Texas, in Marlin, Texas. They're going to be the overseers to, hey, how many acres of land do we need to grow? I think it's 3.5 tons is 3 to 5 tons per acre of hemp you can be grown on 1 acre. So, if we have 100 acres, they're going to be the overseer of that. That my really department is programming, the cryptocurrency, and robotics.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm working with the team of people. It's not only me. It's my idea, but it's I'm not everywhere.
Well, I think it's awesome, and good luck to you and all in your team. Like I said, it won't hurt to have as many options to put yourself in a better position if someone wants to go in that direction.
Now,
I think that's great.
what was you saying, Chocolate, about the dome, like the material y'all were using to build the homes? It
Yeah,
was something you
shotcrete.
touched on earlier.
Yeah,
It was
we
something
use
you touched
They're
on earlier.
called. Well, I didn't get to. I've done shows on it and that kind of stuff on my own stuff, and they've let me. This was years ago. I think it was early on. I think Q let me come up and Deb let me come up and talk about what was going on. So, like I said, we are using what's a polyurethane. No, it's called polypropylene.
Yeah.
Polypropylene bags. There's a thing that I'm building where we can have the bags ready to go and just pour the mix, and it'll go down. Like we can do 10 bags at a time, where that's sliding down and going into the different bags, and then
But
laying
what's the
on layer
bags
after
for?
layer.
What's the bags for?
The bags is for the mix, and it allows for the lime, the clay, the dirt, soil. I'm trying to think of sand, all the things. Once that mix hardens, it becomes an impenetrable brick. This is something that's been done millennia. And if you want a great example that I like to use is the Great Wall of China. It's late and early. The Great Wall of China was built with, dirt, earth. Lime is a natural. It's like concrete, but it's better for the environment. Lime is.
Right.
It's just like sand, and and I'm very grateful for the amount of soil and the fact that I can use what I have on my own property to take it.
Is it cost
to another
efficient?
property.
Is it
Oh,
cost
honey,
efficient?
yes. Geothermal. You can do a 1-bedroom, 1-bathroom and the build. We're not talking about labor because that cost is different. Material build is $300 of an investment.
So, Manny,
That's
what are
one
y'all
bedroom
using?
and a
What
bathroom.
are y'all using for y'all builds? Manny, what
Oh,
are
and
y'all
raw
using
earth
for y'all
walls.
builds?
I apologize. Have you ever seen that too? The earth walls, where it's basically
Next
like
time, y'all.
oh, okay. Are you leaving? I'm sorry, but yeah, raw earth and earth bags. So like in my house, I will have an earth wall in the middle because my house is basically the come see what it looked like house. You know what I mean?
So that
Your
would be
sample
like
created.
the foundation. That would be like the foundation.
Well, what is the foundation of what we doing so far, or
No, I'm just saying, like, maybe I was wondering if you and him, would have, like, I don't know what he's using for his particular build, and I was wondering if it was some kind of, Are y'all talking the same thing or
We are.
the
And I'm
foundation?
not sure
The
where he
foundation.
is. Yeah, so the foundation is the same. Like I was just listening to him verbatim. We're talking about the same thing. We just may be talking about doing it in different areas. And we also have, different ways of how we may want to see that come to fruition. I'm all
No
for
question.
it.
No question. No question.
I think on the other side of that too, just like people say, okay, we need money, we need resources. Yes, you're absolutely correct. I knew that going in, so that's why at this point in the game, I put in sweat equity. Money I, have been working with has been my own or grant money. And hopefully we can get this last grant and that'll push us over so I can go ahead and have an actual harvest, at least 2 before the summer. Because I want to at least get the kinks out before, we start offering anybody anything. So,
No doubt. No doubt.
And so it's a simultaneous process because I'm in a small town. My land is like 15, 20 minutes away from me. Bless you. So for me, I can go get dirt. You good. I can go get dirt off my property. Ain't no who charging me for that? Nobody.
No, so that dirt out there, that dirt,
You
that
see
dirt
what I
out
mean?
there
Like,
is
and then go bring it wherever I need it. So if
no,
I
what I'm
can
saying.
get the city, go ahead, sir.
No, I was saying that dirt out there is, basically, how you got the dirt that's is able to harvest. You get where I'm coming from? It's more African.
I live in northern Arizona. Yeah, I don't live in the desert though. I live in northern Arizona. There's plenty things that grow here. If you go to the Arizona agriculture website, it'll name off everything that's still and used to grow here. We still
So
grow
what
cotton.
do acres go for out there? Like 1 acre.
Right now, it's about between 5 to 1,000 an acre. That's what's happening right now in northern Arizona. I haven't checked down in the boonies because I'm not going bad down there. But I will give you this as well. I said earlier, there are whole towns that are for sale across the country. I live in a place that where my mother and I at the time were going to buy land. They sell in the town. Because the work that was supposed to show up, there was supposed to be a Walmart brought there. And it's one of those drive-through straight and the town is over, right?
What's up, Still? Talk to me, Still. What's up? You over there? I'm listening, baby. Talk to me.
Yeah, I'm
here.
multitasking. I'm writing. I'm
Oh,
also
okay.
listening too, bro.
Absolutely, my brother, no doubt.
Yeah, Stan, I was gonna say, man, good hearing from you, bro. Good hearing from you. And I think her name is Chocolate. Did you look up the Shop Creek?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Shop Creek, Hemp Creek. When you were talking about hemp, like here, for the nonprofit side, I can get my license to grow hemp here for free. Or the other option I do have is like personally, you can grow 12 plants if you decide that you want to go further and do medical. Really, it's a class here, a cannabis class online. You get approved. And you can, you can start small.
So when you say when y'all say hemp, you mean like marijuana? We can grow 12 plants in Massachusetts.
No, hemp. We talking about industrial hemp, like for clothing and shit.
Like you can use hemp. Hemp
Plastic,
is strong.
oil.
Like you can use hemp for rope. You can use hemp for clothes, shoes. I mean, there's so many things.
No, I understand that, but when y'all say 12 plants, I'm assuming you're talking about marijuana plants, correct?
Yeah,
that's marijuana.
You can grow here. Yeah.
All right, so that's what I'm saying. In Massachusetts, we can grow up to 12 plants.
Yeah, but hemp is different from
personally.
marijuana. It's a different strain.
Hemp is the leaf, ain't it? I thought hemp was the leaf.
No, man. Hemp is a different strand, bro. You can get CBD oils. It's it's like, you know, down in Florida, we got the palm trees, and you know, you got
Yeah.
different palm trees. It's just a different species.
Yeah, it's like it is. It's like when we talk about cannabis, the marijuana plant, female, male, like it goes. It's fun. For me, it's fun when you start learning how things grow.
Yeah.
And
Well, the male is the one
hold
that
on.
doesn't
I'm
produce
sorry. Hold on,
drugs.
Stan. Hold on, real quick. The evolutionists. That's not true. You can smoke what's called hemp flower. If you don't believe me, you can look up a company that's in Nevada that I have worked with in the past that sells hemp flower. Come on, everybody.
Mr.
Come on, everybody.
Contrarian.
Come on, still talk
Let's
to
get
us.
some
Talk to us,
information.
still.
Him, but it's not
Yeah,
gonna
you
get
got it
like
still.
high.
The floor is yours,
It's
guy.
not gonna be the same effect.
Yes.
It's not gonna have the same psycho what's the term? Psycho it's a term they use as far as
Psychoanalysis.
No. Psychoactive as far as like THC and how it plays.
Oh, I know what you're talking about. Psychotropic or what is it called like
Because
that?
you get high off the buzz.
Yeah.
You get high off the buzz, not the leaf. The leaf is what I thought was the hemp.
THC gets you high. The THC.
That's the buzz, but that's the buzz.
Yeah, but it's in the plant.
So can
THC is not medicinal.
CBD.
It's really psycho.
So CBD, yeah, you can do both with them. CBD is more for the medical side.
Adverse
I'm
to the
sorry,
brain.
I didn't hear you. Go ahead.
Pardon me, my bad. I'm just as far as like CBD is it's medicinal, it's conducive, but it don't have a high THC count. See what I'm saying?
Right.
Anything
Both
with a
of them
high
are medicine.
THC count is really like it's not good. It's not conducive. Like I said,
But doesn't that come from the buzz? The buzz is what people are smoking and getting high off of. The leaf, you don't get high off the leaf.
Yeah, but you can get high off the whole plant because you can grind up the leaf and make tea and still get that THC.
With the bud, with the bud.
With the stem, with the sticks, you can grind all that up and make tea and
I
still
think it's
be high.
people in the back. I'm sorry to interrupt. There's people in the back. Whoever's bringing people up, just shout out. Y'all got it. Bye bye.
Somebody trying to get on the panel now. Yeah, but we were using hemp for the inside of the building, so we're not going to use drywall or any like wood.
Oh yeah, gotcha.
structures. Yeah, we're not going to use it on the outside.
That's why.
but,
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that was
I'm
my
not
point.
sure
Of not
whoever-
using similar materials.
Yes, we are. I will say this: we're in the same circle of building that has been around for millennia. We're just adding
correct.
the new pieces, right?
Yeah.
Because people been like I still live. In Arizona, of course, you can find ruins of the indigenous who lived up in the mountains.
Yep.
They use that clay, and that's the word. My bad. So it's clay.
Clay.
This is what I have in my land. Clay, sand, lime. Well, I don't have lime. I'm just saying what the mixture is for the brick. So on my own property, I do have access to clay, sand, and as you dig deeper, you got that black dirt. And I will tell you this: I'm surrounded by horses and cows. So, they come through and fertilize the earth too.
Yep.
No, quick question. Let me ask Chocolate. Like out there where you're at, right? Let's just say you start, because this is how this whole conversation started with me and him. And like I was telling you, you got certain places on your land, boom, boom, boom. Now, if you're putting these things up on your property, how does that work with, let's just say, your township? How would you go?
Great question.
Like, how would you?
I think she said she's in a rural
So
area.
I live. Yeah, so I have access to your normal everyday small town city, and my land sits in an unincorporated area, which is beneficial to me.
Got you. Okay, say that's how this conversation. But what
Listen,
about
I know what
now?
I'm talking about.
No question. No, I'm
And
not. I'm not
oh yeah,
quizzing you. I'm not quizzing because me and him. This is how we had this conversation. Because I was asking him, like, could I put some shit on my driveway? And it came up to the thing where as though, all
you
right,
just gotta
we
find
talking
out
about
what your yeah.
no, but we were talking about the disposal part of it. Like you said, as far as you have a system where how would you get rid of the waste and all that without.
We have a alternative septic system which separates as a gray water system as well as a filtration. So like waste and things like that can go out and be recycled.
So
If
that's
a
why I was
person
saying, Manny,
is
Manny, give her the game on your system.
What's that?
What you were talking
so
about, your system is more.
oh well, yeah, my last part of that though, if we don't get to do we have two plans. If the alternate system is not the way we want it to be, then we are going to invest in incinerator toilets. So that way we don't even have an issue with that.
Oh,
So yeah,
there's actually a company. I'm sorry. There's actually a
There we
company
go.
out
There we
in
go.
don't apologize.
Arkansas.
You good?
Yeah, I mean, I was interrupting you, but there's actually a company out in Arizona. They charge like it's like 150,000, and they make you a water treatment plant for off grid living. They can do the one for 150,000 is up for 500 buildings. Can do sewage, raw sewage, gray water, and
Awesome.
all. Yeah, it's like 150 grand, but they build the whole system, and the system doesn't stink like these new ones. You can be right on top of it. Like the demo they gave us, we ate lunch right but beside it, and you couldn't smell nothing. I don't know if you guys been to any water treatment plants, but or live near any water treatment plants, but they smell real bad. But these, it's called Aquatech. It's out of Arkansas, Ozark, Arkansas. You might want to check with them.
Awesome.
Yeah.
See, there
Well,
we
I did
go.
find.
There
I
we
don't know
go.
if they're gonna sell them to us, but there's a company in Canada that sell the toilet systems for $400 per piece. So to me, I feel
Now,
like
what
that
does
would
the
be a great
toilet system
investment.
do though? What does the toilet
It's an
system do? Just
incinerator
get rid of the
toilet.
waste?
It
To get rid of the
incinerates.
waste?
Yeah, you go to the bathroom and it incinerates, and you empty it out. It
Now,
turns
how
into
would how would
ash.
you how would you use your water though? How would you generate your water?
That's the gray
Yeah.
water system.
Yeah.
So
The
for me,
gen-
I have go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh,
Go
I
ahead.
was gonna say there's a gentleman by the name Moses West. He has the West Foundation he makes the water out of
Yes, I have heard of him. Yes.
yeah, he makes the water out of the
Oh
air.
yeah, I would
Yeah.
love to. Yes, and to here, the closer you are to the mountains, you get a lot of fog. Fog is another way. We
Yep.
do have a statistical season of rain, so that is when I would collect rain. We would teach people how to collect rainwater. Everything is a learning experience. And so, like, for me, I feel like the same adage is Kung Fu. Like, everything that you need is here, it's in your life. It's just how you use it. It doesn't mean you got to live outside looking like a bear. You can have the comforts of the new technology, but live, a little more economically. Like for me, I'm like, man, I don't want to be paying nobody no $2,000 in rent. No, it doesn't, evolutionist. You need to look up the incinerator toilets because what you're saying is incorrect. Why? Why? Like I said, you could say the sky green. You're gonna find two folks that's gonna fight you to death and say it's blue. But it can be both. That's all. Like I believe it there. Like y'all. But yeah, that's how we would do it. If not, I do have the ability to plumb a bathroom, up to 2 bathrooms. Without like a license or having to hire a plumber. Past that, If I get the opportunity to go past that, then yeah, we hiring somebody. But I am in the position. It's just like if you go buy a house and you renovate it, and if it's just you, or if it's just you and your man or your wife or whatever, that's it. It's a small process that, you know, done correctly, can grow into something that we can all benefit from. I would love to work with whomever across the country, next city over, whatever. I mean, I just don't think that we've come to the place that everybody can't sit at the table. When I mean everybody, I mean those who are interested in doing the things that we're talking about from all, you know, all those different perspectives, you know. And I think working together, like you said, Mr. Moses, the more businesses and places we have and more money we can create as far as businesses and things are concerned, that also gives our citizens of our community disposable income, or at least access to.
Now watch this,
Water.
Manny. My thing is this: with your community, his community is more based on like indigenous FBAs, or you know, not FBAs. Your community is more based on foundational.
We just
Yeah. Now,
want a Black American community here in the United States that we own and control. It ain't hating on nobody or no
yeah.
other people or nothing like that. It's just based solely on our lineage, so we can kind of protect our culture. That's it.
And why does that seem like, you just thinking about it now, it seems like, I mean, like, yeah, we can point to certain, you know, like certain cities that have Black, you know, suburbs, but I'm talking about like an actual like Black community that has like, you know, school. Why does that now? It seems like so foreign. It seems, but just you gotta know the history, know what we've been through. It's just now. It just seems like it's like
yeah.
Like it seems so far off, but it's a part of our history, haven't I?
Yes, but it's not. Yeah,
It's really
I like
not.
that you said that though.
no, watch this. He's the first. He's the first brother. Oh, my fault. I'll wait. I was gonna say he's the first brother that educated me that only 388,000 slaves made it to the U.S.
Yeah, from the African slave trade. My family was already here. I can trace my lineage back to like the 1600s.
Oh yeah, it's about to get deep, man. Look at Still's face. Yes, that's why. Yes, that's why I called you up here. That's why I called you up here. Let's go.
Man, we own this technology tip right now, man. Everybody can do this.
No. It gets a little deeper than that because my brother right there. Come on, let's go, Still.
I'm kind of tired of having the. We need to talk about like actual practical science, like things that are, you know, that we can actually apply now, like mathematics, science, trades, you know, law. I ain't gonna lie. I don't want to talk about no more. We was always here, and that look. You know,
well, hold on. His whole base of his community is for those who've been here. Like it ain't for everybody.
Right.
That's the difference between him and Chocolate's community.
He's trying to construct as far as the Black American and his template. He's using Dr. Clyde Anderson's template as well. He's using Dr. Clyde Anderson's template as a means, you know, to pardon me, I'm striving to find
empower Black America.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you.
But that ain't got nothing to do with lineage now.
No, I'm not throwing shade on that. I'm with that. I got all his books.
How does that don't have nothing to do with lineage?
I got all his books. I got so I'm with that. But I'm talking about as far as like just getting stuck in the, you know, like just the practicality, man. Like, you know, it's like I'm gonna go down to this courthouse and file paperwork. I'm using law. I'm using near law against them. You feel me? Like I'm literally like using the law. You feel me? Like and I'm applying it to my case.
All right. So when I said I looked up DNA, my DNA strictly says now DNA is a, you know, in the court of law, DNA is, you know, 100% accurate.
but that's not
So
the way they use it, bro. Like
thank you.
when you
No,
talk
this is why I'm just giving an example. I'm just giving an example.
yeah,
When I broke down DNA, this brother broke me down and said, hold on now. DNA, yeah, it's good, statistic wise. And I'll let you chime in on the rest. He was like, hold on now.
all I'm saying is, man, if you look at the bottom of that sheet that that website that you filled is for entertainment purposes only. Your lineage has nothing to do with your DNA. Everybody has the same DNA coming out of Africa. Everybody, Chinese man, Russian man, French man. So we can't really go by that 1% of DNA that they test, man, because you got 99% still in the air, But just to get off
Do
that
you
subject,
contest that still? Do you contest that?
Are we venturing onto the DNA realm as far as I'm trying to.
He said when I did my lineage DNA, he says for
no,
entertainment
when you did your
purposes
DNA,
only.
you didn't do your lineage.
No, I mean DNA. So basically, if I was a rapist, right, and let's just say they had my DNA on file for raping somebody, God, the court of law would be able to say, hold on, we got this brother's DNA that says this is exactly him who did this.
I will say
You
this.
know what I'm saying?
The methodology, as far as like you committing a crime and they're taking DNA and that DNA.
No, just basically the authenticity of DNA. Basically the authenticity of DNA.
But that's a different test, bro. You're talking about a math test versus an English test, bro.
How, Manny? How can you say that when they can use that to convict me?
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. They're using a math test to convict you on a math test. They can't use your math scores on your English test, bro. It doesn't work.
But how would it be accurate? How would it be accurate in the court of law?
Because your DNA match your DNA. It ain't
That's
matching
my okay. I get what you said. My personal DNA.
Yeah.
My personal DNA versus my I get you. Okay, my personal DNA versus overall you're from Nigeria, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, man, that's no. It don't work like that. Nigeria wasn't even Nigeria when they got the test samples, bro.
Nigeria is not even the original name of Nigeria. So
right.
Oh, stop! Oh, still, come on, still, stop! You supposed to have a rebuttal, still. Cut it out. Come on, champ.
That's why when he brought up Dr. Clyde Anderson, I'm with that because we can apply that. But all that going into the this and the D, that's just too, to me, that's just, I don't know, but it gets too like venturing off of what we need to be like constructing as far as like real life, like taking our concepts and manifesting that into reality, bro. Like, like all this.
I totally agree, bro. I totally agree. But
gets spooky. It gets kind of just gets too like, we get lost in the sauce when we get
the only reason that it's a big deal right now because reparations are on the table and every Black American is trying to delineate from the African diaspora, so to say, because it gets watered down when Africans say, "Oh, United States owe us reparations too," but they got AFRICOM and they got CARICOM down for the Caribbean. So we're not the Black
I
Americans.
apologize. I don't mean to. Excuse me, real quick. I don't mean to interrupt, but I'm not sure if Maury is still back there, and I'm not sure if there's anyone there that can let anybody up. But there are people that wanted to come up. All right, you got it.
But hold on, y'all don't do that now because Trump's trying to give reparations for the people who stormed the Capitol. Y'all can't do that now. Don't do that. Y'all better than that.
Look, bro, if Trump give out reparations to the people that stormed the Capitol, what do you think Black Americans gonna do? We're just gonna.
That's my point. So what I'm saying is, if he could do that for them, and it's not. I don't want no reparation. I ain't thinking about that. I'm just saying the core fact is everybody else. When it comes to others, like the DEI, like we all know that benefited white women more than it benefited anybody else. And we're so quick to, no, we got to stand firm on that because we are do something. Chocolate, I'll wait.
Facts. I believe it. I don't care. No one said I feel the same way. What is being sassy? Being sassy isn't an agenda. That's facts. I care what y'all want to say, but being sassy is not an
Thank you.
all that being sassy.
Well, of course not.
Like, oh, I love her. I love her too. But all that at the end of the day, what does that get us? Being sassy.
Why? But hold on.
Nothing
Are we talking about Jasmine Crockett? Are we talking about her? I mean, but that's why we need more brothers in office. We don't have enough black men in office across the country.
We don't have enough black American men.
First off, we only 13% of the population. That ain't gonna do too much.
No, stop. That's not true. Why? How is it that we want to better ourselves, but in the same breath, y'all can tell me how quickly we can't do something? That it doesn't make sense if it hasn't been executed yet.
All right.
What I'm talking about strictly.
No, if we go by Claude Anderson's books that they both read, he already tells you 90%, 95% of the wealth has already been taken. We're fighting for the crumbs.
That's not true. No, we're not, sir, and I disagree with that. And no, I don't follow Claude Anderson or anybody else y'all named.
Well, can somebody please check her?
Please don't. Please don't.
Oh, wealth in America.
Do with Claude Anderson be what the hell?
Yes, it does. Breaks it down.
Oh, I don't mean to ask me to share if you feel I need to go to this person.
I'm sorry, Chocolate. I'm sorry.